Welcome, everybody, to the second annual Plantathon. I'm Dr. Neil Barnard, and I have had the opportunity to work with plant-powered Metro New York to help people learn the science of healthy eating and to put it to work. Working with PCRM's Food for Life instructors, Plant-Powered Metro New York has had all kinds of classes at senior centers, at hospitals, programs in English, programs in Spanish, helping people to really learn about what healthy eating means, put it to work for their families, reduce their medicines, sometimes get off them completely, and really change their lives. Most importantly, Plant-Powered Metro New York brings a community together where we're supporting each other and learning from each other. And that way, we're not only improving our health, we're helping the whole community that we live in. So thanks for joining us today, and thanks so much for your support.
Okay, so my name is Richard David Guy, and I participated in the plant-based, 21-day plant-based jumpstart. Yeah. And it was awesome. I thought it was awesome. It was really good for me because I tried once before to the plant-based lifestyle, but I had no idea what I was doing. So I wound up eating a lot of bread because I was hungry all the time. I was always hungry. Had no idea of how to shop for food, how to cook for food, cook the food once I shopped for it. Didn't know what I was doing. Wound up eating a lot of bread. My gut got so big. A friend of mine asked me what I had under my shirt, what I was carrying under my shirt. And so I basically abandoned the plant-based lifestyle until Jumpstart came along. And once I got that invitation and I started participating, I started going to the classes. I started learning about how to shop for food. I started learning how to cook the food, what foods to buy for different things. And I got some digestive issues. We had a breakout with a gentleman who's actually a doctor who gave me some guidance on how to deal with some of that issue. And so I'm still on the plant-based diet, not 100%. I have meat once a week. and the funny thing is that when I first started the diet and I started my meat Monday, I was really looking forward to having that meat on Monday. It was very important to me. Gradually, the taste for the meat has kind of diminished. So I'm really not looking forward to the meat that much anymore. It doesn't taste as good as it used to in the beginning. So I have a feeling that gradually I'm gonna either just get rid of the meat Monday altogether, or maybe make it once a month. I don't know. But I'm loving this plant-based diet. I dropped about 20 pounds. I feel good, I look good. I'm very, very grateful that I learned about this. I'm grateful to be a part of it. Plant-Powered Metro New York, I want to thank Plant-Powered Metro New York for bringing this to our community, the East New York community. I live in Starrett City, which is also part of East New York. I think this style of eating is the future of our health, the future of medicine. I am so grateful that you guys brought this here. I know it's going to be a process in getting all of us to actually take a look at this before we actually start eating this way. But most of us, we can kind of look at it and say, that's not going to work for me, that's not going to work for me. But gradually, I think most people are going to come in. I think they're going to actually try the diet, and they're going to see the results for themselves. And I think they'll be as grateful as I am. So I want to thank you. Thank you again.
Leanna, do you remember Richard and the Jumpstart?
I do. It's funny because I never get a chance to actually see people. We do this program virtually, but the dynamism that comes through in our Zoom meetings is just amazing.
It is absolutely incredible. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone, whenever you are watching this. Many voices, one mission, health for all. That's the theme of our second annual Plantathon event, and welcome tuning in to everyone, whether you're watching it live, whether you're watching it on demand. If you are, you have 9 hours ahead of you. Don't leave. It's really, really cool. Some great stuff at the end, by the way. I'm Jim Spellos, Network Tech Advisor, event person, co-host of Heart to Healthy Heart, but more importantly, part of an amazing team. And the team is Plant-Powered Metro New York. And the Plantathon, our second annual Plantathon, celebrates the diverse and growing plant-powered health movement in our Metro New York communities, as well as across the country and globe. This movement for change offers hope for a healthier and happier future, and it inspires us to share support for others who are seeking new solutions, advice, and guidance for healthy living. For those who may not know us, welcome. Plant-Powered Metro empowers people to find better health and overcome chronic disease through whole food, plant-based nutrition. One of the most powerful ways, by the way, to prevent, treat, and even reverse health concerns. And you're going to be hearing a lot about those throughout the 9 hours. Modern medicine is catching up to recognize plant-based nutrition as a major tool in our toolbox. But in the meantime, there's so much more we can do in our communities and in our homes to bring about healing. So do me a favor, share about yourself in the comments so we can get a sense of who's here, where you're watching from. And I'm just so honored to be able to say hi over here to my partner in crime, Leanna Levine, right here, somewhere around here. Leanna, it's all yours right now.
Thank you, Jim. It's a pleasure to be here with you always. My name is Leanna. I am the Network Director of Plant-Powered Metro New York. And I'm just honored to be a co-founder of this organization, which we started in early 2019, a small team of us, which has grown and grown and grown over the years. Why? Because plant-based nutrition is just that generative. It really is healing, and it makes people come together. After last year's inaugural Plantathon event, we may be crazy for once again running a day-long live stream, but I really have to thank my partner in crime, Jim Spellos, virtual event producer extraordinaire, and our tremendous team at Plant-Powered Metro New York for making many ambitious ideas come to life today and every day. Karina Pierce, Ifra Ruiz, Holly Hatfield Patel, Hannah Martinez, Britt Vanderpool, Sergio Villavicencio, Lynn Diamond, Brian Barrett, and all the members of our grassroots and healthcare networks who contributed content to today's program. You're really in for a treat. Thank you all so much. So we are taking the opportunity of Giving Tuesday, you could call it the Black Friday of nonprofits, to give back to you while asking you to give in support of our mission. We think that the best way to do that is to show you how rich and meaningful a whole food plant-based lifestyle is through this marathon live stream. As we go along and as you feel moved, we invite you to make a financial gift by texting PPMNY, that's the number 77669, to 44321. Here it is coming across your screen so you know what to do. You can also donate online at the link that's coming up on your screen as well. It's a bit.ly/support PPMNY. And it'll be shared in the comments as well. I'm just so thrilled that every donation you make today and through the end of December will be matched dollar for dollar up to $50,000, with huge thanks to anonymous friends of our organization who've been incredibly supportive. So before we jump into deeper content with you, we'd like to offer a hearty thank you to those companies that have jumped in to support us. Plantathon sponsors include Advanced Solar Products, California Balsamic, Ethos Farm Project, and River Valley Community Grains. You'll hear more about each of them during our live stream, and we invite you to visit their websites. Jim, I'll hand it over to you now.
So what are we doing today? 9 hours, it's an awful lot of time to fill, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Incredible amounts. I don't know about you. Some of the stuff I'm really excited about. First of all, the Spanish hour is now Spanish 2 hours, which is fantastic. I think sort of we build to a crescendo, even though everyone who's here is amazing. Can't wait to talk to the Shirzais and to Dr. Batiste. How about you? Anyone really stand out for you that you really are looking forward to getting a chance to converse with?
I think having Dr. Will Bolsowitz here is going to be fantastic. Everybody has questions about their gut health, no matter if you sort of have normal elimination, I think, but we'll go into some of that later.
Yeah, I think we will, probably in more detail than some people would even imagine. And by the way, sleeper for me, and I'm getting really excited about to interview Anthony Dissen about the whole idea of information online and where that focuses on nutrition. So much cool stuff. But before we get into all the education, some of you already enrolled to win some amazing prizes that were given away. And I want to just do some shout outs for the companies that were doing the prizes so we can see. So first of all, we have, as part of the prizes that are going to be given away today, include a classic bundle of prepared plant-based meals from Mama Says. Way cool. I know that Richard already talked about the Jumpstart. So what we're giving away is not one, but 2 spots in our 21-day Jumpstart, just starting on January the 5th. So that's really exciting. It also includes 1 fresh produce box. So great stuff. Additionally, Caravan of Dreams has offered a meal for 2. That should be really cool. We also have River Valley Community Grains whole grain products coming in from them. We have from Rancho Gordo a deluxe box of heirloom beans. And Leanne, I'm just going to ask the question. Hosts can't win these prizes. Is that correct?
Sorry, Jim.
I wish, man, I love all that stuff that we're giving away. What else is there? Salt-free Sazon and Adobo Spice Blend Combo Pack from Loiza, which is really cool. Coming back to help sponsor us again, sample packs of bean-based bars from Wellbean. 2 packs will be given away. And on top of that, to carry all your new stuff that you get, a tote bag, plant-powered organic cotton tote bag in your choice of English and Spanish. Now, on top of all that, there's time to, we have so many prizes. I knew you were going to bring it up there, right there. Perfect. Okay, but we also have time to enter the second round of prizes. And I want to put this on the screen right now so we can thank all of the sponsors who have generously donated to this. So what are some of those prizes? Now, when you make a donation of any size, you'll be entered to win one of these 9 prizes offered by some of our partners, including Vitamix. Wow. Free tuition for the virtual Main Street Vegan Academy, which certifies vegan lifestyle coaches and educators starting in September of next year. Thank you so much, Victoria Moran, for that. A free access to the e-course, How to Nourish Your Plant-Based Child by Dr. Herbivore, Dr. Lee Ettinger. Dr. Ettinger has been a huge fan of ours. We thank him again. 2 more spots in the Jumpstart if the 2 we were giving away isn't enough. A bundle of 2 books on women's hormonal health, including Dr. Barnard's Your Body in Balance, signed by the author, and Living PCOS Free by Nitu Bajikal with Rohini Bajikal as well. We also have boxes of Banzas chickpea pasta, and we have more Loiza spice blends, Wellbeing sample packs. You get the idea. We got an awful lot that we're giving away. You can see the official rules for information. We have it on our website. There'll be also a rules piece of information is going to pop up in a second for you to access. And remember, if you haven't entered yet, you still have time. So please make sure you do that. And what I want to do right now is, while we're getting set for our first interview, I want to move on to the first of what we're doing is about 12 or 13 network spotlights. These are the folks, and maybe Leanna, you can share in this one from our community, that just give so much work to all of what we're doing. And so we're giving them a chance to be able to share their little story. So pretty cool, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's
I love
amazing.
our people, Jim. That's why this fuels me so much.
Isn't that what it's all about? First up on the day, Elaine Perlman. Take it away, Elaine.
Hello, my name is Elaine Perlman. I am a mentor at Plant Powered Metro New York. I'm also an educator for over 3 decades. And I'm a living kidney donor and an advocate for dissolving all barriers to organ donation. Why am I whole food plant-based? Well, what inspired me was taking Dr. Colin Campbell's Cornell University class. It's a plant-based nutrition certificate. And through that course, I learned that being whole food plant-based is super for my own health. It saves animals' lives, and it's also reducing my impact on climate change. Here are 4 great tips for being whole food plant-based. Tip number 1. When I see unhealthy foods, I think to myself, you are all trying to kill me, just like as if I was looking at a pack of cigarettes. And this is a good way for me to avoid foods that are loaded with sugar, oil, and salt. Each day we're supposed to eat a handful of unsalted, unroasted nuts and seeds. Instead of eating them all in one gobble, I chop them up and sprinkle them on a salad or nearly any dish. That way, the deliciousness of those nuts and seeds is spread around. I supplement with vitamins B12 and D. Aside from that, I am a nutrient hunter. Each and every day, I try to eat the widest possible variety of fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, mushrooms, legumes, and whole grains. I also have about a tablespoon of flaxseed that is ground up every day. To optimize my health, I eat loads of beans and greens. And there's actually a hierarchy of health when it comes to legumes. At the very top of the pyramid, the healthiest of all, are chickpeas, also known as garbanzo beans. Number 2, second most healthy, are those lentils. After that come the dark beans, and at the bottom are the light colored beans. They are healthy, but they're not quite as healthy as the colorful beans. Plants are good mood foods. Eat them every day to feel more healthy and energetic.
I love it. Elaine, your energy is so amazing. Thank you for sharing your tips with our community. And now, first among our featured guests is Dr. Yami Cazorla-Lancaster, who we met really in the middle of the pandemic. It's been 2 years now, but Dr. Yami joins us from Washington State to talk about feeding kids for lifelong health. She is a board-certified pediatrician, certified lifestyle medicine physician, a health and wellness coach, an author, and a mother of 2, and uses her tremendous voice to inspire others with the power of nutrition and healthy lifestyle habits. She founded VeggieFitKids.com to educate families about the importance of making healthy food choices and to show us how easy it can be, even with today's busy schedules. She also has a podcast, Veggie Doctor Radio, where she explores diet and nutrition, healthy habit formation, behavior change, and motivation. I have on my shelf behind me her book, A Parent's Guide to Intuitive Eating, which was published a few years ago. And she runs a pediatric practice in Yakima, Washington. She's a fellow of the American Academy of Pediatrics and a diplomat of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Yami. How are you?
Oh my goodness, it's my pleasure to be here. And I'm so happy to be first of the day today. Thank you.
Thank you. And for our audience members, please feel free to ask questions as we go. You can always put your questions in the comment section on Facebook or YouTube, and we'll try to get to them as we go along. So I'd love to start by learning about the impact of a healthy plant-based diet on you and your health. What happened for you when you made a change?
Well, I actually decided to make the change as an experiment. I didn't expect too much. I was just super curious because I had learned about it after I was reading a book called Born to Run. I was doing long distance running at the time. And so I was just curious. I thought I'm just going to eat a whole food plant-based diet for 30 days and see what happens. And to my shock, within 3 to 4 days, my lifelong chronic genetic constipation was cured. So that was literally a relief. And I just felt really good. I know it's cliche, but I had so much energy. My mood felt stabilized. And then as the experiment went on, I started reading all the books and, the documentaries, watching the documentaries. And after the 30-day experiment, there was no turning back for me. And now myself, my children, and my husband, we've been eating a plant-based diet for over 11 years.
That's incredible. How did this experience influence who you are as a physician and your practice of medicine?
It's influenced everything because to me, it was this huge revolutionary aha moment. I just didn't think about nutrition that way. Before, I learned about plant-based nutrition and kind of simplifying the way I looked at foods that are whole and that have fiber and antioxidants and the benefits of those foods, instead of thinking of food as like calories and macronutrients and things like that. It seemed very complex. It seemed like something that was very difficult to teach to families and apply to my practice. But once I discovered whole plant foods, their benefits, and saw the research and the literature that I had no clue existed during my whole medical training, it just changed everything. And the way that I counsel families now, I feel, is way more effective. I can guide families into a path that they can easily start adopting into their lifestyles. And it matches for every kind of family and their different lifestyles. You don't have to only be at home and cook every single meal from scratch. There's just so many ways to apply this way of eating.
That's amazing. So between your personal experience as a mother and your professional life in pediatrics, you must field a lot of questions and concerns from parents about their children's eating habits, their diet quality, their growth. What are maybe two of the most common things you hear, and what do you say? How do you address them?
Well, yes, I think being a pediatrician, you're basically, that's the main thing you talk about is growth and nutrition. And I think one of the most common questions that I hear from families is just that they're concerned about the size of their child's body, whether it's too large or too small. So one of the things I talk about a lot is growth charts and following each child within their own curve, and just making sure that they're having access to adequate calories, but also ensuring that the majority of those calories are health promoting. So lots of whole plant foods with lots of fiber and lots of antioxidants, and having that structured meal plan so that you're eating your meals and your snacks on a flexible, structured way, and then practicing the principles of intuitive eating and the division of responsibilities, which is why I wrote the book I wrote. So I think that's the main thing. And then, of course, when it comes just to nutrition in particular, everybody's worried about protein. So protein comes up all the time. And then the second one would be about calcium. But when it comes to protein, I want everybody to know that all whole plant foods contain protein. They all contain protein. So every food has to have protein in it, every whole food at least. Some refined things aren't going to have it, but they're just in different percentages. As long as you're eating an adequate amount of calories, you're going to get enough protein and your child is going to grow great. Just a reminder that human breast milk is actually a low protein food. And I don't think anybody's going to argue that babies don't grow fast enough. They grow really very rapidly. So protein is not a concern for me as long as children are deriving adequate calories from their foods. And then as far as calcium, that one comes up because milk. We have been told over and over again, we have to drink milk for calcium, and even, teen girls and women, at least 3 glasses of milk per day. So there's a lot of fear with giving up milk that, something bad's going to happen as far as calcium intake. We do need to have a sufficient amount of calcium in our diet, but it does not have to come from cow's milk. And in fact, I kind of advise against it coming from cow's milk because there's more risks than benefits to milk, in my opinion, from what I've seen, not only in my practice, but in the literature. So you could get it from fortified plant milk sources, but also calcium set tofu, beans, greens, lots of other places. And then it's very important to also remember that we can only make our bones strong through weight-bearing exercise as well. So we can't just be consuming a bunch of calcium and calcium products and just be sitting around sedentary. That's not going to help us build strong bones.
Yeah. When I take my kids to the pediatrician, we often talk about those two things, protein and calcium. And I always reiterate, the kids are eating tofu, they're eating seeds rich in all sorts of micronutrients. And it's just so hard, I think, for parents to have the conversation, especially if we don't know enough, to then talk to a doctor who also may not know or may only know what they know from medical school. And so have you been communicating with your colleagues in the field of pediatrics, and how has that conversation been going?
I do the best I can. I'm not a pushy person, so I'm not around, trying to educate everybody, but I do put all of my information, pretty much everything is for free on the internet. I do lots of videos, I'm on social media. I think the thing is that we're trained a certain way, and pediatricians especially, we're very protective of our patients, which is great. Like pediatricians, I think is the best specialty, but I'm a little biased. So we're very protective of our patients. We love our little patients, and we have fear. And so if you were taught in medical school and residency that a child must have 2 to 3 servings of dairy per day, and if not, bad things are going to happen, that is how you continue to practice. It took me my own journey and then delving into the research on my own to discover that wasn't the truth. It's something that you're taught, and medicine and medical education, it changes super slowly. So it's something we've been taught for decades and decades and decades. It's going to take a few more decades for this information to penetrate into medical education so that you're going to have more doctors that aren't stressed out when they encounter plant-based children.
Got it. So let's talk about the average parent, even before we talk about plant-based families, people who are just trying to get more healthy foods into their children's mouths and bellies. What's a strategy that you recommend to encourage kids to enliven their lives with more wholesome plant foods?
Yes, it's so simple, but it requires commitment. And that is the only way that we learn to like a food is through exposure, repetition, and consistency. You have to keep putting those foods on the table in front of your child without pressure. That's the key. You cannot pressure them to eat, but you have to keep exposing your child to those foods. Now, I may have a parent saying, well, I do. No, you don't, because data shows that most parents give up after 3 tries, the majority. There's even a good percentage that are giving up after 1 or 2 tries. So really, if you think about it, are you really? Okay. So that's the most important thing is exposure, repetition, consistency. You have to buy the food. You have to prepare the food. You got to put it in front of your child on the table without pressure. And that's where that division of responsibility really helps to know that the parent and the child have different roles. The parent's job is to decide what, when, and where. What are we going to eat, when, where are we going to eat it? The child then decides if they're actually going to eat it all and how much. And so you try not to cross into each other's autonomy. So don't let the kid tell you, no, I don't want that. Cook me this. That's becoming a short order cook. That's not helping them to explore these different flavors. But also, you're not going to cross into their autonomy and tell them you must finish that broccoli or you're not getting dessert. You need to have 2 more bites or you can't leave the table. That kind of pressure will backfire on you.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then for families like mine who are feeding their kids a whole food plant-based diet, what's something about nutrition for kids that you think isn't widely known or that's really important to pay attention to when you're feeding only plants to your kids?
Well, I'm not sure what's not widely known, but It is important that we are thinking about the whole picture and that there are some nutrients that maybe we need to think a little bit more deliberately about. We need to make sure that our children are getting enough B12, and it's not difficult to get it. We just have to be deliberate about it. If you don't feel like you're getting enough from fortified food products, then, a simple multivitamin with B12, there's some great multivitamins made for vegan children that have the B12 in there. The other thing that a lot of people aren't aware of is vitamin D. This is not important just for plant-based families, but a lot of omnivorous families, depending on where you live. I live in Washington State, and because our latitude is so high, this time of year, we're not getting any vitamin D from the sun. So if you're not getting it enough from fortified plant products, then getting a supplement there as well. And then the other thing I would say is young kids, like when we have our little toddlers, after they've been weaned from the breast or they're not on formula anymore, making sure that they're not getting too much fiber. Fiber is my favorite F word. So I'm a huge component of fiber, but we can't only feed these little toddlers a lot of raw vegetables and raw fruits and expect that they're going to get enough calories. Their tummies are super small. They're very active. So we need to be deliberate about getting nut butters and avocado and lots of good beans and sometimes even some processed foods like some breads and things like that, because the calorie density is a little bit higher. We make sure that they get enough calories throughout the day.
Absolutely. I always see my kids, of course, are just glomming on to anything that's calorie dense. So we try to keep that balance, of course. But I love the other day, my kids weren't eating cucumbers for a while and they're usually like scarfing the cucumbers down. And I got a few cucumbers and then my son like got a stack of cucumber rounds and he was just like popping them in over. And I'm like, okay, we're back in business here. So just going with like the ebb and flow of their relationship with different foods. And it's okay if sometimes they're not eating everything perfectly, as long as here and there and always we're bringing foods back into their lives and helping them reconnect and try new things. So that's great.
Yeah. And it's about trusting your child, just like you, like there's some days maybe you don't want to eat something or you're gravitating more towards something else. You don't get stressed out that your child isn't eating vegetables every single meal or only took a bite of their meal. And, make sure you are taking them to the doctor regularly so that we can follow and track their growth, make sure that they are getting enough intake. But really, in my experience, I have a lot of plant-based families. They grow great. In fact, they're some of the largest kids in my practice. Some of them are. So we just want to make sure that we follow them over time, that they're getting enough. And then you just trust them. You make the food, prepare it, present it to them, and they will eat how much they want to eat.
That's great. Yeah. And so your book about intuitive eating, I want to talk a little bit about that, because some people would say that they're eating intuitively when they're eating like chocolate or meat, right? So what does intuitive eating actually mean, and how can we help our kids be in tune with their own bodies and their habits?
Yeah. When we talk about intuitive eating, we're not talking about that your body somehow knows it needs to eat dark chocolate, because that's always the thing. Like dark chocolate or when something comes up, they're like, oh, your body must be craving magnesium. I actually looked up how much magnesium is in chocolate. It's not really that much. So that's not an excuse. But no, that's not what intuitive eating is about. Intuitive eating, just to simplify it a little bit, when I talk about it, is more about paying attention to our hunger and our satiety. It really is a set of 10 principles that was created by two dietitians in the early 90s. They have a book, Intuitive Eating. So that's the Bible, basically, of intuitive eating. And it was really to help support people who wanted to take a non-diet approach to their food and their relationship with food. But the thing is that children are naturally born intuitive eaters. If you see a baby, it'll start eating when it's hungry. When it's done, it pulls its face away from the breast, or it cries like, stop feeding me. And we usually trust that. We're not like trying to force feed little babies. But when our children become toddlers, it's a little bit more anxiety provoking for parents, because toddlers are very busy. They're very active. Their number one job is to explore their environment. So they take a bite, they're satiated, and then they want to play. And then parents get very anxious and concerned that their child is not eating enough. That's when we start doubting this natural ability for them to sense their hunger and satiety. And that's when we start interfering, telling them to eat more, or, you need to eat this before you have that. And then that's when it kind of starts spiraling out of control.
Yeah, it's so interesting how we always sort of second guess kids. And I wish we adults could sort of stop that. Are you sure? Are you sure? No. Like let them be, I feel like should be the mantra for so much of raising children, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're also a coach, and you must have a really good pulse on the behavior change process. For any family that's out there that might be thinking about, going through change and encouraging their family members to do it along with them, how do you motivate people to feel grounded and committed to their change process?
Oh, that's a great question, because the truth is nobody can motivate you. You have to find your own inner motivation. And when it comes to behavior change, when it comes to habit change, when you're trying to adopt new habits or change some of your other habits, it's really important to just take it one step at a time, but only go in the direction that you desire. So if you're doing something because you think it's the right thing, or somebody else is telling you to do that, it's not going to be very successful. You really have to have that internal inherent motivation to make the change, and find ways to keep yourself motivated. There's ways that we can keep ourselves inspired. This is the perfect example of something that keeps you motivated. Doing these webinars, taking part in online communities, just listening to YouTube videos or my podcast, things like that. Do that on a daily basis or several times a week. That will keep you motivated, so you can actually foster your own internal motivation. And then just try things out. Think of it like an experiment. Be curious. Would I be able to eat a plant-based breakfast every day this week? I'm curious. How would I go about that? Okay, I think I have to get ready ahead of time, or I'm going to pick it up from this place or whatever. Let me see if I can go a week. And then after you've done that, you kind of evaluate, what are the things that went well this week? What are the things that I struggled with? How can I change it for next time? Or maybe it went great and actually that was a pretty easy goal. Okay, now I'm going to add lunches and I'm going to see if I can do a whole week of breakfast and lunches and go from there. So it's okay to give yourself time, approach it with curiosity, think of it as an experiment, and then have grace with yourself, because as humans, it really isn't easy for us to make habit and behavior changes because we want to stay comfortable. We want to stay safe. We don't want to do anything that causes discomfort. So it's going to take deliberate action and for you to regularly do things that inspire your inherent or internal motivation.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. I want to also spend a moment just talking about culture too and how important that is. And if I may, I heard your TED talk, the chickpeas over chicken.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved you were talking about your experience growing up and your Panamanian roots and the influence of that experience and how animals were part of course, the diet, but also the lifestyle around you. Can you give some examples for how you fused your cultural identity with a whole food plant-based lifestyle, which is, true for people from all over the world who are trying to find their voices and their identities in the midst of this form of.
That's a great question. And I feel like my culture and my background and my experience actually helped me go plant-based easier. Because whenever I thought about at the beginning of that experiment, okay, how am I going to do this? I already knew I loved rice and beans because I grew up eating a lot of rice and beans. We eat a lot of beans in Panama, and a lot of delicious different beans. So that actually helped me because I was familiar with a lot of plant-based foods. And I feel like when I think back on my culture and what I ate growing up, all of my favorite foods were actually all the plant-based stuff. In Panama, our main staples are corn, we have rice, we have plantains, and we have yuca, which, oh my gosh, I love yuca so much. So all of those foods, like my favorite foods. And so it was really easy for me to transition, still being able to eat some of my favorite foods from childhood. But that experience of knowing that I can feel full and satisfied on those foods made it so that it didn't feel like it was going to be intimidating for me. And I feel like with lots of different cultures around the world, there's a really great base of plant-based foods. You can continue to eat those foods. But even if your culture, like say you're a standard American diet, and I would say that our culture in particular is one where we don't eat a lot of beans and things like that, you can still have your favorite foods. Like say you just love to eat pizza and things like that. And you can integrate the whole plant foods into that style and still keep all of your favorite foods. You don't have to completely change what you like to eat. And I think that's a really important concept. Like it's not like you're going to go from eating this kind of food to eating a completely different set of foods. You can just take the foods you love and make them more wholesome, more plant-based.
Absolutely. That's great. So what do you have coming up next year, Dr. Yami, that you're most excited about?
Oh my goodness, that's a loaded question. Let me tell you, Liana. So right now we're in the process of moving to a new building. And so in the muck of that, we're going from 2 exam rooms to 6 exam rooms. So it's going to be a big expansion. I'm going to have a full room to do teaching and yoga and all of that, and bring back my cooking classes. So I'm so excited about that. Getting a new EMR, getting a new website for my practice coming. And in my new office, I am going to have an office where I can do all my podcasting and video production away from the kids and the dog and all of that stuff, all the interruptions. So I'm hoping that next year I will be bringing more content and videos and a lot more great podcast episodes. So if you don't already subscribe to Veggie Doctor Radio on your favorite podcast player, I would so love it if you did. I'm going to actually have an entire fasting series that are probably going to be released in March. So if you're curious about intermittent fasting or, the different health benefits of fasting, then definitely tune in for that because I'm super excited to have all those guests.
That's awesome. Congratulations. I know how difficult those growing pains are, but that's serious growing. And congratulations.
So super exciting, but it requires a lot of decision making. So my brain is very tired.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to wrap up by asking you a question that we'll be posing to all of our featured guests today. What is one thing that you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's challenging world?
You know what? I think the best thing to keep positivity and purpose is being a pediatrician and seeing my beautiful, adorable patients every day. Even if I come in a bad mood, like I'm stressed about stuff, as soon as I see that first little 3-year-old or 4-year-old, I know why I'm doing this and I know why it's important, and they keep me young. So I'm very grateful to have the honor and the privilege to be in this profession.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your leadership, Dr. Yami, and thank you for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. Y'all have a great time.
Thank you. Take care.
Hi, my name is Maya.
And I'm Danielle. Welcome to our kitchen. Today we're going to share 3 tips on how to make the family experience in the kitchen a nice, fun, and memorable one. Tip number 1 is to include your children in the prep work. So I like to keep all of my ingredients out, and then I call in my helper, and they have a special knife that they use that they cut up their vegetables, and they help with the food prep. Tip number 2 is to have them taste the food while it's being cooked. That's a really great way to develop your palate and to get different flavors in, where you can say, hey, I like this spice, or how about we try this spice? And then they get to understand the different flavors and the names of the spices and the herbs that you're going to be using. Tip number 3 is to sit down at the table and enjoy your delicious, nutritious meal that you just prepared. This is a great time to have family bonding time, to talk about what you did during the day, what you learned,
Play
music, and what you're grateful for. So from our family to yours, have a great holiday season and enjoy delicious plant-based food. See you. Bye.
That was Danielle Medina, our Brooklyn organizer, and her daughter, Maya. What an interview. What a great interview with Dr. Yami. You know, the fact that she said fiber is my favorite F word, could be the best line I've heard in a long time, but it's so true.
Absolutely. I'll give that to my middle schooler.
What do you do with your family to keep them motivated and keep the kids on target? I know there was the cucumber issue that you talked about, but what are the secrets, or are there no secrets?
I mean, the secret is persistence, I think, honestly, Jim, and also diversifying, because we do get, as Dr. Yami was saying, we get tired of foods, and we can't expect that kids are just going to eat the same thing every time. Yeah. So I actually have enjoyed getting a few new cookbooks and having the kids go through and choose things that they're really interested in. And even if they don't prepare that meal themselves, at least they're having some agency. And that agency, I think, is something that gives them buy-in in the lifestyle.
Yeah, it's so important, because otherwise it's being thrown at them rather than them being part of that decision. So we're at a point right now where we have our first live giveaway. Mm-hmm. Now, if you made a donation to Plant Powered Metro New York between November 22nd and 28th, or you entered our form without a donation, either way works, then you've been entered to I'm already losing my voice, and it's in the first hour. You have been entered to win one of 8 prizes we're giving away on the show to 11 lucky winners. So right now, what we're doing, giving away 2 sample packs, and I think we'll see them right about here, of Wellbeing, based in California. You'll have the choice between their nutty or nut-free varieties, and all bars have half a serving of beans and fruit in every whole food bar without any added sugar. And our winners are Judy Lemko and Laureen Riley. Congratulations to you both. Our team will be in touch with you tomorrow about getting your prize. Leanna?
That's right. And if you're wondering how to be entered to win prizes yourself, here's what to do. If you make an online donation to Plant Powered Metro, or if you fill out the form without a donation anytime today or tomorrow, you're going to be entered to win one of 9 prizes for 15 lucky winners, including more Wellbeing sample packs. And you can check out those giveaway rules that we're posting and putting up on the screen for you for more information. Since we just spoke to Dr. Yami, we'll highlight one of the prizes that might interest the parents, grandparents, nannies, and other caregivers joining us. We're giving away free access to an e-course from Dr. Herbivore, the alter ego of triple board certified pediatrician, obesity specialist, and nephrologist, Dr. Lee Ettinger. His course, How to Nourish Your Plant-Based Child, is a collection of over 20 lessons that will give parents and guardians confidence that they're providing optimal nutrition to a growing plant-based child. So we hope you'll give generously to support us, to be entered to win. And remember, all donations are matched up to $50,000.
Kind of incredible. I think we're right on schedule right now, and we're coming up with a food demo. You want to give a little introduction, or should I talk about our first chef?
Go for it, Jim. You do it.
Great. Okay, perfect. So we're really lucky that over the course of the day, you're going to see 3 demos by our community chefs, and they are Brandy Cochran, Carol Levy, and Rebecca Johnson. Each will be making a dish you can try on your holiday or family table. We will share their recipes in our newsletter later this week. It might even be coming quicker than that, but I'm not sure if that's official yet. Anyway, then we'll come back together for a chef's panel discussion in the 6 o'clock hour, moderated by another culinary friend of Plant Powered Metro, Chef Anthony Spino. First, we're going to go into the kitchen with Chef Brandy, who is making a healthy holiday appetizer called a galette. And if you don't know what that is, she'll tell you. Brandy's on a mission to help people simplify plant-based living. Whether she's supporting entrepreneurs, communities, or families, her goal is to shift the mindset of anyone who's curious about a plant-based lifestyle. And you could learn more about her work at brandbrandy.com. That's brandbrandy.com.
Hey, Chef Brandy here with Plant Powered Metro New York, kicking off your holiday meal with a creative appetizer. Now, I don't know about you, but I get tired of having the same old holiday dishes. What I don't get tired of, though, is the holiday flavors. There's something about the flavors of the holiday that I love, but I just showing up with the same dish really kind of bores me after a while. So, in pure Chef Brandy fashion, I have created something that is fun, colorful, and will be a talking point for your holiday meal. And it is going to be called a holiday galette. Now, what is a galette? A galette is just a fancy name for an open face pie. It allows you the opportunity to be creative, to be flexible, and also gives you the permission not to have to be perfect, because the whole point is to be rustic and homey. So let's get into this dish. So how do you make pie? You need flour. What we have right here is a whole wheat flour, not a whole wheat pastry flour, just a whole wheat flour. Now this would work with whole wheat pastry flour, spelt flour, a gluten-free flour as well. My favorite one, however, happens to be spelt flour, because spelt flour gives us a nice nutty, buttery flavor that we don't necessarily have an opportunity to have in the plant-based space all the time. Now, I just added in a little bit of yogurt, some aquafaba, which is the juice from chickpeas, and some apple cider vinegar to kind of give it a buttermilk kind of play, the yogurt that we added into this, right? So just going to mix this together, and we don't want to mix it too much. We kind of just want to mix it so that it incorporates. We don't want to knead it a lot, because the more you touch it, the more dense and let's say not as flaky the dough becomes. So similar to how you treat a biscuit, when you're making a biscuit, you want to touch it as little as possible. You just kind of want to bring everything together and then let it stay cold and rest. So that's literally what we're doing here. Just put enough moisture in to bring it together. And I think this is pretty much where we're going to end up. And I'm going to set this aside so that it rests. Now, while this is resting, I'm going to add prepare a couple of ingredients that we're going to add to the top of this crust. So we're going to start with one of our holiday favorites. I want to say the Brussels sprout, but this is the collection of everything that's going to go into this galette. We're going to have some cauliflower. We're going to also have some Brussels sprouts. In addition to that, we're going to do a little sweet potato and some caramelized onions, which are all very familiar holiday flavors. All right, so start with our good friend, the Brussels sprout. Brussels sprout. We see Brussels sprouts on our table a lot this time of year. A lot of times how we usually have them is that we cut them in half and we roast them. Now, these babies are going to get roasted as well, but instead of cutting them in half, we're doing something called shaving them, which is just a fancy name for cutting them into little pieces. So I'm just going to cut a couple of these up. And then once we're done cutting these Brussels sprouts, we're going to put them into a bowl and season them up. You know, I'm always always amazed at the reputation that Brussels sprouts have. You know, a lot of kids, for some reason, growing up, just didn't like Brussels sprouts. I didn't have them enough in my house to really have a real opinion on them, but I don't remember having the relationship that others had. But I think a lot of that comes with the fact that most of the time, people don't like Brussels sprouts boiled. They're not as delicious boiled, but when you actually broil them or roast them, it really gives them an opportunity to show their personality. So we're going to take our Brussels sprouts, put them into a bowl, and add a little bit of seasoning. Now, I'm going to season these Brussels sprouts with a little bit of curry powder. And I like how this curry powder kind of plays in this dish. I like curry powder in general. I think it's a really convenient, is probably the best way, a convenient spice, because it has so many flavors already in it that you don't have to really work that hard to end up with something pretty yummy. So this is our first piece to our galette. Now we're going to get into our good friend, the cauliflower. Now, cauliflower I find to be pretty flexible, meaning that it doesn't have a lot of flavor, so it gives you a blank palette and the opportunity to do with it whatever it is your imagination will allow. So what I'm going to do with it is cut it down to allow it to give us a little bit of texture in this dish. And I want to season this really, really simply. So I'm just chopping it up kind of roughly. It's going to be sprinkled on top of our galette with the other ingredients and just add a nice bit of texture and some flavor. We're also going to put that into its own little bowl and season it simply with our good friend onion powder, which definitely I feel like is a must-have. Onions in general are a must-have during the holidays, and honestly, in any dish. We're going to give it a little bit of garlic, and we're also going to give it just a bit of rosemary. This is powdered rosemary, and we're going to mix it around. Oh, and it already smells lovely. Like, this smells just like holidays. Like, something about rosemary when it goes into a dish just so takes you into just the holiday zone all the way. Oh, it smells amazing. And so next what we're going to do is get into our good friend, the sweet potato. Now, this sweet potato was already roasted, so I'm literally just cutting it in half. I'm going to peel the skin off and then cut it into slices. Now, I've also made this dish with butternut squash instead of sweet potato, so that's an option as well if you want to create this dish. So it works well with the sweet potato, or it works well with the butternut squash. Now, I will say, when I've done it with the butternut squash, I have left the butternut squash raw and sliced it thinly and put it into the dish. And so, just giving you a heads up, the reason I decided to cook the sweet potato is because the sweet potato takes a little longer to cook. It also, when you roast it, it brings out the natural kind of sweetness of it. And so I just like the note that it provides in its roasted form. And then it's kind of like twice roasted. I guess is the best way to say it, which is really just pleasant when you experience it in your mouth. So we have this good old sweet potato that is also going to be a part of our yummy dish. Now, beforehand, I made some caramelized onions. These caramelized onions were literally cut down, put into a pan with a little bit of thyme, black pepper, and onion powder, and then deglazed with just a little bit of white wine. If you don't want to use white wine, you could totally use vegetable broth. White wine just gives it another note, but broth or vinegar will do just fine in this recipe. Now, our galette dough has had enough time to rest. So what we're going to do is bring it here and get it rolled out. So I'm going to take it, I'm going to put just a little bit of flour on the bottom. push it out a bit with the hand. Like I say, you don't want to work it too much. Just roll it out just enough to be able to allow it give it the room for the ingredients to have a place to lay, so to say. And it's the beauty of a galette versus, say, like a pie, is that it's expected to be what do they call it, rustic. So it's okay if it's not perfect. It's okay if it falls apart a little bit, and it gives us the perfect palette to really just be creative. Like, I am presenting this idea with 4 ingredients, but literally the possibilities are really endless when it comes to how this can show up on your holiday appetizer menu. Now, I'm going to take it and just place it onto a lined cookie sheet. So the easiest way I find to get it on is to fold it in half and then get it back by opening it back up. So that's the easiest way I found to kind of make this happen. Now, what do we do after we get it here? We are gonna lay out. I'm gonna lay out our sweet potatoes. So I like to start by laying those out first. On the bottom, it's a base. There's a nice creaminess that you get with these sweet potatoes, and they're just a nice foundation for the dish. So I'm gonna lay these out here, and like I said, sweet potatoes are like quintessential holiday food. So we're gonna make sure that they're the center attraction of our galette. Now we're going to bring in our good friend Brussels sprouts, introduce them to the party. That curry powder that was there adds like just a nice fragrance, like it smells incredible. And it's also just a note that we're not necessarily accustomed to associating with Thanksgiving, but it works so very well. Now we're gonna add our friend the cauliflower on, add them to the party, let them have a place on the yummy open face pie, and then we're going to top it off with these pre-made caramelized onions, which will just get more crispy and yummy in the oven. Now, the beauty of, like I say, this rustic approach to the dish is that you don't have to be perfect. So literally, you decide how do you want to fold up these ends. Literally, just fold them up, get them up there. You can pinch them if you want to. You can just kind of roll them up if you want. The goal is just to create some type of border or pocket to prepare this for the oven. So now we have our prepped galette that is going to go into the oven, and when it comes out, I will show you how to finish it. One thing before I put it into the oven, I'm going to finish the crust with a little bit of almond milk. It's going to help it to brown and also not dry out and get so hard during the cooking process. I'm just using my fingers, as you see, but if you happen to have a fancy pastry brush, feel free to pull it out. It is the holidays, and it's always nice to be able to use all of those random kitchen gadgets and tools that we purchase and tell ourselves we're going to actually use and then never really use them. The holidays is the best time, or a perfect excuse rather, to actually make use of our kitchen toolkit. All right, now it's ready to go into the oven. All right, now our galette is out of the oven, and this is what it looks like. So how do we serve up this nice, yummy appetizer? We cut it. You can either cut it into little strips. If you happen to end up with a galette that's a little more square, you could potentially cut it into, not square, a little more circle. You cut it into like slices. I kind of like to go the slice route. So I tend to cut it kind of like in little diagonal pieces like this, which allows your guests to just kind of grab a bite, take one, try it out, and This is something that's very creative. It is colorful. It is festive. And it's something that your guests will kind of talk about, which is always a nice thing to have on your holiday table, especially to start off the meal. So we are going to finish this with just a couple of dried cranberries, because what says the holidays more than cranberries, considering we can only get them during the holiday time of year. Also, add a couple of crushed pecans, which just give us another note of flavor and also just screams holiday. So we're going to do that. And I am also going to finish this with some fig balsamic, because fig is another one of those flavors that gives us holiday vibes. And then just a little bit of fig balsamic just to bring the dish all the way home and finish off the presentation. So there you have it for the first part of your plant-based dinner. We have an appetizer that is sure to please your guests, a fun, creative, colorful, festive roasted veggie sweet potato colette finished with some cranberries, pecans, and fig balsamic. Bon appetit.
Hi, I'm Holly. I used to suffer from mild gastritis. At least 2 or 3 times a week after eating, I would have a mild burning sensation in my stomach. I turned to whole food, plant-based nutrition for a solution. And within a month, I had no more stomach pain. And I still have no more stomach pain. I'm grateful to the healing power of whole plant foods and honored to be a part of the plant-powered Metro New York community.
Hi, I'm Enrica, community organizer for Plant-Powered Metro New York and also a passionate founding member. I got involved in this lifestyle because I suffered with bowel issues. I'd had colitis as far back as I could remember, and I just accepted it. I thought it was just part of my life, and I slowly started transitioning to a plant-based diet and just went deeper and deeper and realized this is how I get to thrive and be healthy. Not only did it turn my health around, I started to see the difference in my skin, my nails, my sleeping pattern, and I got to enjoy the plant kingdom now and everything that's delicious. I love it. This most satisfying aspect of being plant-based is that it has now become a no-brainer. It's just a natural part of my life, and it's just easy, and I get to maintain my health, maintain my weight. It's wonderful.
We love Enrica Sacca, one of our founding members of Plant Powered Metro New York. All these stories of health can be yours as well with a whole food plant-based lifestyle. One other exciting part of our work at Plant Powered Metro is meeting healthcare professionals who really get the power of nutrition and lifestyle in our day-to-day health. We have been really thrilled to meet medical students who are already turned on to whole food plant-based nutrition. So throughout our live stream, you'll meet 3 local medical students who are the faces of the future of medicine. Right now, let's meet Gabby Estevez-Inoa from SUNY Downstate's College of Medicine.
As a future pediatrician, I know that nutrition is going to be central to my my everyday practice, right? And especially seeing that childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension have been on the rise. I know that arming myself with nutritional knowledge is important for my future career. And I would say that about every medical field, regardless, because even in fields where you might think that nutrition doesn't play a role, like for example, radiation oncology, you still have a nutritionist as part of your team, managing or counseling patients about what to eat and what not to eat, especially after a radiation session. So I've seen that with my own experiences in doing research in radiation oncology. So nutrition is so important to at least have a basic understanding of. Whole food plant-based lifestyle has compelling evidence in terms of preventing and sometimes even reversing chronic conditions. So I encourage all of you to look into it a little bit more and apply it if you can to your life as well. I know that after I made the change to being solely whole food plant-based since last year, I've noticed a change in my energy. I've noticed also that I can prepare meals that I was unaware of a year ago, and I hope to share it with my future pediatric patients too, like BLT sandwich, instead of using bacon, for example, using tempeh, and preparing different types of salads, and collard green wraps, which I have learned these recipes from the 21-day Jumpstart program, and I've continued to prepare them because they're so delicious. And I know my future pediatric patients, if they're exposed to a whole lot variety of vegetables and different ways of cooking them, they too will incorporate those healthy foods into their diet, hopefully into the future, into their adulthood as well.
1 hour in the books and 8 more to go, and you're just joining us this hour. Welcome to Plantathon, a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of the plant-powered health movement, presented by Metro New York. And please do remember to donate when you have a chance. Text PPMNY to 44321. You'll see that on the bottom of the screen. We are many voices with one mission, promoting health for all. And our live interviews and videos feature community and health leaders from the grassroots to the treetops, illustrating the power of plant-based nutrition and lifestyle. And do us a favor and please respond with your questions and reflections in the comments so we can share them. And let me get my friend, oh, there she is, other side. Why'd you come to the other side? There you are. Hello, welcome back.
Hey, Jim. Thanks. As you participate in Plantathon, please make a donation to support us. You can give by text, through our Plantathon campaign site, or at our website. All those instructions are coming on your screen and into the comments. So please be generous, as all of our year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $50,000 through the end of the year. Everyone who donates today or who already made a gift starting last Tuesday at any level is entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. You can learn more about the prizes and check out our official rules for more information, which are going to be linked in the comments. And if you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win. Just follow the same link to find out how. We're going to draw winners throughout the course of the live stream and some afterwards, which we'll announce on Thursday. Next up, we're going out in the neighborhood with Vivian Lee, Plant Powered Metro's Culinary Empowerment Coordinator.
Hi, my name is Vivian Lee, and I am a proud Plant Powered Network member of Plant Powered Metro New York. Come and join me for a nice, warm, plant-based meal. Most Asian restaurants offer or are able to accommodate fully plant-based options. Nowadays, you'll find which dishes are indicated vegan. You can also plan ahead and look up the restaurant's menu online, especially if it's a new restaurant to you. Ta-da! Here's their vegan pho. I also ordered the tofu banh mi, a Vietnamese sandwich that includes a toasted French baguette filled with pickled vegetables. This is actually a vegetarian meal, so I asked them to exclude the mayo to make it 100% plant-based. Some of their existing menu options can easily be plant-based just by removing the animal ingredient. It doesn't hurt to ask, and more often than not, it can be done. The vegan pho here is generously full of vegetables and is with oil-free broth, tofu, kale, and a lot of rice noodles. Discover what plant-based options are near you. Thanks for joining me.
I'm so excited. I just came home. I went to the post office. I had a little pink slip in my mailbox for 2 days, and I have my Rancho Gordo 4th quarter beans. So I belong to this bean club in Northern California, which is in Napa, and I get beans from them 4 times a year. This is our last quarter, and you get beans, and then you get a surprise. And a surprise could be popcorn, or it could be oregano, it could be a spice. But I do pay for these beans. I save all the packaging inside. I love the paper so much. Look at it, it says Rancho Gordo Bean Club. And then this is the 4th quarter. So of course, every year we get this incredible, beautiful calendar. Look at that. And it's always a different picture, and I always love it so much. So that's the calendar, that's the surprise. And then part of the being in the bean club also is you got a newsletter that tells you about the origin of every bean, and it gives you a recipe for every bean. So that's worth saving. I always make a PDF of that and save that. Woohoo, I got popcorn. So here's what we got. We got, I know this isn't a bean at all, but this is crimson popcorn. We got Rio Zappa beans, which I love. Well, this is perfect for the end of the year because at New Year's I make black-eyed peas because that's a good luck thing. I got Borlotto, Magnifico. Those are great. This is Alubia Blanca bean, another bag there. Oh, and of course we got these last year too. This is Christmas lima beans. Look how beautiful they are. So, you know, I always say, are you a greens person or are you a beans person? When I'm interviewing and asking people about themselves, and I am definitely a bean person. And here is Jacob's cattle. What does that say? It says distinctive speckled heirloom that holds its shape when cooked. So I don't know about those. I've never had those before, but each one of them tells me a little bit of history about the bean, which is awesome. I always just get rid of the box. And of course I save the paper, as I mentioned earlier. And that's maybe one of the greatest things I get 4 times a year are this bean delivery here. So that is just sharing that with you. And I thank Rancho Gordo for having a bean club that I want to be a part of. And I've been a part of it, I think, for almost 5 years now. So getting beans is probably one of the most exciting things for me. I practically go to bed at night and say, do I have beans on the stove for tomorrow? So thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you again.
We love our beans, for better or for worse, let's say, at Plant Powered Metro. Thank you, Carol, for showing us the amazing beauty, actually, of those beans. What I've been amazed at in the plant-based world is just the variety of plant foods. When we go to the grocery store, we only see what we see, and yet these heirloom varieties of beans, of tomatoes, of so many different foods, they're just remarkable. So being able to find sources of these tremendous foods and try some new flavors, which we may not have known ever existed, that's an amazing part of living a plant-based lifestyle. And this actually brings us to our second live giveaway. If you made a donation to Plant Powered Metro between November 22nd and yesterday, the 28th, or if you entered through our form without a donation, then you've been entered to win one of 8 prizes that we're giving away on the show to 11 lucky winners. Right now, we are giving away a deluxe gift box from Rancho Gordo. You might receive some of the items Chef Carol just spoke about. The deluxe box includes 5 one-pound bags of assorted heirloom beans, freshly harvested and ready for cooking. Our winner is, we need a drum roll, right, Jim? Lainey Friedman. Lainey, congratulations. Our team will contact you tomorrow to claim your prize.
So amazing, amazing. So if you're wondering how to enter and get in those prizes, well, let's just make sure it's really clear. Here's what you need to do. Bottom here somewhere, there'll be a donation ticker that'll be up there. If you make an online donation to Plant Powered Metro New York or complete a form without a donation, either way, anytime today or tomorrow, you'll be entered to win one of 9 prizes for 15 lucky winners, like the Rancho Gordo beans. And by the way, the round 2 prizes are really, really extensive. We talked about the Vitamix and Main Street Vegan Academy next year, and Dr. Ettinger's e-course and the Jumpstart, and there's so much cool stuff that you will be entered to win. So among other things, we're giving away not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 spots in our 21-day Plant Powered Jumpstart. That is starting, I believe, Leanne, it's on the 5th of January when it's starting up. Why don't you talk a little bit about that? Because it's such an amazing, amazing opportunity for people to really get absorbed into this lifestyle.
Yes, yes. So if you're curious to see how plant-based nutrition can improve your health, and if you know you need to work your way through some of the transitional hurdles of dietary change, that's what our Jumpstart is all about. It's a guided exploration of a whole food plant-based lifestyle. We help you to go all in for 3 weeks with another week of prep time on the front end. And we've run these Jumpstarts in English and Spanish almost 30 times over the past 4 years, even before we started Plant Powered Metro. Each time we are bearing witness to health improvements as basic as having more and sustained energy, to newfound confidence in healthy eating practices and mastering meal prep, and then also the full-on health transformations that you'll see in some of the videos today, reversing lifelong gastrointestinal issues or coming off of medications for hypertension. These are real stories that have happened in our Jumpstarts. The Jumpstart is about 95% virtual. So for our local folks, we try to offer in-person market tours in neighborhoods around the metro area, which will, of course, be a little chilly in our winter program, but well worth it. You never know what you can find at the market these days. And this January, our Jumpstarters are going to meet twice per week for educational sessions on nutrition and lifestyle skills. And once per week, you'll meet in a small group with a peer mentor to get more personalized support and to share and crowdsource ideas. Needless to say, it is a really comprehensive experience. Chef Carol Levy is one of our Jumpstart grads who then turned around and started teaching others how to cook. You already heard from Richard David Guy, you heard from Gabby. They were our Jumpstart members, and there are amazing stories to share from those. So as Plantathon continues, you'll hear other stories about from our Jumpstarters and what the experience meant for them. And if you're curious about the finer details, you can visit our website. Right on the homepage, you'll find out how to sign up. For more information, you can enroll in the Jumpstart. Right now, registration is open, and I'm going to put a direct link to find this information in the comments so you can all follow up and learn more.
Now I got to put myself in camera now, right? That is a great reason to make a gift in and of itself, and you could become part of the 21-day Jumpstart. So we hope you'll generously support us. All donations matched up to $50,000. Second chef demo coming up. We're now sharing the second healthy holiday demo of the day, each one featuring one of our great culinary educators, and this time it's Chef Rebecca Johnson. Rebecca is Plant Powered Metro's newest staff member, serving as our partnerships manager, and it's really been great to get to know her. And among other things, she has trained food service workers in New York City public schools. Come back, by the way, at 6 p.m. for a live panel discussion with Rebecca and Carol and Brandy, all of our community chefs. But now she's going to show us how to make a holiday stew. Yum. Oh, Rebecca.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Plantathon 2023. I'm Chef Rebecca, and I am making a vegetable stew. So what you have here on the table are all my ingredients. This is our mise en place, where we've already put everything out ready to cook. That really is a great kitchen hack, is you want to make sure that you have everything already out and you're not searching while you're cooking. So in this vegetable stew, one of the things we're going to do is we are going to cut our vegetables large. So as we eat meat often, we're looking for a certain kind of flavor. So I'm just turning on my cooktop here, and we are going to do a type of water saute. But instead of using water, we are going to be using mushroom broth. I'm using mushroom broth because it's going to give that umami flavor. And that's what we're always looking for, especially when we're used to eating dishes that formerly had meat. So this is the mushroom broth, as you can see, the color. And so I'm going to get my pan really hot. And I'm just going to pour a little bit. And what we're looking for, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for that sizzle. And so that lets me know that my pan is ready. So next what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my carrots in. And I'm putting my carrots in first because my carrots are something that it takes a little longer. Out of everything I'm cooking today, the carrots take the longest. So that's why I'm putting them in first. Also, if you see the way I'm cutting them on the bias because it makes them look good, but also they're thick, and so that shape is actually going to make it look larger in my bowl. Why am I doing that? Well, as Americans, you know, we are used to eating large portions of things, and sometimes when we eat vegetables, if they're all chopped up very small, we feel like we're missing something. So since this is a stew and we want it to be hearty, we want it to look hearty, we are actually cutting it in a bias. And so as this cooks down, if you know anything about the water saute, once this bubbles away and we get all that liquid out, what's going to happen, I am using a cast iron pan because, you know, I love to use that. It gets hot. I want to give this a little char. You're used to making stews in a pot. It could be Instapot, but we're doing this on the stove top. And so I am looking to get a little caramelization on my carrots. So look at that. All the liquid's gone. I come back with a little more liquid. And I keep doing that until I get a nice brown coloring on the outside of my carrots. So now, the next thing we want to do, after I get the brown, not getting it now, this takes a little longer than our demo today, is I am actually going to put in some celery. And I'm just doing the same thing. Oh, it's about 3/4 of an inch wide because I want that chunk when it hits my mouth. I want that big, the texture, but also the size. So I'm going to put my celery in. And one of the things I wanted to share with you about using leeks, love leeks for any kind of soup or stew, is you can cut them in rounds, but you need to wash them because the grittiness is all inside. But also, one of the hacks you can do is you can cut it right down the middle and cut half moons. And then put it in your liquid. This is just water. I rinse these other ones first, get all the grittiness out, and then add that to our saute. So we're not using onions, we are using leeks. Nice. All right, so we got our, I wish you guys could smell this. We've got our celery, we've got our leeks, we've got our carrots, which are definitely starting to smell that caramelized flavor because they've got sugar in them. Carrots have the sugar, so now as it cooks down, we're getting that smell, that char. All right, so I'm putting in a little more, and I'm going to keep going like this. So I'm going to make a little slurry, and that's one of the tricks to this dish. So I'm going to use arrowroot, and I'm putting in garlic powder, and just a pinch of salt. And then I'm going to make a slurry. I'm making a slurry because I want this to be thick. And this is going to cook down as I'm cooking. And it's going to give this some thickness. That's my first hack for getting this to be a little thicker. And then I'm going to start adding my seasoning. So I got a little onion powder here. I've got some thyme, which I have actually picked myself, which makes this dish a little more special, and oregano. And so we're going to mix all this together. And it's just cooking down. So I've got beans. I made my beans already. I use lima beans on purpose. You guys can guess already why I use the lima beans. Yes, because they're large, right? And we're trying to give that texture in the mouth. But also they're creamy. So they're going to add a little creaminess to this stovetop vegetable stew. We're also putting in corn, and we're putting in string beans. The very last thing, because it doesn't take long to cook at all, are the peas. But I got myself a little treat, and my treat is broccolini. And so I'm going to use the crowns and the stems. So now I'm going to put in some bay leaf, because I want that bay leaf to cook in with my stew. Oh, that smells so good. I'm going to add in my corn and string beans. Again, all this can be done in an Instapot, but I like doing it this way just because I like to get that char by using my pan. And it's going to give it a little more flavor without adding salt, and I do have just a little drop of, I'm going to show you in something I'm going to show you. See what I did there in a minute. Okay, and now I'm going to add my beans. I love lima beans. Oh my gosh. That was such something that I had all the time as a child. My family definitely ate a lot of lima beans. They look like the gigante beans, which I do also eat those as well. Okay, and then I am going to add in my peas. So here's my stew with all the items that you see there. But one of the things that I did when I'm cooking for the holidays is I always try to make it look festive. So I took a ramekin, I put the stew inside, and on top is sweet potato. You could use white potato as well, but on top here is sweet potato. And then I fired it a little bit in the broiler, and underneath is my stew. And so that's it, folks. I hope you'll make this dish and have a wonderful holiday. That sweetness of that potato mixed with the savoriness of the stew is just perfect. Thanks for joining me.
Hi, my name is Hannah Martinez, and I am the Design and Media Associate at Plant Powered Metro New York. I eat whole food plant-based because I only have one body and I want to treat it well. And I would treat my body the way I would treat any other precious possession in my life. So a quick to prepare meal that I love is peanut butter soba noodles. Soba noodles are a buckwheat noodle that cooks really quickly, takes about 5 minutes. So I put them in the pot of boiling water, and then towards the end add a little raw bok choy, scallions, chop up some tofu, and dress it with a really simple sauce such as peanut butter, a low sodium soy sauce, and a little rice vinegar, and it is delicious.
Leanna, answer me a question, okay? After seeing Chef Brandy, Rebecca, even listening to Hannah's recipe, how can anyone say there's no flavor eating this way? Is it even possible to say that with any degree of credibility?
It's not possible. I wish that I had more time to make the food that they make. It's so good looking.
It is, and again, I know we eat with our eyes. We clearly, the smells is what's intoxicating during the holidays. I really think that this is the time of the year where people lose the focus because there's all these traps is the sugar and the oil and the high fat and all that stuff that's out there. And they're just not getting a lot of information that really seems to be something that can keep them on the straight and narrow. So having these discussions, listening to our chef's panel later, I think hopefully will inspire some folks. Agree?
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
I love how both of our chefs have used sweet potato. Sweet potato is such an amazing food in general that I think we don't use enough throughout the year. It's not just a holiday food. It's really available all the time.
Every day I have one. See, at least I seem to have one every day. So I have the salad for lunch, which isn't here yet, but at 2 o'clock, I'm going to sneak out for a few minutes. Did you get your drink, by the way? Did you have your smoothie today?
I'll go make my smoothie a little later, Jim. Thanks.
Okay. And I understand maybe your daughter will be making something that's really tasty later on too, right?
She will.
I can't wait to see it. Right now, though, I'm going to kick Leanna off the screen and bring on our next guest. And I'm actually so excited to be able to introduce Anthony Dissen to everyone. So in the news media, it seems that each new study of this or that food or this or that diet makes it impossible for us to know what to eat, how to live a long, healthy life. Easy to throw up our hands, especially this time of the year, and stick with the foods we were raised on or the ones that bring us comfort. While others follow diets that religiously they think is good for them, and they wonder why it's not working for them. So today we're so pleased to bring on the show Anthony Dissen, a registered dietitian, nutritionist, and public health educator, to explain why, and I'll put it in air quotes, reading it online on social media is often not good enough to separate fact from fiction in the world of nutrition. Earlier this fall, his journal article on this very subject was published in the American Journal of Lifestyle Medicine. Anthony's a tenured instructor of health science in the School of Health Sciences at Stockton University in Galloway, New Jersey, in the southern part of the state, and he worked previously as the outpatient and community education director, or dietitian, I should say, at University Medical Center of Princeton, and as a dietitian instructor at Centra State Medical Center in Monroe Township. His scholarly work focuses on the intersections between queer and gender non-binary communities in the healthcare system, as well as the application of mindfulness, contemplative practices, and narrative-based medicine in improving personal well-being and enhancing student learning in higher education. Gosh, Anthony, I don't think we have any time for the interview, but that was a great lead-up. Welcome to the show today.
Thank you. Thank you for that incredibly kind introduction. I'm very excited to be here.
I'm really excited to have you here because as a profession, I teach technology for a living, and I teach people how to find stuff online. It's been one of my real focuses is the misinformation. So we'll get to that, but why don't we start the conversation asking you that I understand you chose to be a dietitian for not the normal reasons. Can you tell our audience a bit about this?
Sure, absolutely. So the very quick introduction of myself, I really found this field of nutritional sciences and dietetics quite by accident, I have to say. I entered into my own college experience, very interested in sciences and very interested in research, but I thought I was going to go in a very different direction in the biological sciences. And then I realized, well, that's a very difficult way to then interact with people. And that's really what I enjoy very much is interacting with people. And by this time, I had already myself started to adopt a plant-based diet and was very interested about the role of not just nutrition and health, but specifically how to make a plant-based diet as healthy as possible. So I stumbled very backwards into this very fascinating and exciting career that I've been in for the last 17, 18 years now or so, really learning about not just the application of nutrition and food and health, but really the art of how to talk to people about it. And just like yourself, really learning how to navigate an ongoing dilemma that a lot of industries and areas face, which is how to separate out good quality information from moderately good information from that information, which is just not accurate at all. And we see this across all different areas. And I didn't expect this to be a big focus of my career when I first began, but it seems to be one of the things I talk about the most.
Understandable completely. I always like to say it's the combination or this separation of noise and nuance.
Yes,
really
I love that.
It's what we have to deal with. But define for the audience, health literacy. Let's put that on the table as a starting point, and then we can dig deeper.
Sure, absolutely. So health literacy is, pretty simply put, is just the ability of a person, so you or me or anybody here today, is the ability of a person to find information, to understand the information that they've come across, and their ability to then apply or utilize that information. So health literacy would be the ability of a person to find information that pertains to their health or the health of a person they care about, their ability to then understand and critically evaluate the information they've come across, and if they deem that information to be valuable, how to then apply it to their life or the lives of other people. So this then ties into the idea of digital health literacy, which is how we do this in the digital field. One of the things that has changed so much in the last maybe 20 years or so is to put information online in any kind of quality way. You really needed to understand coding. You really needed to understand the internet. You needed to understand technology, which few of us do. And so it was very hard to put information online. It was expensive. So typically only researchers or people that were part of organizations could really afford to do so. Nowadays, for better and for worse, it is incredibly easy to put information online. It's easy to make a website. It's easy to pop on social media and just see what people are posting. So the need for that literacy skill to really seek out, appraise, and evaluate information is more important than ever.
People don't even know there's like these different levels of web 1.0, web 2.0, web 3.0, and really web 2.0, which was the early part of the century, is when it became the interactive web, and that changed the game. Probably changed.
I know more than any of us know. It's hard, I think, for a lot of people who are sometimes referred to as digital natives, who have really grown up with this kind of easy access to technology, to conceptualize what it was like to not just pull information out immediately from the air, and in some ways that it's liberating to be able to have such great access to information. But then, of course, there comes then the skill needed to be able to really piece through it all and see what might be accurate.
Yeah, let's talk about that skill. I've seen a stat, I'm actually reading it right now, that approximately 80% of people who use the internet search for health-related information there. Yikes. So making information more accessible can be good, but, is it good? Is it problematic? Can we not define it that way?
Sure. I mean, that's really the key question here. Is there's nothing inherently wrong with putting information online. It's actually been shown to be a good skill in healthcare practice, is to empower patients. And that patients are just members of the general community, right, to be truly more self-aware of and more engaged in their healthcare. One of the things that really spurs that is the ability to find information on their own. I get the great privilege to be part of a university where I have access to a university library, and all of the research that's available, that's not the common experience. And so if I'm a general member of the public and I want to learn information about diabetes, or I want to learn information about Crohn's disease, or whatever it is that it might be, I can't just jump into a university library and start seeking through information. A lot of this is just, very jargony, and a lot of it is behind paywalls. So the fact that there is now consumer-facing sources of health information is really wonderful. The concern, though, is a lot of information that is shared is no longer rooted in the desire for accuracy. It's rooted in the desire for clicks, the desire for likes, the desire for reshares, right? That's sort of the world that we're living in. And so the more inflammatory or the more shocking or the more alluring the page or the post, the better, even if it's not necessarily based in good information.
Good, bad information isn't the driver, as you said. Unfortunately, with clickbait, that's what sells. That's what advertisers are looking for. And, every day I'm on my tablet, I'm looking through one of the apps that I use to peruse through the news, and I see a title and I hesitate because I know if I go into that article, it's not going to be what I expect it to be.
Absolutely.
So how does the average person get past that? And what really can be done to get them to understand, don't go there, because that's not going to be what they're selling it to be.
Exactly. Well, I got to say the word sell there is really a key thing. And there are a few different key fact-checking skills that any of us can utilize. And I really like these fact-checking skills that a researcher named Michael Caulfield created at Washington State University. Now, he created these or really promoted these as a way of increasing literacy when it comes to political literacy, but it also drives us right into health literacy as well. And the first thing is to do, which just as simply as called reading laterally, which means finding out the source of the information and finding out what other people are saying about the source. So, for example, if we're talking about an internet influencer, for example, well, that's potentially a source of information. This might be a really well-educated person, or it might not be so much. So what have other people said about this web page or this Instagram profile or this TikTok profile or the person within it? What is being said in sort of the larger public sphere about them? Do they seem to be credible, not so credible? It's just an important first step in the ability to evaluate information. One of the other things we can do is check for previous work. What else have people said about this? One of the first things I remember really being captivated by when I first started to research and get really interested in this idea of misinformation and dubious health claims is the idea that health and research are never meant to be groundbreaking, right? Health and science and research in any field is meant to be cumulative, right? That we are collecting hundreds or thousands of studies in a particular area in the hopes that the overall preponderance of data will show us something approaching the truth. So what has already been investigated about a claim, whether it's about health and nutrition, whether it's about a health condition, whether it's about an exercise program, or whether it's about a supplement or whatever it is that it might be, right? Are there hundreds or thousands of studies that support this claim? Or is this an outlier? Is this claim that's being made kind of out in the ether without a lot of evidence to support it? So those are two very important skills that a person can very quickly in a few minutes do to evaluate a claim.
And it's important that it will only take a few minutes because people don't seem to have the patience or the time to be able to really dig as deeply as they need to. True that you did a study of undergraduate students, and what did you come up with in that study?
Yeah, so I did a study of undergraduate students here at my university, and basically we kept it pretty simple. We asked them to evaluate different websites that were related to health. They were given as much or as little time as they would like with each website. And they were asked a simple question: do you think this is an accurate source of health information, yes or no? So students were given the opportunity to do that. And then we asked them at the end an open-ended question: what do you do to evaluate the accuracy of the information that you seek online? And what we found was quite interesting, but also quite concerning, and that the students were, for the most part, very good at identifying the accurate sources of health information, but they were incredibly unable, let's say, to identify the poor sources of health information, that websites and other sources of online information that clearly were biased, that were not well researched, that had quite dubious claims, and some of them had rather quite harmful claims. The majority of students actually incorrectly found them to be accurate sources of health information.
I'm having a hard time with that. How is that's a duality? They understand the good stuff, but doesn't that by default mean they understand the bad stuff too?
Exactly. And what really clarified that question in terms of, well, what is the concern here, is when we evaluated their open-ended responses, the themes that came forward in terms of what they claimed to be doing to find the evaluation of the health information they found was the website professional looking. So they sort of had this idea that if a website was very clean and it was very well designed, then it must be more accurate. They claimed that if a website ended in a .org, that made it was more accurate in terms of what's called top-level domain designation. So there again was a time where something like a .org really meant something, but these days a person with a credit card can get a .org website with little to no additional efforts. So there's a bit of an outdated idea in their heads in terms of what they thought. And the other concerning thing that came forward was if it collided with things they'd already believed. So there was some of that confirmation bias that it seemed to be along the lines of what they already assumed to be true. They were more likely to assume this website was accurate as well.
That could be one of the biggest things that's out there, the confirmation bias that we all have, that we're not only agreeing with that, but we're looking for that information. It's a nasty, nasty circle that we just keep being dragged down. So what do our viewers take away from this? How can they be more conscious? I know you sort of alluded to a few, but go for it.
Yeah, so in addition to what was mentioned before in terms of, reading laterally, what are people saying, go to the source, what are some previous work that's been done? One of the things that can be very helpful, and one of the things that we can really take away from this is that we don't want to think of health information, and this is particularly true of nutrition and health, as sensational equals better. And I see this a lot. I do a lot of additional research even since this study on health information that's shared on social media. And this is one of the most common things that comes up is, again, in this idea, like you mentioned, of clickbait and just how do we get people's attention, that the more sensational a claim, the more it tends to draw our attention. And so I know this might sound a bit odd, but sometimes the most accurate and the most quality health information we come across can be rather boring in terms of how it's presented, because again, it's about adding to the body of knowledge and seeing where that body of knowledge is pointing us versus the latest trend, something that's groundbreaking, something that's more inflammatory. That tends to be a rather key red flag. So as all of us are subjected to health information and other forms of information we find online, just something to keep in mind, right? We want to do, again, as Michael Caulfield would say, circle back. So we've done this research, we've looked at what other people say, we can circle back to that source and say, does this seem to hold up to what the greatest abundant evidence that we have available to us is pointing us towards? And if it's not, it doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It just might be worthy of some additional research. And if it does seem to be moving along with where we're seeing lots of corroborating evidence go forward, we can feel more secure in the information we come across. And the only other thing I'll share with that for right now, at least, is the recognition of bias. Is this person selling a product? Is this person trying to get me to sign up for their retreat? That doesn't make, again, the information wrong. It just means we should have a little extra scrutiny with it.
So sensational doesn't equal better. Can we then assume that sensational equals worse? Or is that a dangerous trap?
I think that probably has more strength behind it than not. Often, even if it's a good quality source of information, if it's trying to sensationalize it may lose a bit of its rigor, and it may lose a little bit of its accuracy in the process of being popular or of being very noticeable. So that can certainly be something at least give us a bit more pause.
So give us a few examples about the dangers of not being cautious. Any particular things pop up that really just we need to have everyone become aware of?
I would say one of the things we want to be very thoughtful of is when we are making health choices based on the information we come across. Now, one of the things that is so supportive and helpful about dietary changes, for example, is that for the most part, movement in a healthier dietary direction is going to be simple in terms of it really should require minimal effort to start making healthy changes. Now, the road to health may require me to make a number of changes over the course of many months or years, but that first step forward should be relatively simple. Just eating an extra bit of fruit today, switching out my cereal for something more whole grain, right? There's tiny little things we can do that truly make a difference and really move us forward in a good way. But if I am coming across information that says I need to throw out all the medicine in my medicine cabinet, that I need to make 100 changes overnight, that I need, right, the kind of thing that is overwhelming, the kind of thing that is quite, how do I want to say, that is quite intense in its ask of us. Well, that is where a person could start to potentially harm themselves, either by exacerbating a health condition, by potentially harming themselves through some deficiencies that could come up, especially with certain dietary messages that are incredibly restrictive and quite limiting. That is where I think sometimes this message, again, can come across in a harmful way. Because if that sensational message is, if you don't follow my program like this, you will become ill, you will die, right? That can bring up a lot of fear. And we don't tend to then take the time to seek out information and to evaluate that information when we are afraid or when we're panicked. And so we want to focus on things that we can do step by step and evaluate their impact on our own health, as opposed to making so many changes or adopting so many behaviors overnight that they could potentially harm us without us even realizing it.
But you mentioned fear, and we know fear sells, so it's a perfect way for them to really get to people and get that emotive reaction.
Absolutely.
Didn't talk about your plant-based journey, but could I be safe to assume that you looked at the data and figured out it was the right way to go?
Well, what was exciting for me at the time was, starting off my education. I as opposed to being a nutrition professional and then starting to eat a more plant-based diet, I came into the beginning stages of my education already curious and already personally following a plant-based diet. And over the last 20 years that it's been that I've been personally following a plant-based diet, in the last 18 years that I've been doing so in some form of community or public health or clinical health work. It's been very exciting to see the research continuing to be published that shows that not only is a plant-based diet, not only can it be done healthfully, and it's amazing that we live in a world with the access to technology and the access to different kinds of foods that can help us do so healthfully, but that are so many wonderful lifestyle influences we can have through our food and our diet and exercise and other things that can do more than just help us feel good. They can really make a significant impact on reducing our risk for illness, as well as helping us to manage different illness or disease states better. So it's been very exciting to see over the last 2 decades or so that I myself have been, eating and living in this way, to see so much research, not just being done by plant-based researchers, but just people in health research in general, seeing the benefits of adding more and more plant-based foods to the diet, the benefits of emphasizing more whole versus overly processed foods. It's been very exciting.
Sounds like amazing. I know we only have time for a few more questions, but I didn't want to forget to talk about your being steeped into the health and well-being of the LGBTQ plus communities. And can you share what you've been studying there and learning about?
Absolutely. So the 2 major areas that I've been doing work on in this, and I'm actually doing a study on this right now, is the ability of healthcare professionals to work with and understand the different cultural differences of different communities, in this case, members of the LGBTQ plus community. So right now I'm actually doing a study on dietitians to understand their own cultural competency and their own cultural humility, because we see this across many different types of cultural identity, that when people feel that their healthcare professionals see them, understand them, respect them, treat them with dignity, people are more likely to come for visits and checkups and follow-ups and to be honest and to share information. But when patients and community members feel that their professionals are not presenting that kind of cultural competency and respect, they're more likely to step away, which increases the risk of different kinds of health conditions and health risks over time. So that's one big area that I look at. And then the other area is specifically what are some of the unique health needs within the LGBTQ plus community, especially with men. The idea of muscularity and kind of what is sometimes called big orexia, the idea that I'm never big enough, muscular enough, etc. Well, that can lead people to make some rather harmful dietary and lifestyle behavior choices when their goal might move away from health and towards muscularity, towards thinness, towards a type of physical ideal. So some colleagues of mine actually in Poland and Spain are currently writing up a manuscript of a study we did on this idea of disordered eating and eating habits in gay men in Spain and Poland, because again, there can be these cultural messages of what attractiveness looks like or what an ideal body looks like that can really influence the kinds of food choices and dietary choices people make.
Amazing stuff. Last question, I'll let you go. And we're asking it of all of our interviewees today, and that is, what is the one thing that you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's world?
Oh, what a great question. I love that. I would say the reminding myself of actions like this, to be honest, that community exists, that even in a world of great difficulty right now and stress and all the things that so many of us are experiencing, that as much as our technology, as we've been talking about this last few minutes, can be a bit problematic, it can also bring us together, and it gives us an opportunity to share with people, to communicate with people, to share difficulties and receive support. And that gives me great comfort to know that there are communities out there that are genuinely caring about the people who belong to them.
And that's what it's all about. Tech isn't good or bad. It just is. And it's all about the people.
Exactly.
Anthony, I wish we had another hour to talk. Thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate your coming on the Plantathon, and hope our paths cross really soon.
I hope so as well. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Be well. I'm going to bring back Leanna. Leanna.
Everybody, that was great.
Oh my gosh. I was going to cancel the rest of the Plantathon just to talk to Anthony for the next 6 hours. He's doing such great stuff.
Absolutely. I think for me, of course, in the transition to plant-based nutrition, even just finding the information about what to eat, of course, is the hardest piece. And I've got books on my shelf that I had found along the way that have interesting messages, but they're not all evidence-based. And so the question of how to find that website, how to find that book and make sense of it, and what's right about it, and then what's not quite so right, and being like human about our own mistakes and about people who write and publish this stuff, their mistakes. We are only human.
We are human, but the problem that we do see is that a lot of the stuff that is not evidence-based is written by evidence-based people, doctors. I mean, I followed the zone diet. It was a heart doctor who talked about it and told me to eat 40% of my calories protein. Okay, I had a stroke and an issue with my widowmaker, but a big deal. I mean, it was a doc who was saying this. It's kind of frustrating.
Yeah. And with keto, it's the same thing too. There's so much out there now with keto that seems to be really grounded in university-based science, but there's too much against it at this point. So
I think you have something to introduce right now, do you not?
I do. So an hour ago, we met Gabrielle Estevez-Zinoa, a medical student at SUNY Downstate Health Sciences University, who is becoming a plant-powered MD. And now you'll hear from her colleague, another medical student at Downstate, Laura Stoyanova.
Hi, my name is Laura Stoyanova. I'm a fourth-year medical student at SUNY Downstate, and I'm the founder of the Downstate Lifestyle Medicine Interest Group. I'm also part of the Downstate Initiative for Nutritional Empowerment and helped start a vegetable garden on campus, and am on the trainee executive board of the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. I was interested in plant-based diets actually before medical school, and plant-based nutrition inspired me to make a career change into medicine. I had a personal health issue that was not adequately addressed by standard medical therapies, and I would say was made worse by them. I was desperately looking for solutions for myself when I came across all the evidence for plant-based diets. And for me, it worked. My goodness, not only did my symptoms improve, but I also experienced all the positive side effects that we know comes from this type of diet, like more energy, better digestion, and improved mood. Along those lines, I would also say that one of the biggest benefits of eating this way has been a complete change in perspective about the body. Before, I saw the body as a source of pain, a source of inevitable disease, but now the more I learn about it, the more I realize the body's overwhelming drive towards health and recovery, when given the right raw materials with a whole food plant-based diet. The focus changed dramatically from pathogenesis to salutogenesis, and I wanted to bring the same self-empowerment that I had experienced to others. This personal experience also taught me to never underestimate how motivated patients are to change. Providers often dismiss lifestyle factors because they assume patients cannot stick to the changes. And of course, it is very hard, but you have to give it a chance. The magic of plant-based diets is that often patients come to it for one reason and end up staying for the dozens of other benefits they experience, just as was the case for me. Nutrition was hardly brought up during my clinical rotations, let alone a whole food plant-based diet, even when attendings were familiar with the benefits. And though we recognize that medical school does not sufficiently train us in nutrition, patients expect doctors to know about it because they themselves realize it is fundamental. I believe it is of the utmost importance that medical students educate themselves about the role of diet and disease now. It will not only benefit your future patients, but it will deepen your understanding of the physiology of disease. It is estimated that at least 70% of chronic diseases are related to lifestyle factors. During clinical rotations, you come face to face with the devastation and suffering that these diseases bring to patients. And though it can be disheartening, understanding disease as related to lifestyle helps you realize what an uphill battle it is for people to stay healthy on a standard American diet. To me, until we embrace a whole food plant-based diet as the first-line medical management for chronic disease, there is still so much hope to change and to improve the dire state of health in the U.S. Now, during my entire 4 years of medical school, I have been looking for an easy answer on how to get patients eating plant-based. But I realize it's certainly not going to be easy. There's so many economic, cultural, socioeconomic factors that go into making the switch, and we all have to work together. Things are certainly changing in the right direction. New studies supporting the health benefits of whole food plant-based diets are coming out each day. Also, as we move towards more evidence-based practices, we're becoming more astute of finding effective solutions. I also see a huge potential for change in the restructuring of medical insurance from fee-for-service to a value-based care model, as is happening in some Medicaid managed plans. In a value-based care system, health insurance companies reward preventative measures and positive outcomes. It is basically a move from sick care to health care. The New York State Department of Health has noted themselves that it is a moral obligation to change the fee-for-service model. And as the evidence of whole food plant-based nutrition is coming out, I know that it will play a more mainstream role in preventative management. Though things are slowly evolving, medical school education, as is common, lags behind these industry changes. I believe it is of the utmost importance for medical students to educate themselves now to better situate our understanding of disease in the medical profession. These 4 years are formative for shaping the kinds of clinicians we want to be, and understanding the role of nutrition in health maintenance might open up a world of possibilities, not only for patients, but for us as caring and compassionate providers. Thank you so much.
Amazing. Thank you, Laura, and the many, many medical students who have found their way to a different way of practicing through lifestyle and through plant-based nutrition. Now, we wouldn't be Plant-Powered Metro New York without a heavy dose of Latin culture. Plant-Powered Metro's Latina leaders, Aifra Ruiz and Stephanie Cornejal, are here to host the next 2 hours of Plantathon for our Spanish speakers. Hola y bienvenidos.
Hola, mi nombre es Aifra Ruiz. Soy organizadora de la comunidad latina para Plant-Powered Metro New York. Plant-Powered Metro New York es una organización que empodera a las personas a mejorar su salud a través de una alimentación basada en plantas integrales, con iniciativas educacionales basadas en evidencia científica para crear una comunidad saludable. Nuestros programas incluyen charlas virtuales, demostraciones culinarias y nuestro fabuloso reto de 14 días a base de plantas. Nuestro reto a base de plantas es un programa de transición dietética donde las personas experimentan de primera mano los beneficios de este tipo de alimentación. Ofrecemos un sistema de apoyo y aprendizaje para que las personas puedan llevar este estilo de vida. Es uno de mis programas favoritos y me emociona ver los resultados que tienen cada persona al final del programa. Si te interesa, ve a nuestra página de internet aquí abajo y inscríbete en nuestra lista de espera. ¡Te esperamos!
Hola, soy Stephanie, una organizadora de la comunidad latina en Plant-Powered Metro New York. ¿Sabías que cada 2 semanas tenemos charlas gratuitas para la comunidad hispanohablante? Ven a conocer a otras personas que también están interesados en reformar su estilo de vida. Tenemos invitados que se han sanado con plantas, nutricionistas, doctores y chefs. Te esperamos allá.
Buenas tardes. Desde la ciudad de Lima quería contarles mi experiencia con el reto de 14 días a base de plantas. A pesar de que mi alimentación es a base de plantas desde hace muchos años, mi presión arterial era alta y no podía bajarla haciendo de todo y no lograba bajarla. Entonces decidí participar de este reto en el que además de la alimentación que yo llevaba se exigían ciertas cosas, como por ejemplo el no consumir aceite, el cocinar sin sal y la sal echarla al final, en el momento de ingerirla, no consumir productos procesados y mucha hidratación. Entonces decidí hacer el reto y me sentí contenta, cómoda, muy feliz porque no variaba en nada, solo en estos detalles que les acabo de contar variaba mi alimentación. Al quinto día de haber iniciado este reto, me sentí un poco extraña. Es más, pensé que me había vuelto a subir la presión. Pero ¿cuál fue mi sorpresa cuando me medí y tenía 11,5? Una presión que jamás había tenido. Entonces inmediatamente me asusté, les cuento, es la verdad. Llamé a mi hijo y me dijo que sí, que este tipo de alimentación podía estar bajándome la presión de esa manera y que me quedé tranquila. Así que así lo hice y continué. Mi presión continuó baja, fui al médico y me quitó alguna de las pastillas que tomaba y ahora mantengo la presión baja. A veces sube, a veces baja, pero en realidad es una presión que está estable y no sucedía eso antes. Entonces yo estoy feliz por haber participado de este reto. Agradezco a los coaches que tan amorosamente nos han orientado en llevar correctamente este reto. Agradezco a la organización que difunde el hecho de este tipo de alimentación a base de plantas que desde mi punto de vista nos va a llevar a vivir en un mundo mejor, lleno de amor y probablemente sin guerras. Muchas gracias y quería participar contándoles mi experiencia. Hasta pronto.
Hola, hola Stephanie.
Hola.
Bienvenidos al Plantathon. Mi nombre es Aifra Ruiz y estoy aquí con Stephanie Cornejal, ambas organizadoras de la comunidad en español para Plant Power Metro New York. El Plantathon es una celebración en vivo del Giving Tuesday, donde festejamos que somos muchas voces con una misión, que es promover la salud para todos. Durante este día estaremos presentando entrevistas en vivo y videos con líderes comunitarios y de salud que ilustran el poder de la nutrición y el estilo de vida a base de plantas. Si tienes alguna pregunta o reflexión, déjala en los comentarios para poder interactuar durante el día.
Mientras participas en Plantathon, haz una donación para apoyar a Plant Power Metro New York. Puedes donar por mensaje de texto a través de nuestro sitio de campaña Plantathon o en nuestro sitio web. Ahora tenemos el placer de presentarle a nuestro próximo invitado, el doctor Héctor Murillo, que nos está hablando de la planta al plato, cómo lograr la alimentación basada en plantas y su beneficio a mi salud. El doctor Murillo es médico cirujano certificado en medicina de estilo de vida por el International Board of Lifestyle Medicine, coordinador de servicio social y docente de la Escuela de Medicina de la Universidad de Montemorelos de México. Doctor Murillo, encantada de tenerlo aquí y ya le paso la palabra.
Pues gracias, el gusto es mío. Qué honor poder colaborar con ustedes en este Plantathon y enfocarnos a la comunidad latina, que les pueda llegar información confiable, información científica. Y el día de hoy vamos a hablar de la planta al plato, cómo lograr alimentación a base de plantas y sus beneficios a la salud. El contenido que les comparto lo pueden encontrar en este sitio. Ahí está la diapositiva porque a veces queremos acceder a ella. Ahí pueden encontrarla. Vamos a revisar primero planta, cuáles son los componentes de una alimentación a base de plantas, plato, los platos basados en plantas, después los beneficios de una alimentación a base de plantas y finalmente de la planta al plato, elementos que influyen en la elección de los alimentos. Así que vamos a comenzar. ¿A qué nos referimos con plantas? Decimos una alimentación a base de plantas y a veces pensamos en las plantas del jardín, ¿no? Algunas personas que no han estado involucradas. Nos referimos a plantas, en primer lugar, a las frutas. Las frutas vienen de los árboles, algunas raíces, entre otras formas como se producen, pero nos referimos a las frutas como derivados de plantas. La recomendación mínima de frutas, decimos, es 5 porciones. La fruta seca también cuenta. La recomendación es consume una variedad de colores, alrededor de 400 gramos al día, lo menos. Y siempre decimos, no te quedes con lo mínimo. No te quedes con lo mínimo. Estas 5 porciones son la recomendación mínima para que usted tenga beneficios a la salud y dentro de las múltiples beneficios pueda prevenir el cáncer. Pero esas 5 porciones es lo mínimo. De ahí puede ir a 9 porciones, puede ir a 13 porciones, puede ir más allá y más beneficio va a tener. Saben que las frutas es algo para mí sorprendente. Las frutas, cuando las vemos, se nos antojan. Aquí me regalaron justo una canasta de frutas. Yo veo, por ejemplo, una fruta y se me antoja. La toco y puedo, pues, digo, ya la quiero abrir, pero la huelo y entonces comienzo a disfrutar que ya me la quiero comer. Pero finalmente cuando llega a mi boca y la pruebo, explota la boca de sabor, porque es tan delicioso todo lo que encontramos, los sabores de las frutas. Realmente las frutas se disfrutan. El siguiente elemento, la siguiente tipo de alimentos que nos referimos como plantas son las verduras. Las verduras que a los niños no les gustan muchas veces, pero hay que usar herramientas y estrategias para que ellos empiecen a gustarles. Sabemos que si consumiéramos la recomendación adecuada de frutas y verduras, podríamos salvar 1.7 millones de vidas cada año. La recomendación va igual las 5 porciones y decimos, no te quedes, decimos con lo mínimo, añade hojas verdes, añade hojas verdes. Las hojas verdes dan beneficios adicionales a la salud que son sumamente necesarias. De igual forma, variedad de colores, unos 400 gramos sería lo recomendado. Y entonces ya tenemos el segundo grupo de alimentos al que nos referimos como plantas, ¿no? Las verduras. El tercer grupo de alimentos al que nos referimos como plantas son los cereales integrales. Los cereales integrales son carbohidratos complejos, nos dan una fuente de energía valiosísima para hacer nuestras actividades. Y como ejemplos de carbohidratos complejos tenemos el trigo, la avena, la cebada, el centeno, también algunos pseudocereales, como le suelen llamar, la quinoa, el amaranto. Son muchos. El maíz también entra aquí, ¿no? Ahora, hemos hecho algo ilógico. Rompemos el grano, quitamos parte del grano, ahí se van vitaminas, se van minerales, y luego a las harinas del grano procesado le añadimos vitaminas y minerales, ¿no? ¿Qué estamos haciendo? Le estamos quitando algo y le estamos añadiendo para fortificar esa harina, ¿no? Pues sí, el grano ya venía fortificado, pero le hemos quitado, incluyendo la fibra, ¿no? Pero los cereales integrales tienen múltiples beneficios a la salud, pero uno de los más relevantes es la fibra. Actualmente la sociedad consume dietas bajas en fibra. Esto hace que la microbiota intestinal se afecte. La fibra es el alimento para la microbiota entre los múltiples otros beneficios que nos puede dar. La recomendación va de 6 a 11 porciones al día. Claro, al hablar de cereales integrales, luego pensamos en cereales, le decimos a los niños, oye, ¿qué quieres desayunar? Cereal. ¿Qué es eso que ellos dicen? Cereal, lo asocian cereal con leche, ¿no? Pero realmente ellos están pidiendo una caja llena de azúcar y colorantes. Eso es. Hemos cambiado el término de cereal y lo hemos asociado a este concepto de una caja llena de azúcar y colorantes. Entonces, estos son los verdaderos cereales. No deben de faltar en nuestra alimentación y son fundamentales para los seres humanos. El cuarto ya grupo de alimentos son las legumbres. Las legumbres tienen proteína de buena calidad. Tradicionalmente y erróneamente habíamos asociado proteína de buena calidad solamente los alimentos de origen animal, ¿no? El huevo y la carne. Y resulta que lo interesante acá con la alimentación a base de plantas es que es un poquito más difícil, por llamarle así, conseguir la proteína completa. ¿Por qué? Porque tengo que mezclar legumbres y cereales. Pero si yo sé cómo es una alimentación completa, adecuada, balanceada, pues no va a ser difícil. ¿Por qué? Porque intencionadamente voy a elegir cereales integrales y legumbres. Y de esta forma me aseguro de tener una proteína de buena calidad. Más bien cumplir con los aminoácidos esenciales que están divididos entre cereales y legumbres. Cuando consumen alimentos de origen animal, pues es más fácil, ¿no? Es más fácil hacerlo, pero no necesariamente es mejor porque hay riesgos asociados a estos alimentos. Entonces vienen las leguminosas, por ejemplo, los frijoles, las lentejas, los garbanzos, la soya, en sus derivados también como el tofu. Y a destacar, por ejemplo, los chícharos, ¿no? Los chícharos. Desgraciadamente, los niños ya no conocen los chícharos. A veces decimos chícharos y lo único que piensan es un jugador de México, el Chicharito, y ya. Pero realmente los chícharos son algo valiosísimo nutricionalmente. Es una legumbre muy, muy, muy valiosa. Y el otro son los frijoles. Las poblaciones latinoamericanas, pues en nuestra dieta tradicional están los frijoles. Desgraciadamente ya no las consumimos como deberíamos. Otros alimentos industrializados han estado ocupando este lugar de los frijoles y esto hay que rescatarlo. Realmente es un alimento también muy, muy valioso. La recomendación de los frijoles va de las legumbres, va de 3 porciones o más cada día. De aquí pasamos a otro grupo de alimentos que hemos olvidado mucho. Son las nueces y semillas. Las nueces, también decimos, pues son plantas, derivados de plantas. Las nueces, la recomendación va de 1 a 3 porciones al día, de preferencia sin sal, ¿no? Cuando ya traen sal, pues aún así tiene beneficio, pero la sal tiene riesgos, el exceso de sodio tiene riesgos a la salud, principalmente ligado a la presión arterial elevada. Esto seguramente ya lo sabe. Ahora, las nueces y semillas también tienen proteína de buena calidad y además tienen grasa de alta calidad. Que hay que destacar que la grasa es necesaria. Necesitamos la grasa en nuestro cuerpo para funcionar de una forma adecuada. Desgraciadamente, la sociedad ha tachado primero los carbohidratos, ¿no? Carbohidratos ya pensamos que es algo malo. No, carbohidratos complejos son sumamente beneficiosos. Y número 2, grasas. De alguna forma hemos ligado la grasa a algo negativo. Y ojo con esto. Hay grasas de buena calidad, como por ejemplo estas que vienen de las nueces, semillas, el aguacate también. Por supuesto que son de beneficio a nuestro cuerpo y hay que consumirlos. Cuidado con los aceites, ¿no? Los aceites que muchos de ellos derivan de semillas, semilla de girasol, entre otros. Pues los aceites son procesados, realmente se ocupa una planta de procesamiento para obtener el aceite. Y hay que tener cuidado, decimos recomendación pues de oliva, pero ideal, una alimentación a base de plantas, trataría de minimizar y excluir de igual forma el aceite, los aceites. De aquí pasamos a, quiero mencionar algo, seguramente habrán escuchado de las zonas azules, una de estas zonas azules es Loma Linda, California, y una de las características de que ellos vivan más tiempo es el alto consumo de nueces. 3 a 5 porciones por semana, ni siquiera es un consumo exageradamente alto. Pero recientemente salió un artículo de población latinoamericana, de México particularmente, donde decía que en México el bajo consumo de nueces es el principal factor de riesgo de mortalidad y de años de vida con discapacidad asociados a las enfermedades no transmisibles. Por un lado, las nueces vemos que nos alargan la vida, pero por otro lado vemos que las nueces nos reducen la vida. Entonces, la falta de consumo, hay que añadirlas a nuestra dieta. Y llegamos al último grupo, hierbas y condimentos. Hierbas y condimentos le dan un beneficio extra a la salud, le dan sabor a la salud. El potencial de estos no está cuantificado. La cantidad depende pues de cada uno de las recetas que hagamos. Pero ojo, hay que tener cuidado con las cantidades porque las hierbas tienen efectos sobre la salud y un exceso de algunas de estas pueden afectar con algunos medicamentos que tal vez tome o con algunas rutas biológicas normales. De recomendación, pues hierbas en general, según el tipo de alimentación que tengamos, pero también condimentos, por ejemplo, la cúrcuma, todos los beneficios que tiene los hemos mencionado. Entonces decimos, estas son las plantas, frutas, verduras, cereales integrales, legumbres, nueces y semillas y, por supuesto, hierbas. Decimos una alimentación a base de plantas. A esto nos estamos refiriendo, a estas plantas. Y de aquí vamos a la sección 2, el plato. El plato. ¿Cómo debería de ser nuestro plato? De todas estas plantas que hemos mencionado, habrá quien diga, bueno, yo solo quiero comer plátano, pues al fin de cuentas es una planta y ya está. Pues no, hay recomendaciones que nos dicen para tener un plato adecuado para nuestro cuerpo. El primero de ellos es justo el gobierno en los Estados Unidos. Ustedes pueden ver aquí la distribución. Un cuarto frutas, otro cuarto, un poquito más de un cuarto verduras o vegetales, un poquito más de otro cuarto granos enteros, y entonces añade otro cuarto proteínas. Ellos sí dan recomendación de proteína con origen animal en cantidades pequeñas. Incluso ellos dan la recomendación de los lácteos, lo cual todavía es muy controvertido. Sabemos del riesgo que tienen los lácteos a la salud. Este es el gobierno de los Estados Unidos. Veamos el gobierno de Canadá. Hace un par de años sacó este plato, Coma Bien para Vivir Bien. Y vemos el plato, la mitad del plato son frutas y verduras, la mitad del plato. Tenemos la sección de las proteínas, añaden una cantidad muy pequeña de alimentos de origen animal, pero sí los agregan, y por supuesto que añaden cereales o granos enteros. Ahora, usted dice, bueno, el gobierno, tal vez no quiero hacerle caso a los gobiernos, están ahí involucrados con la industria. Sí, es una realidad. Veamos este plato, el plato para comer saludable de la Universidad de Harvard. ¿Qué vemos? Igual, un poquito más de un cuarto del plato de vegetales, un poquito menos de un cuarto del plato de frutas, granos integrales y proteína saludable. De igual forma mencionan algunos elementos de origen animal. Sin embargo, sabemos de los riesgos asociados, pero por ejemplo dice, evite el bacon, evite las carnes frías, evite las carnes procesadas. Tenemos también, por supuesto, que el plato poderoso del Comité de Médicos para una Medicina Responsable, un cuarto son frutas, otro cuarto son vegetales, otro cuarto son granos y finalmente otro cuarto son legumbres. Este no incluye alimentos de origen animal, es el plato poderoso para sacar todo el beneficio a nuestra salud por medio de esta alimentación. De igual forma, esta es una organización, ¿verdad? De médicos, de personal que se dedican a la salud. Pero tenemos un plato más, el plato de la Comisión de Eat Lancet. Este plato es de científicos, ¿ok? Este plato se le designó crear esta alimentación a un grupo de científicos tratando de identificar cuál es el plato más saludable para los seres humanos, pero también cuál es el plato que es saludable para el planeta. Por eso le llamamos el plato o de la dieta planetaria. Y lo que vemos es la mitad del plato. De igual forma son frutas y verduras. Tenemos un poquito menos de un cuarto de granos enteros. Tenemos vegetales almidonados y incluyen ellos una cantidad reducida de lácteos y de alimentos de origen animal. Tenemos proteína vegetal. Tenemos aceites vegetales insaturados, cantidad reducida. Azúcares añadidos, cantidad reducida. Cuando vemos la proteína de origen animal y vegetal, por supuesto que lo que predomina es la proteína de origen vegetal y una cantidad muy pequeña, solamente muy pequeña de alimentos de origen animal, por no decir, pues, excluirla. Ahora, ellos plantean este plato como algo que se necesita lograr para que en el 2050, si somos, o esperando que seamos 10,000 millones de habitantes en esta tierra, pues el planeta pueda producir suficiente alimento para todos y además que esta alimentación sea saludable, ¿verdad? De eso se trata. Y ellos llegan a la conclusión, tener una dieta así requerirá grandes cambios dietéticos. ¿Por qué razón? Pues por la forma como comemos actualmente. Y dicen ellos, esto supone más que duplicar el consumo de alimentos saludables como frutas, verduras, legumbres y frutos secos. Es decir, estos alimentos, más que duplicar el consumo, no los estamos consumiendo. Y reducir en más del 50% el consumo mundial de alimentos menos saludables como azúcares añadidos y carne roja. Reducir el consumo drásticamente de esto, especialmente en los países capitalizados. Veamos la cantidad de estos grupos de alimentos que se comen a nivel mundial. Carnes rojas, 288%. Ellos plantean que hay que reducir a un 100% para decir que estamos en el límite saludable. La papa igual es el alimento vegetal que más se consume, pero desgraciadamente se come como algo no saludable, ¿no? Como son las papas fritas. El huevo también. Pero cuando vemos Norteamérica, esto es algo sorprendente. Estamos en la carne roja en un 638%. ¿Se imaginan la cantidad de consumo de alimentos de origen animal que tenemos? Se tendría que bajar a un 100%, es decir, reducir un 538%. Y lo mismo de huevo, y lo mismo de ave, y lo mismo de leche, de lácteos. Pero cuando vemos los granos enteros, vean aquí, ni se logra ver, ¿no? Ni se logra ver. Los frutos secos igual es mucho menos del 50%. Las legumbres, pues tampoco. Y nos preguntamos, ¿por qué razón estamos viviendo una pandemia de enfermedades no transmisibles? Pues veamos los excesos que tenemos y veamos que esto tan bueno y tan saludable que es para la salud, no lo estamos consumiendo. Yo les comparto este plato, el plato de Quiero Vivir Sano, donde una organización en la que he colaborado no incluye alimentos de origen animal, incluye un cuarto del plato de verduras, otro cuarto de frutas, los cereales integrales, la proteína vegetal a partir de legumbres, ¿sí? De nueces, de semillas, las grasas saludables, de igual forma el aguacate, el coco, cuando es coco entero, no el aceite de coco, nueces y semillas, y por supuesto las hierbas de olor que no pueden faltar. Cuando seguimos una alimentación a base de plantas, intencionadamente hay que poner un énfasis en nutrientes esenciales, como es la vitamina B12, como son los omegas, el calcio, vitamina D y hierro. No quiere decir que nos falten, excepto la B12, que sí hay que suplirla. Los demás, solamente hacer un énfasis especial para poder, pues, con nuestra alimentación, tener una alimentación variada y que no vayamos a tener carencia de estos. Adicional, nuestro vaso y el ejercicio, que es fundamental. Ahora, estos platos que hemos visto, gobiernos, dijimos, organizaciones de médicos, de profesionales, organizaciones de investigadores, entre otros, son los que los recomiendan. Pero ¿quién no recomienda estos platos? ¿Quién dice, no, tú no comas así, tú come de todo? Vamos a ver. No lo recomienda, pues, por ahí la tía, como se llame, la tía que no estudió nada de nutrición, la tía que no tiene información de nutrición, simplemente da su opinión, dice eso no es así, come lo que quieras, come tu huevo, come tu bacon, come lo que tú quieras. Por supuesto que los que venden alimentos, comida rápida, comida procesada, ¿no? La industria que vende estos alimentos, pues no lo recomienda. Para ellos, tú sigue comiendo pizza, sigue comiendo hamburguesas, porque no pasa nada. Cuando tú compras esto, ellos ganan y tú pierdes principalmente salud. ¿Quién más? Pues las industrias que venden otros tipos de alimentos procesados que vamos a comprar. Hablábamos ya de los cereales llenos de azúcar y colorantes, pues por supuesto que ellos no lo van a recomendar. Incluso se oponen muchas veces. La comida rápida, la comida chatarra, la industria de los refrescos también se opone a que la recomendación sea toma agua y no toma estas bebidas. La industria de los animales, ¿no? Que venden carne, también se oponen a estas recomendaciones. Y ojo con esto, también algunos pseudocientíficos, ¿ok? Ojo con esto, por ahí aparecen libros de algunos científicos que dicen no comas frijoles, ¿no? Y decimos, ¿cómo que no comas frijoles? Si el beneficio que se tienen de los frijoles, de las legumbres, es increíble para la salud de los humanos, y resulta que no se deben de comer frijoles. O por otro lado dicen, no comas cereales integrales, ¿no? No comas cereales porque tu cerebro se va a ver afectado. No hagamos caso a eso. Y muchas veces las recomendaciones son come exceso de grasa saturada, come de todo, no pasa nada, tú disfruta tu vida. Pues sí, hay que disfrutar la vida, pero también hay que tener cuidado con lo que hacemos si queremos cuidar nuestra salud. Entonces ya vimos lo que son las plantas, ya vimos las características que debería tener un plato cuando es un plato saludable, ya vimos los elementos, ya vimos quién lo recomienda y por supuesto también quién se opone a esto. Y entonces vamos a ver los beneficios. Cuando finalmente usted permite que el plato saludable o este plato a base de plantas, pues lo lleve a su cuerpo, lo lleve a su boca, ¿qué beneficios va a tener en su salud? Vamos a ver. En primer lugar, bueno, ahí está, cuando finalmente el plato lo hace a base de plantas. Cuando tiene alimentación a base de planta, estamos hablando de que esto es una forma de vida dietética que maximiza el consumo de alimentos integrales derivados a las plantas y minimiza o elimina el consumo de alimentos procesados y de origen animal. Cuando usted logra hacer esto, en su cuerpo va a entrar en distintos mecanismos biológicos que le van a permitir producir lo siguiente. Un estado de antioxidación. ¿Por qué? Porque a su cuerpo le está dando antioxidantes naturales como los encuentra en las frutas y las verduras. Esto va a permitir neutralizar los radicales libres o, dicho de otra forma, las toxinas que su cuerpo produce, que necesitan una estabilidad. Los antioxidantes lo va a lograr. Pero ojo, antioxidantes naturales derivados de las fibras, de las frutas y verduras. Número 2, finalmente su cuerpo va a poder entrar en un estado de antiinflamación. ¿Por qué? Porque le estoy evitando todas esas sustancias nocivas que me llevan a un estado proinflamatorio. Va a mejorar la función del sistema inmune, se reduce la actividad del cáncer, mejora la actividad de los telómeros, mejora la microbiota intestinal, hay una reducción del estrés oxidativo, mejora el metabolismo celular, se optimiza el colesterol sérico por múltiples vías, se logra un control de la glucosa por múltiples vías, se reduce la resistencia a la insulina. Todos estos y más beneficios o cosas que se logran en el cuerpo tienen distintos artículos científicos que respaldan los mecanismos biológicos por los cuales se logra esto, pero principalmente por dos razones. Número 1, yo le estoy permitiendo a mi cuerpo lo que necesita para restaurarse sí solo. Le estoy dando lo positivo, lo que mi cuerpo necesita. Fitoquímicos, antioxidantes, carotenoides, glucosinolatos, flavonoides, por supuesto que vitaminas, minerales y fibra. Esto mi cuerpo lo necesita para poder funcionar de una forma adecuada. Y le estoy evitando las cosas negativas. Grasa saturada, colesterol excesivo de la dieta, incluso antibiótico que viene en las carnes, factor de crecimiento similar a la insulina 1, carnitina y otros contaminantes químicos que se forman por temperaturas altas cuando cocinamos los alimentos de origen animal. Le estoy quitando todas estas cosas negativas a mi cuerpo y le estoy dando las cosas positivas a mi cuerpo y entonces voy a tener un gran beneficio para mi salud. Ahora, si yo permito esto y mi cuerpo entra en este estado, decimos, de reparación, ¿no? ¿Qué beneficios ahora sí voy a tener directos sobre mi salud? Una alimentación a base de plantas se asocia a una reducción de, número 1, mortalidad por cardiopatía isquémica, es decir, menos muertes por infartos. Número 2, disminución del peso sostenida. Usted quiere perder peso y frecuentemente perdemos y hay un rebote, perdemos y hay un rebote. Casi que el 90% de la población está intentando perder peso. Casi que todos quieren, mas no hacen suficientes cosas. Pero cuando las hacen, parece ser que conforme pasa el tiempo, otra vez recuperamos y recuperamos y recuperamos el peso. Una alimentación a base de plantas nos permite que se mantenga la disminución del peso a lo largo del tiempo. Claro que no es lo único y en un momento más vamos a hablar de esto. Reducción de la necesidad de medicamentos, disminución del riesgo de la mayoría de las enfermedades crónicas y en relación al punto anterior, la mayoría de los pacientes no quieren tomar medicamentos. Nosotros como médicos le decimos, tiene que tomar su medicamento. ¿Por qué? Porque está porque lo necesita, porque está poniendo en riesgo su salud si no lo toma. Y la mayoría no quieren. Está bien, no tomes el medicamento o esto con cuidado, pero haz cambios sustanciales en tu vida. Si haces un cambio sustancial, sigues una alimentación a base de plantas, haces ejercicio, duermes mejor, entonces yo mismo voy a ayudarte a retirar el medicamento. Pero imagínense, no hacemos cambios adecuados en nuestra salud y además no queremos tomar el medicamento, va a haber un riesgo muy grande para su salud. De igual forma, se disminuye la incidencia y la severidad de afecciones de alto riesgo, incluida la obesidad, la hipertensión, hiperlipidemia, hiperglucemia, entre otras enfermedades. Y finalmente, cuando sigo una alimentación a base de plantas, hago un estilo de vida saludable de forma adecuada, hay posibilidad de reversión de enfermedades. Principalmente enfermedad coronaria, hablamos de obesidad, hablamos de hipertensión, hablamos de diabetes tipo 2, estadios tempranos de, estatosis hepática, entre otras cosas. Pero hay que permitir que nuestro cuerpo se restaure otorgándole lo mejor. En este caso sería una alimentación a base de plantas. Vemos entonces que la alimentación es el aspecto más importante para mantener la salud o para desarrollar la enfermedad. Pero ojo con esto. La alimentación es uno de los pilares, más no es el único, ¿no? Lo tengo que mencionar porque pues, soy médico. La alimentación es el más importante y es uno. Pero hay más elementos del estilo de vida que influyen sobre la salud. Y a esto quiero dedicar algo de tiempo para que lo podamos dimensionar. El impacto que tiene la alimentación y los demás elementos sobre la salud y la vida de los humanos. Quiero compartir con ustedes este artículo que se llama El impacto de los factores de estilo de vida saludables en las expectativas de vida en la población de los Estados Unidos. Ellos identificaron 5 factores, bueno, aquí está. El objetivo fue estimar los factores de estilo de vida sobre la mortalidad prematura y la esperanza de vida en la población de los Estados Unidos a los 50 años. Basado en 2 estudios muy grandes, el estudio de salud de las enfermeras y el estudio de seguimiento de los profesionales de la salud, definieron 5 factores de estilo de vida como satisfactorios. Si los tenían, evaluaban la mortalidad que tenían a los 50 años. Se hizo un puntaje de 0 a 5 según los factores que tuvieran y se estimó con la mortalidad. Hubo un seguimiento de 34 años y se documentaron 42,000 muertes para que entendamos la magnitud de estos estudios. Y conforme los vemos, yo quisiera que usted los identificara. Para que dimensionemos el impacto que tiene la alimentación a base de plantas y también los demás factores de estilo de vida sobre nuestra salud. Aquí van, palomee o cuente cuántos tiene de estos 5. Número 1, nunca haber fumado. Número 2, un índice de masa corporal normal. Número 3, ingesta moderada de alcohol o no consumo de alcohol. Número 4, realizar actividad física, decimos más de 3.5 horas por semana de actividad física moderada a vigorosa. Esto va por ahí de 45 minutos al día. Si usted lo hace, palomita, ya tiene uno más. Y número 5, si usted sigue una dieta a base de plantas, pues cuente que lo tiene, ¿no? Básicamente son los elementos de una alimentación a base de plantas, lo que ellos consideraban: 4 porciones de frutas, 5 porciones de verduras, no consumo de carne, consumo de legumbres, consumo de cereales integrales, bajo consumo de sodio y grasas de buena calidad. Cuente cuántos tiene de esto. Lo siguiente es el resultado. Quiero que veamos el resultado, pero antes de eso, quiero que hagamos un ejercicio de aprendizaje, ¿ok? Porque estamos aprendiendo. Esto es un ejercicio hipotético, ¿ok? Así que les comparto 2 pacientes. Ella es Susana, tiene 50 años, vive sola, es oficinista, nunca ha fumado, tiene un peso normal, nunca ha tomado alcohol, hace ejercicio diario y tiene una alimentación saludable, una alimentación a base de plantas, decimos de tipo vegetariano. Ahí está Susana. Y ahora les comparto la vida de María. María tiene 50 años también. Ella fumó, tomó alcohol, todavía toma una cantidad baja de alcohol, se dedica al hogar y al terminar el día está cansada. Lo que hace pues es abrir por ahí una bebida negra que suena así, ve la televisión porque el cansancio, el trabajo de la casa también es pesado, no hace actividad física. Los domingos le gusta tener un tiempo en familia valiosísimo, va, se compra unas hamburguesas, las disfruta, por supuesto que no son a base de plantas, ¿no? Pero pasa un lindo tiempo, un lindo día con su familia haciendo esta actividad. Entonces aquí está María, pues fumó, está pasada de peso, tomó alcohol, no hace ejercicio, es omnívora, come de todo. La pusimos en un programa de 8 semanas de comer ensaladas y estaba diciendo, ya que se acabe esto, por favor, no quiero más, quiero seguir comiendo como suelo comer habitualmente. Y entonces aquí está María y Susana, qué gusto saludarles. Quiero preguntarles, ¿ustedes disfrutan su comida? Excelente. ¿Ustedes son felices? Pregunta complicadísima. Excelente. ¿Ustedes disfrutan a su familia, convivir con ellos, colaborar con ellos, estar con su familia? Fabuloso. Una cosa más, ¿ustedes les gusta ayudar a otros, hacen servicio comunitario, comparten lo que ustedes tienen? Perfecto. ¿Dónde está la diferencia entre Susana y María? Pues básicamente que Susana tiene 5 factores de estilo de vida saludable, incluyendo una alimentación a base de plantas, y María no los tiene. Las dos son felices, las dos disfrutan su comida, les disfrutan hacer sus actividades de la vida diaria. Entonces vamos a ver los resultados. Los resultados nos dicen que la esperanza de vida de los que tenían 0 hábitos fue de 29 años. A los 50 años, su esperanza de vida eran 29 años. Los que tenían un hábito, 31 años. Los que tenían 2 hábitos, 34 años. Los que tenían 3 hábitos, 36. Y así, los que tenían 5 hábitos tenían una esperanza de vida de 43 años a los 50 años. ¿Dónde está la diferencia entre María y Susana? Básicamente, son 14 años, ¿no? Son 14 años de vida. Yo no sé si para ustedes es valioso 14 años de su vida, ¿no? Imagina que hubiera fallecido hace 14 años, todo lo que se hubiera perdido, imagínense. Esa es la diferencia entre 0 hábitos y 5 hábitos saludables, incluyendo, por supuesto, una alimentación a base de plantas. Entonces, a los 50 años, en este caso en mujeres que tienen 0 hábitos saludables, su esperanza de vida está en 79. Y los que tienen 5 hábitos, su esperanza de vida está en 93 años. Ahora, quiero que hagamos un ejemplo hipotético. Y perdón por el ejemplo, pero así está. Quiero que se identifique con María solamente si tiene 0, 1, 2, 3 o 4 hábitos. Y quiero que se identifique con Susana solamente si tiene los 5 hábitos saludables, ¿no? Usted ya sabe cuántos tiene. Así que vamos para allá. Encontramos a 50 personas, 50 mujeres en este caso, que viven, 100 mujeres, que viven como María. No tienen hábitos saludables de estos 5, tienen 0. Y encontramos a 100 mujeres, que viven como Susana. Aquí están. Tienen 5 hábitos saludables. Para que dimensionemos cómo funciona esto. Así que les quiero pedir que si usted se identificó con María, pues elija cualquiera de estos. Si se identificó con Susana, elija cualquiera de estos. A los 50 años, ahí están. Y entonces comienzan a pasar los años. 60 años, 65 años, 70 años, 75 años. Y llegamos a la esperanza de vida de las personas que vivían como María. Esto es 79 años. No quiere decir que todos no están, ¿no? La mitad está. La esperanza de vida es un promedio. Pero veamos lo que ha pasado con los que vivían como Susana. Algunos poquitos ya no están, ¿no? Siguen pasando los años 85, 89 y llegamos a la esperanza de vida de los que viven como como Susana. La mitad está. Y siguen pasando los años 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. Decimos, no se quieren ir, viven también. Ah, pues ahí está la zona azul de Loma Linda. Ah, pues ahí está la zona azul de Okinawa, de Cerdeña, etcétera. Porque tienen un estilo de vida bastante saludable. Yo sé que esa comparación fue muy injusta, ¿verdad? Porque solo eran 2 categorías. Aquí están las 6 categorías. Si usted quiere hacer el ejercicio, puede elegir de 0 hábitos, 1 hábito, 2, 3, 4 o los 5 hábitos. Van pasando los años de esperanza de vida y lo que vemos es que la probabilidad de que sigamos con vida, con buena calidad de vida, se aumenta si tenemos más hábitos saludables. Ojo con esto, a veces ha pasado que personas que tienen solo 2 hábitos saludables, este es el ejemplo, ¿verdad? Es un modelo hipotético. Una persona que tiene solamente 2 hábitos saludables, imagínense, todavía está a los 94 años. Y eso representa que no tiene 3 hábitos saludables. Supongamos que solo tenga voy a decir algo muy fuerte. Supongamos que solo tenga hacer ejercicio y no tomar alcohol. Imagínense, hacer ejercicio y no tomar alcohol. Eso quiere decir que fuma, eso quiere decir que no está en su peso adecuado y eso quiere decir que no tiene una dieta adecuada. Imagínense ustedes que vamos y le preguntamos, oiga, fulanita, vamos a ponerle Josefa, oiga, doña Josefa, ¿cuál es su secreto para llegar a los 94 años? Y ella nos dice, mi secreto es que como carne, ¿no? No, ese no es su secreto, porque las personas que viven como ella ya no están, ¿no? Más bien decimos, a pesar de vivir así, de comer así, de no tener esto, a pesar de eso logró llegar a esa edad. Algo más tenía en sus genes, algo más tenía en su medio, o el ejercicio que hacía era muchísimo, no lo sé. Pero bueno, es para que dimensionemos. para que entendamos cómo funciona. El ver un individuo por sí solo no es suficiente para construir ciencia. Necesitamos ver una población mucho más grande. Y para eso es la ciencia, para eso existen estos estudios. Siguen pasando los años y lo único que está pasando es que aumentó la probabilidad de que estemos más tiempo, disfrutemos más nuestra vida. Así que cuidado de no ver el panorama sesgado, ¿eh? Cuidado. Un estilo de vida saludable se asocia con una mayor esperanza de vida. ¿Qué diferencia habría si todos como población, en lugar de a los 94 años, en lugar de tener esto, pues tendríamos esto, seríamos una mayor comunidad, una mayor población, estaríamos más saludables por más tiempo? Bueno, estamos llegando a la parte final. De la planta al plato. Ya vimos los beneficios. Ahora sí, ¿cómo le hago para ir de la planta al plato? ¿Cómo le hago para que se convierta en mi plato? Pues déjenme decirles que esto no está fácil. Esto tiene una serie de elementos que hay que considerar. En primer lugar, la producción de los alimentos. Después, el procesamiento y la distribución de los mismos para que lleguen al lugar a donde yo tengo acceso, ¿no? El supermercado, una tienda, los abarrotes, el mercado, donde yo puedo finalmente agarrar las cosas. Y finalmente, pues la elaboración. Ya que elegí los alimentos, pues yo puedo decidir cómo los preparo, ¿verdad? Cómo los hago. Ahora, esto está influido por políticas públicas, esto está influido por la industria y esto está influido por la cultura. Y estas tres cosas yo no las puedo cambiar. Es muy, muy difícil. De hecho, como organizaciones nos sumamos para, pues, tratar de influir en las políticas públicas que gestionan los gobiernos. Pero yo no lo puedo modificar como individuo por mí mismo. Pero esto me afecta. Ahora, adicional a esto, estoy yo con mis gustos, con mis creencias, con mis preferencias, con mi tiempo, con mi conocimiento, con mis habilidades, mis recursos y con el soporte social que pueda tener o no pueda tener. Así que no es fácil llegar de la planta al plato. No es fácil. Todo esto influye. ¿Qué puedo hacer? ¿Qué podemos hacer para que finalmente, realmente, mi plato a base de plantas se convierta en mi plato y que sea lo que me coma? Hay algunos elementos sobre los cuales puedo trabajar. Y lo que vamos a ver ahora es cómo le hago para que yo me pueda comer ese plato a base de plantas. Porque solamente si yo me como el plato a base de plantas, vienen las posibilidades. Reducción de riesgos, reducción de enfermedades, reducción de la mortalidad, aumento de la esperanza de vida. Incluso puede ser que tengo las plantas en mi casa, que tengo el plato servido y que no me lo coma, ¿no? Porque decida no comérmelo. Finalmente, cuando me como el plato a base de plantas, vienen las posibilidades que hemos estado hablando. Así que les traigo el top 10 de cosas que puedo hacer para lograr ir de la planta al plato. Número 1, asegurar el acceso. Que yo sepa dónde puedo conseguir las plantas. ¿Dónde? Ya sea que vaya al mercado, ya sea que vaya al supermercado, ya sea que los pida en línea y que me lleguen a mi casa, ya sea que me suscriba a una de estas pues nuevas empresas que hacen plantas y me las traen directo a mi casa como suscripción mensual, ¿no? No importa, pero que yo asegure mi acceso. Número 2, que pueda acceder a recursos que me permitan tener las habilidades y el conocimiento, o el conocimiento y las habilidades para que finalmente yo pueda preparar alimentos a base de plantas. Necesito dedicar, pues invertir en desarrollar habilidades y conocimientos. Y para esto es tan valiosísimo este Plantathon y estas organizaciones que nos dan recursos para que yo tenga una idea de cómo hacerlo cuando no lo sé hacer. Entonces, que yo decida cambiar mi elaboración de los alimentos. Es que yo ya sé que así se prepara esta receta, pues tengo que modificarla. Tengo para añadirle más verduras, ¿no? Más verduras, más verduras. Tengo que asegurar que puedo modificar o permitirme modificar la elaboración de mis alimentos. Número 6, dedicar tiempo. Dedicar tiempo, ¿por qué? Porque es más fácil comprar una pizza y una hamburguesa. Así es. en este mundo acelerado que vivimos, es más fácil comprar comida rápida y ya está, ¿no? Qué bueno que ahora hay más oportunidad de comida saludable, pero dedicar tiempo para cocinar, para elaborar mis alimentos. Número 7, cambiar mis preferencias. Cuando salgo a comer afuera, cuando voy a otro lugar, pues decidir elegir otra cosa que no elijo habitualmente con tal de tener más plantas en mi plato. Un platillo vegano, un platillo a base de plantas, cambiar mis preferencias. Ojo con esto, los gustos y las creencias va a ser más difícil de cambiarlos. Pero si yo hago todo esto y me obligo a comer más plantas, mis gustos van a comenzar a adaptarse y van a comenzar a aceptar comer más plantas en mi dieta. Número 8, fundamental, el soporte social. No estar solos, crear una comunidad, unirse a una comunidad como esta, donde estamos grupos de personas profesionales que seguimos creciendo, que seguimos aprendiendo, que seguimos compartiendo cómo tener una alimentación más saludable, una alimentación a base de plantas. No lo haga solo, convenza a su esposo, convenza a su esposa, convenza a algún amigo, no lo haga solo, porque entonces va a ir contracorriente y va a ser muchísimo más complicado. Y número 9, ya lo que les voy a decir ahora ya lo lleva al otro nivel, lo vuelve difícil, ¿ok? Si usted produce sus propios alimentos, si usted no puede producir todo, por supuesto, pero al menos los vegetales y las frutas, si tiene oportunidad, lo mínimo, sus hierbitas, ¿no? Hierbabuena, albahaca. Esto está contribuyendo a generar una conciencia mayor de que podemos producir incluso nuestros alimentos para ir enfocándonos a tener una alimentación a base de plantas. Voltear la rueda, ¿no? Si usted logra producir sus alimentos, se evita el procesamiento y la distribución, porque el acceso ya lo tiene directo, ¿no? Y de ahí va a ir de la planta directo al plato. Y finalmente, si quiere ir más allá todavía, pues evite tener desperdicios de alimentos. Y si tiene oportunidad, pues haga composta. Esto cierra el ciclo, porque la basura ya no se vuelve basura. La basura ya se vuelve el suministro para que se sigan produciendo más plantas. Y esto se hace cerrar el ciclo de la ecología verde. Bueno, pues un gusto haber platicado con ustedes. Seguimos la plática en las redes sociales. Les dejo las redes sociales y el link donde pueden bajar la diapositiva en caso de que así lo deseen. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, doctor Murillo. Encantadísima. Una charla, como siempre, súper buena, súper buena. Muchas gracias por estar por aquí.
Sí, muchas gracias. Muy informativo todo.
Qué gusto colaborar. Que estén muy bien.
Bueno, gracias.
Hola, mi nombre es Maria Ariza. Estamos aquí para preparar unos tacos al pastor el día de hoy. Vamos a hacerlos con hongos, ¿ok? Hoy vamos a utilizar hongos. Pueden utilizar algunos otros verduras que ustedes quieran. Pueden utilizar zucchini, coliflor, que yo los he hecho también de eso, chilacayote, no sé si lo conocen. Pero en este día les voy a presentar, vamos a utilizar hongos baby bella. Y también tenemos hongos oysters, ya están listos. Para poderlos utilizar hay que lavarlos, cortarlos, lavarlos, secarlos, cortarlos. Ese sería el proceso. En este momento voy a ponerle con lo que lo vamos a aderezar. Eso es muy importante, los vamos a aderezar para que tengan este adobo que les va a dar el sabor al pastor. Para hacer esta pasta utilizamos estos pimientos que vienen siendo, si lo quieren natural, pueden ir desde el principio, que vienen siendo los guajillos, y después le agregamos lo que viene siendo orégano de la marca Loisa que tenemos. Es unos productos muy naturales, sin preservantes, no colorantes, así es de que tenemos lo que es orégano, comino, pimienta, también tenemos tomillo, súper importante el tomillo, el comino, el ajo. Ajo es algo que usamos siempre, muy indispensable. Cebolla. Si ustedes están casi siempre estamos corriendo, pueden utilizar todos estos ingredientes, lo cual es súper importante. Y si ustedes tienen mucho tiempo, tienen todo su día, pues utilicen sus productos naturales, su cebolla, sus ajos y todo eso. Ok, en este momento vamos a proceder a juntar los hongos. Solo quería mostrarles que podemos utilizar vienen siendo diferentes hongos, pueden utilizar. Hay otros también que pueden, los que más les guste, más que nada, viene siendo. No vamos a estar utilizando aceite. Es algo que hacemos en Plant Power Metro New York. Así es de que si se me olvida, aquí lo pueden. En este momento voy a hacer a un lado este bowl y nos vamos a quedar para aderezar solamente los hongos. Le vamos a poner fuego para que empiece a calentar el sartén en donde vamos a prepararlos. Bueno, en lo que estoy aderezando esto, déjenme explicarle qué le vamos a poner a estos tacos que vamos a hacer. Le vamos a poner su cebolla, le vamos a poner su cilantro y también vamos a hacer un guacamole. Así es de que esto va a salir delicioso. Tengo piña, en la cual también la vamos a asar. Esa piña sale deliciosa con los tacos al pastor. Como los hongos sueltan bastante líquido, no es necesario, en el sartén no tengo nada. Así es de que no hay aceite, no hay nada, pero el hongo va a soltar su propio líquido. Si lo hicieran con calabacitas, también la calabacita suelta su propio líquido. Ok, en este momento vamos a dejar que esto se cocine. En caso de que estén muy apurados, la marca Loíza nos tiene un sazón, el cual ustedes no tienen que estar haciendo tanto trabajo. Déjenme mostrárselos. Tenemos el sazón para que sazonen todo lo que quieran, todos los productos que cuando ustedes van a cocinar y necesitan un sazón, especialmente en este caso, pueden usar el sazón de la marca Loíza. También aquí tenemos un adobo. Todos los demás productos que tenemos, este es el comino. Es algo que es el mismo comino natural que ustedes tienen acá. Así es de que úsenlos, véanlo para que se desengañen por ustedes mismos. Entonces los vamos a tapar para que se cocine. Aquí tenemos la tapadera para nuestros hongos. Voy a ponerle fuego aquí porque quiero que se caliente para que también cocinemos una piña. Así es de que mientras estamos cocinando vamos también a preparar el guacamole. Ya tengo preparado a donde voy a poner el guacamole, el aguacate. Este es cebolla picada porque a nuestro guacamole no le puede faltar cebolla, limón. Así es de que mientras comienzo con eso me gustaría también mostrarles que tengo la cebolla para los tacos. Así es de que en cuanto tengamos listos los hongos, que ya estén listos, y preparemos el taco, ya tengo la cebolla cortada. Todos conocemos cuál es la cebolla. Cilantro también es muy importante que laven su cilantro, lo sequen. De esa manera lo pueden siempre guardar. Cuando ya está seco, mojado, se daña. Aquí ya está cortado también. Así es de que tenemos esto que es muy natural. Y una salsa verde. Vamos a pelar los aguacates mientras está cocinando. En cuanto esté caliente esto, con un poquito de agua me daré cuenta si es que eso ya está caliente para poner la piña. Que vamos a poner la piña se pone a asar. Si vamos a comer nuestro almuerzo, lo hagamos. Nuestra comida tiene que verse bonita, tiene que saber muy rico, y esto pues con los ingredientes que nos da la madre naturaleza lo podemos lograr. Así es de que Estamos poniendo los aguacates, muy fácil de pelarlos, solamente los corta a la mitad. Bueno, aquí tenemos esto, que viene siendo los aguacates. Esto lleva siempre su limón, ya los había preparado, ya lo lavamos. Así es de que ahora solamente vamos a poner el jugo de un poco de limón, no es todo el limón porque entonces se nos pone muy agrio. En lo que estamos preparando esto, también déjenme ver cómo siguen los hongos. Okay. Yo en lo particular no los como crudos, pero hay personas en casa los comen en ensalada y los comen crudos, pero de todas formas aquí estos van a salir deliciosos, que se sigan cocinando. Ahora es el tiempo de el guacamole, de que le quitemos el hueso. Después le pueden dejar el hueso a la pepa del guacamole para que no se ponga negro. Esa es una de las, por mi madre que lo aprendí. Hay que dejarle para que no se ponga negro. ¿Y con qué es que yo utilizo un tenedor para machacarlo? Y con eso lo vas a machacar. ¿Saben qué le vamos a poner en este momento? Le vamos a poner orégano. Okay, tenemos el orégano, el limón. Ahora seguimos con esto. Es importante que veamos nuestros hongos. De hecho, ya se ven listos. Déjenme agarrar aquí uno. Estos ya están listos. Los pueden ver. Ya están listos, pero se hacen muy poquitos. Eso es lo que pasa con los hongos, que ves muchos, pero se hacen muy pocos. Aquí tenemos más, vamos a seguir cocinando, pero es hora de darle vuelta a las piñas. Miren la piña cómo se va asando. ¿La pueden ver? Así es de que estas piñas cortaditas encima de los hongos van a estar muy buenas. Y también con el guacamole, que está casi listo. Creo que voy a quitar los hongos y voy a poner una sartén para que calentemos las tortillas. Necesitamos nuestras tortillas calientitas. El guacamole está listo. Le pueden poner como, a veces lo que yo le pongo es tomate rojo picadito, jalapeño, y siempre le pongo orégano. Eso es algo que siempre lleva orégano, limón. Eso es algo que no puede faltarle. En este momento no le vamos a poner lo que viene siendo el jitomate, porque los taquitos ya tienen un aderezo en color rojo. Jugar con los colores en la cocina siempre es muy importante. Si usted tiene en su plato una variedad de colores, eso se ve, además de que se ve muy bonito en nuestro plato, nos ayuda para hacer una buena digestión, a tener diferentes tipos de alimentos. ¿Cuál es la manera de ver si ya está caliente? Ya está caliente. Empezamos, como tenemos esto, hoy estamos utilizando esto. Como mexicana, yo tengo el comal, pero ahora no lo tengo aquí. Así es de que el comal para las tortillas, incluso para hacer las tortillas, sale mucho mejor el taco. Pero hoy no estamos haciendo tortillas, estamos utilizando tortilla de maíz. Así es de que es la tortilla que vamos a utilizar para los tacos del día de hoy. El guacamole está listo. Le vamos a poner el guacamole. La piña la voy a cortar. Aquí tenemos para cortar nuestra piña. Vamos a ver si ya está alguna piña lista. Pueden ver, la piña está lista de los dos lados. La piña cocinada es riquísima, yo no la sabía comer hasta que mi hermana Ope me las puso a cocinar un día y nos encantaron. Así es de que de ahí, no solo cuando tenemos tacos las comemos, sino que incluso en alguna reunión en verano siempre asamos piñas. Vamos a hacerlas en cuadritos porque se las vamos a poner encima a los tacos. Y si no, la pueden comer a un lado, como es, como gusten. Ok, estamos, casi tenemos listo el taco. Aquí está la que ya piqué. Como ven, no es mucha. Aquí tenemos, pero está deliciosa. Bueno, tenemos una que está lista. Déjame mover esto, porque incluso la tortilla se puede calentar aquí. Vamos a poner otra tortilla aquí. Y vamos a sacar esta. Vamos a comenzar preparando el primer taco, mientras las otras tortillas se nos calientan. Ok, tenemos el primero. Vamos a ver cómo queda el primero. A un taco no le puede faltar su cebolla, su cilantro, más carne de hongos, porque yo a esto le llamo la carne y de hecho pareciera que lleva carne. No tienes que buscar carne en ningún lugar, esto parecen pedacitos de carne cuando comíamos la carne. Le pones encima piña y si gustas le pones salsa. Ok, tenemos salsa, pero los vamos a preparar. Vamos a poner unos tacos aquí al lado. Pueden ver, siempre su cilantro y su piña. La piña es opcional si la quieren y si no, a uno se los podemos poner a un lado. El caso es que servirlo. Salsa verde. No puede faltar salsa verde, así es de que le vamos a poner a uno para que lo prueben aquí. Aquí tenemos tacos al pastor con setas, que son dos tipos de hongos, hongos bellibela y los otros se llaman los oysters. ¿Y dónde está mi guacamole? Me falta. Ok, el guacamole lo pueden poner, miren, a este que no le puse la piña, pongámosle guacamole. Ok. Mírenlo. Con su guacamole lleva todo. Este lleva guacamole. A todos los demás le pueden poner también guacamole encima. O no piña. Es como ustedes los gusten. ¿Qué les parece?
Mi nombre es Sergio Villavicencio, soy el Network Empowerment Manager para Plant Power Metro New York y hoy quiero hablarles sobre cómo Plant Power Metro New York y los distintos programas que ofrecen han cambiado y siguen cambiando mi vida y mi salud. Yo conocí Plant Power Metro New York porque mi esposa estaba sufriendo de long COVID, el COVID largo, que la venía afligiendo por mucho más de 1 año y medio. Era una situación bastante difícil y prácticamente su salud se había deteriorado al punto de que ella no era prácticamente la misma persona más. Mi esposa se unió a uno de los programas de transición dietética de Plant Power Metro New York. Cuando lo hizo fue principalmente para perder el peso, pero nunca se imaginó que iba a tener resultados tan espectaculares como los que tuvo. Su nivel de inflamación bajó al cuarto de lo que tenía antes, perdió aproximadamente 50 libras, su sueño se reguló y su nivel de enfocarse en las cosas, las actividades del día a día, sus niveles de energía y su bienestar mental también cambió en una forma maravillosa. Yo pude decir que tenía a mi esposa de regreso. Después de ver todo eso, me interesé yo en el programa. Debo decir que al principio me sentía un poco con muchas dudas al respecto. porque yo soy una persona que le encanta comer y le encanta comer bien. Y cuando ella empezó a explicarme sobre las cosas que tenía que hacer para mantenerse en la dieta, como comer sin sal, sin aceite, sin azúcar, entre otras cosas, pues no podía concebir tal cosa. Sin embargo, ella fue muy inteligente a la hora de presentarme esas recetas, porque ella prácticamente obvió de hablarme mucho sobre esos detalles y lo que hizo fue compartir la maravillosa cocina que estaba haciendo. Plant Power Metro New York tiene una aplicación de recetas en español que tienen recetas increíbles, no solamente cosas para cocinar familiares para nosotros, sino también de distintas cocinas del mundo. En estas recetas, mi esposa hizo unos platos tan espectaculares que yo no podía creer el nivel de sabor que salían de esos platos. Absolutamente increíble. Siguiendo sus pasos, yo también me uní al reto de plantas. Mis resultados también han sido espectaculares. Hasta ahorita he perdido 13 libras. Mi nivel de sueño ha cambiado una barbaridad. Yo podía vivir prácticamente con 4 horas de sueño al día y yo pensaba que eso era normal. Hoy duermo 8 horas diarias y me siento muy bien. Mi presión ha cambiado de presión que estaba en 160 o 170 sobre 90 o sobre 100 a una presión regular normal. He tenido que quitarme 2 de mis medicamentos para la presión alta. Y yo creo que en la forma en la que estoy evolucionando, probablemente en algún momento no los necesite más. Estoy muy contento con todo lo que está pasando con mi cuerpo, me siento enfocado, me siento lleno de energía y este tipo de alimentación que estoy teniendo no solamente es deliciosa, sino que me sacia. Como poco y me siento muy lleno. Espero de que todos los que estén mirando este video se inspiren un poquito en unirse en esto también y puedan tener la misma experiencia maravillosa que yo he tenido hasta ahora. Gracias.
Hola, soy Mariel Painter, coach nutricional basada en plantas y estoy muy contenta del día de hoy compartirte 2 bebidas deliciosas, refrescantes y lo mejor de todo, nutritivas, algo que no es muy fácil de encontrar en las tiendas. La primera es una bebida burbujeante de Jamaica y la segunda es un ginger ale que no vas a creer que es saludable.
Para esta bebida vamos a comenzar haciendo un concentrado de Jamaica, para el cual necesitamos media taza de hojitas secas de Jamaica, las cuales las vamos a colocar en cualquier contenedor o jarrita o vasito que tengamos y le vamos a poner agua hirviendo. Aproximadamente medio litro de agua y lo vamos a dejar así durante 1 hora hasta que se enfríe. Al día siguiente, o ya que está frío este concentrado, en un vasito con hielos vamos a colocar 1/4 de taza de este poderoso antioxidante, unas hojitas de menta, las cuales vamos a machacar un poquito para que estas liberen su esencia y sus aceititos. Y los vamos a colocar en nuestra bebida. Ahora nuestro endulzante va a ser jarabe de maple 100% puro o también puedes usar jarabe de agave. Yo estoy usando media cucharadita. Mezclamos con una cucharita y ahora agregamos una burbujeante agua mineral. No sé qué pasó con esta agua que compré que no traía nada de burbujas, lo siento, pero bueno, de todas formas queda riquísimo, refrescante y de verdad que no vas a extrañar el alcohol en esta bebida. Te vas a estar nutriendo y no vas a tener nada de jaquecas al día siguiente.
Déjame contarte de los beneficios de la Jamaica, porque además de que vas a disfrutar de esta bebida, te vas a estar llenando de antioxidantes, ya que la Jamaica es una de las bebidas con más antioxidantes en el mundo y al tomarla diariamente estás cubriendo tus células de antioxidantes, los cuales pelean con radicales libres, así que es como ponerte un escudo todos los días para pelear contra estos enemigos. Hay que hacerlo con moderación, así que 1 a 2 tazas diarias está perfecto. Y un tip para que la hagas parte de tu vida es colocar en una jarra de 2 litros media taza de hojitas de hibiscus o de Jamaica seca y llenarlo de agua. Lo pones en el refri y al día siguiente está listo, sin necesidad de hervir. Nada más lo agitas muy bien y lo cuelas antes de pasarlo a tu vaso.
Para esta bebida de jengibre vamos a usar un pedacito de jengibre de aproximadamente 4 centímetros y le vamos a cortar la cascarita de los laditos con un cuchillo. Ya que está listo, lo vamos a licuar con 2 tazas de agua y luego lo vamos a colar. Y nos va a quedar un concentrado de jengibre muy bueno para agregar a nuestra agua en la mañana y también para cocinar algunos platillos orientales o saltear verduritas. Ok, ahora colocamos en nuestro vaso aproximadamente 2 cucharadas de jengibre, el jugo de un limón o 2 limones es al gusto, media cucharadita de jarabe de maple como endulzante y un agua mineral burbujeante deliciosa. Mezclamos y lo podemos decorar con una lima, con menta y de verdad que queda riquísimo. Y nuevamente sin jaquecas al día siguiente, pura nutrición. ¿Cómo ves esta bebida de jengibre que es deliciosa y además trae todos los beneficios de esta poderosa raíz, la cual es considerada en Asia como el curatodo, porque es bueno contra la migraña, problemas digestivos, cólicos menstruales, muy antiinflamatorio, entre muchos más. Una manera de que lo hagas parte de tu alimentación diaria es hacer lo mismo que hicimos, pero a gran escala. Por ejemplo, yo uso de 5 a 6 piezas de jengibre, les corto la piel y las licúo con agua. Ya que está listo, lo cuelo y lo pongo en una jarra con 2 litros de agua. Lo agito muy bien y me dura hasta por un mes. Lo agrego todas las mañanas a mi agua con un poquito de limón y eso me ha ayudado a hacer desaparecer los cólicos menstruales. Es muy poderoso y también es excelente para agregar a platillos orientales. Que por cierto, si pasas a mi canal de YouTube, Mariel Plant Based, vas a encontrar una pasta oriental hecha con este juguito de jengibre muy buena. Espero que te hayan gustado estas recetas y que sigas disfrutando de este maravilloso plantatón. Estás en el lugar correcto para aprender cómo nutrir tu cuerpo y sentirte súper bien. Cuídate y nos vemos pronto.
Hola, bienvenidos otra vez. Si realizó una donación a Planned Parenthood Metro New York entre el 22 y el 28 de noviembre o ingresó a través de nuestro formulario sin una donación, usted puede ser un ganador o ganadora de los premios que estaremos anunciando cada hora. Ahora vamos a anunciar a nuestros 2 ganadores de las 2 y las 3 de la tarde. Primero, estamos regalando un conjunto combinado de mezclas de sazones, de especias, sazón y adobo de la compañía Loisa. No contienen sal ni preservantes, son productos orgánicos y están repletos de los sabores de la cultura latina. Nuestra primera ganadora es Don Carmen. Felicidades. Nuestro equipo se comunicará con usted mañana para reclamar su premio. Y ahora nuestro segundo premio. Vamos a regalar 2 bolsas de algodón de Planned Parenthood Metro New York en su elección de inglés o español. Usted puede elegir. Y aquí tenemos 2 ganadores. El primero es Bill Fishman y la segunda es Karen Evans. Felicidades a los 2. Nuestro equipo se comunicará con ustedes también mañana para reclamar su premio.
Gracias, Stephanie. Y felicidades a los ganadores. Si tienen curiosidad de ver cómo la nutrición a base de plantas puede mejorar su salud y superar algunos de los obstáculos de transición en este cambio dietético, Plant Power Metro New York ofrece el reto de 14 días a base de plantas, donde te ayudamos a sumergirte en este estilo de vida por 2 semanas. Si estás interesado o interesada en este tipo de programa, por favor visitar nuestra página web, donde puedes inscribirte en nuestra lista de espera. Así que ahí está, lo esperamos. Nada, ahora tenemos el placer de presentarles a nuestro próximo invitado, Ramzi Khoury. Vamos a charlar sobre los mitos que existen en este tipo de alimentación basada en plantas. Ramzi es formado en la Escuela de Nutrición Higienista de Madrid, es entrenador personal, autor del libro Salud Integral para tu cuerpo y tus emociones, es fitoterapeuta y coach en nutrición holística integral. Le apasiona la salud, teniendo en cuenta no solo la salud física, sino también la emocional y mental. Su pasión y misión es ayudar a las personas a conseguir el cambio de vida hacia un estado saludable a través de sus servicios de coaching, de nutrición holística y de su cuenta de Instagram. Aquí estamos, Ramzi, encantada de tenerte como siempre y vamos a charlar de lo que más nos gusta, nutrición a base de plantas. ¿Cómo estás?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis? Muchísimas gracias por la presentación y un placer estar aquí, de verdad.
Sí, el placer es de nosotras.
Bueno,
Muchas
entonces
gracias.
vamos al mambo, como decimos en mi
Claro,
país.
claro, vamos a ello, exactamente.
Bueno, tú eres coach y me imagino que te han hecho las mismas preguntas y las personas vienen con los mismos mitos de la nutrición a base de planta cuando la quieren incorporar o cuando la están llevando y no saben bien qué hacer, no tienen la información. Y aquí colectamos algunos mitos y queremos aclararlo contigo, que nos diga falso, verdadero y el por qué. Entonces, claro. El primer mito es, y ese me lo han hecho desde que empecé, la alimentación a base de plantas, ¿es deficiente en proteínas?
Bien, es el gran mito y la gran pregunta, pero aquí tenemos que primero avisar a las personas que de todas las explicaciones que hemos dado, tanto tú, Aifra, como yo en redes sociales, pues luego vamos a exponernos a un montón de información en la que quizá vayamos a escuchar lo opuesto, todo lo contrario a lo que vamos a decir aquí. Por lo tanto, una persona tiene que empezar a observar y preguntarse, ¿no? Si tiene algún fundamento todo lo que se dice y todos estos mitos de la nutrición. Entonces, es nuestra responsabilidad y por eso estamos aquí, ¿no? Por eso la gente está aquí, para informarse y formarse en cuanto a la salud y la alimentación, que es lo que ponemos en nuestro cuerpo. Y esto es vital para la vida. Este es uno de los grandes mitos, por no decir el mayor mito que existe. Y es que pensamos en proteínas como grandes estructuras que son, cuando el ser humano lo que necesita es todo simplificado. El cuerpo asimila lo más simple, que son los aminoácidos. Y estos vienen de las plantas. Las plantas nos proporcionan esos aminoácidos que luego el cuerpo pues, va a construir esa famosa proteína. Tenemos que verlo de esta manera, ¿vale? Yo suelo poner ejemplos muy simples porque es como yo entiendo las cosas. Y la proteína podríamos ver como esa pared que está ahí detrás y los aminoácidos son los ladrillos que forman la pared. Nosotros necesitamos todos esos ladrillos para que nuestro cuerpo forme estructuras o diferentes procesos que hacen las proteínas, ¿vale? Pero necesitamos los aminoácidos y estos son de origen vegetal. De hecho, nosotros cuando comemos un animal, el que coma animales lo que hace es comerse la estructura, digamos, más formada, ¿no? De esta manera, comiendo plantas, le ahorramos un paso al cuerpo, vamos directamente al origen y no al revés, como hemos hecho toda la vida, ¿no? Con la educación nutricional que tenemos, donde el animal come la planta y nosotros nos comemos al animal para conseguir lo que nos ofrecen las plantas. Si uno lo piensa de esta manera tan simple, realmente nos damos cuenta que puede llegar a ser absurdo. Hemos estado consumiendo proteínas animales por algo que realmente no necesitamos. Y de hecho es que es hasta perjudicial. Otra cosa es el paladar y los sabores. Bien, esto es algo que se trabaja y de hecho la información que estáis dando pues es maravillosa porque podemos agradar a nuestro paladar con alimentos muchos más saludables y además más ricos, ¿no? Para nuestro gusto.
Gracias, Ramzi. Y sí, te entiendo perfectamente. Siempre eso es lo que te dicen. O empiezan a contarte, bueno, entonces los macros, tú sabes, cuánta proteína y eso. Y es toda una historia.
Sí. Es como el gran mito, pero es por toda la información. Por eso he empezado con esto, porque ahora vamos a abrir las redes sociales y vamos a observar la información opuesta a lo que yo estoy explicando aquí. Me aparecen a mí muchos nutricionistas o médicos incluso, pues hablando de las propiedades que tiene un filete, no sé, cosas que son mucho más simples y encuentras en las plantas, en los vegetales, sin la necesidad de cargarte de ácidos y saturar a tus riñones. Por lo tanto, cuando uno lo entiende y lo ponga en práctica, se va a dar cuenta que hemos estado en un sistema que es un poco, con toda la humildad, pero es un poco absurdo.
Perfecto. Entonces, creo que Stephanie tenía la pregunta o el mito número 2 a mano.
Sí, el mito número 2, aquí lo tenemos como, si no consumo lácteos, mis huesos estarán más débiles por la falta del calcio. Yo no tomo leche, tampoco de animal, y lo he escuchado muchas veces, entonces a ti.
Claro, claro. Bueno, yo creo que este mito ya va en decadencia, porque veo muchas personas que no son plant-based y no consumen lácteos. Por lo tanto, creo que este va a ser un poquito más fácil. Y es que la leche, por ejemplo, no solo está cargada de calcio, sino de fósforo, que lo que hace es contrarrestar las dosis, por así decirlo, que podamos llegar a asimilar de calcio. Y esto es importante, quedaos con esto, porque no es la cantidad que ponemos en el cuerpo, es la cantidad que podemos llegar a asimilar. Y aquí está la clave. Por eso una persona que consume lácteos tiene osteoporosis o tiene problemas de déficit de calcio. Aparte, que esta sobredosis de calcio que estamos dando a la población puede generar otros muchos problemas, como el endurecimiento arterial, que esto pues trae muchos problemas como, bueno, pues por ir a algo simple y que todo el mundo lo entienda, pues problemas cardiovasculares, ¿vale? Pero muchos más a nivel muscular también y no es interesante. No es interesante porque el calcio lo podemos obtener de fuentes mucho más asimilables para nuestro cuerpo. Recordar, no es la cantidad, sino la capacidad que tenemos de asimilar el alimento. Y nosotros estamos diseñados para asimilar lo que viene de las plantas, porque es mucho más sencillo. Además es que muchas de las plantas y vegetales, como frutas y verduras, no necesitan ni siquiera ser cocinado, lo podemos comer crudo. Por lo tanto, esto es un indicador de que estos alimentos son maravillosos para nosotros, aparte de todos los alimentos vegetales cocinados que nos pueden aportar bastante dosis de calcio. Pero yo me quedaría con esto, es la capacidad de asimilar, el alimento que podemos asimilar. Y en las hojas verdes, en las legumbres, incluso en las algas, podemos obtener dosis abundantes de calcio sin ningún problema.
Perfecto. No, y sí, y eso también pasa hasta con los niños, que me dicen, no, ¿por qué tú no le das leche a tu hijo, leche de vaca? Y yo, todo es un cuento, tú sabes. Tengo aquí el mito número 3. ¿Hay que suplementarse con este tipo de alimentación? O sea, ¿se necesita suplementarse multivitamínicos, vamos a decir, o hay algo específico?
Pues no, el único suplemento que deberíamos de consumir es la vitamina B12. Podría darse el caso de recurrir a algún otro, pero por norma y como base, solo es la B12 la necesaria. Todo lo demás lo podemos obtener de las plantas, del sol, por supuesto, esa famosa vitamina D, y exponernos al aire fresco, practicar deporte y todo esto es lo que obtenemos con la alimentación y los buenos hábitos. Sí, el suplemento de B12, ya sabemos que bueno, es una sustancia que está en los suelos, no es de origen animal, está en los suelos y nosotros tenemos dos opciones o teníamos dos opciones, ¿vale? Comerlo a través de los alimentos o comerlo a través de los animales. El problema es que los suelos ya no son tan fértiles, además tenemos que lavar mucho los alimentos debido a la contaminación, bueno, el momento actual del mundo donde nos encontramos, y esto hace que en los alimentos no podamos encontrar quizá esta vitamina B12. Tampoco bebemos agua de manantial o de arroyos, por lo tanto no tenemos esta posibilidad. Y la otra parte sería comerlo a través del animal, pero es que los animales tampoco lo están obteniendo porque comen de estos suelos también, entonces se les está inyectando a los animales. Entonces, yo antes que suplementarme a través del animal, prefiero hacerlo yo con pues bueno, lo tenemos de varios tipos, ¿no? Esta B12, metilcobalamina, oceanocobalamina, varias opciones y bueno, es investigar un poquito nada más y es el único suplemento, por así decirlo, obligado, ¿vale? Entre comillas.
Sí,
decir que todo lo demás, todos los nutrientes están en las plantas. A nivel micronutricional no hay nada más valioso que las hojas verdes. Entonces, es sencillísimo, sencillísimo. Y haciendo un simple smoothie, para alguien que a lo mejor le cuesta más y puede poner en un batido de frutas pues algo verde también, añadir vegetales, pues es maravilloso, ¿no? Para sumar esa dosis de micronutrientes. Que haya personas que entiendo pues que le cuesta más al principio, pues no hay problema. Se pueden hacer muchos trucos y muchas ideas maravillosas como las que habéis compartido.
Sí, y quería recalcar eso de que por lo menos lo que yo hice cuando empecé a este estilo de alimentación fue ir donde mi doctor, hacerme un chequeo médico, ahí revisar mis vitaminas y entre ellas vitamina B12, y dependiendo lo que yo le dije a mi médico de que no iba a comer carne y eso, entonces él me recetó unas dosis ya si la quería beber semanal o diaria. Entonces siempre consultar con su médico, hacerse los análisis y chequear.
Claro. Quiero añadir una cosa, si me permitís, y es que todo el mundo se pregunte de dónde vienen los déficits de micronutrientes y vitaminas y minerales. Todo lo que nos preocupa, ¿no? Cuando vamos a una tienda naturista o a alguna farmacia a comprar estos suplementos multivitamínicos, que pensemos la mayoría de personas que van ahí son personas que llevan una dieta omnívora, una dieta tradicional. Por lo tanto, nos indica que la dieta tradicional es la primera que trae déficit a las personas. Porque uno cuando llega a esta alimentación es más consciente y empieza a tener en cuenta todo esto. De hecho, las personas que están aquí es para formarse, precisamente porque es una formación que no nos han dado desde pequeños, entonces nos toca a nosotros y es nuestra responsabilidad. Una vez tomas esa responsabilidad, es muy complicado que haya carencias o tienes que hacer las cosas muy mal para que haya carencias.
Eso es mucha verdad. Eso es mucha verdad.
Sí, y ahora nuestro cuarto mito, que es la comida es sosa o no tiene sabor y no sabe buena.
Bueno,
¿Qué le dice?
Aquí la verdad es que yo si algo he disfrutado, pero es que yo disfruto con las frutas. O sea, con la simple fruta, que es algo que no necesita cocinado, ya disfruto. O sea, es alucinante, ¿no? A quien no le gusta la sandía, la papaya, el mango. O sea, en los alimentos crudos obtenemos un montón de nutrición, pero es que luego se pueden hacer un montón de recetas cocinadas con la cantidad infinita de vegetales. Y yo siempre me pregunto una cosa, esto es una opinión mía, pero al final todos los sabores se dan con plantas. O sea, en una barbacoa, en la carne, en todo se tiene que echar sal y especias. O sea, todo se decora y se condimenta con plantas. Esto es algo que yo un día me puse a pensar, ¿no? Un día filosofeando y dije, vaya, pues es que al final todos los sabores de todos los platos se dan con plantas. Por lo tanto, esto mismo se puede traspasar a las legumbres, a los cereales integrales y, bueno, a la cantidad infinita de vegetales y de plantas que tenemos para consumir.
Sí, eso mismo pienso yo, de que la fruta, o sea, la fruta, que eso no es sonso, es dulce, rica, llena de agua, llena de fibra, o sea. Y otra cosa, no sé si puedes hablar sobre las papilas gustativas, van cambiando a medida de que uno va incorporando este tipo de alimentación.
Sí, de hecho esto es algo que yo he vivido personalmente, porque yo tenía hiperpalatividad, o sea, era adicto a los sabores, sobre todo hay personas, depende, ¿no? Hay gente que es más, el típico que dice, no, yo soy más de salado y otros que son más de dulce. Bueno, pues a mí me pasaba que tenía sobreestimulado mi paladar y también un poco esto tiene que ver con el cerebro, ¿no? Activamos esos neurotransmisores, la dopamina y tal, con esa recompensa rápida que queremos con los alimentos. Bueno, esto es un poco meternos en el tema de la adicción. Pero en cuanto a los sabores, sí que tenía estimulado demasiado el paladar y necesitaba helados, bollería, bueno, mucho dulce, ¿no? Era en mi caso. Todo esto va cambiando según dejas de estimular. Es cierto que hay una transición donde quizá durante unos días, pues a lo mejor disfrutas menos porque echas de menos. Esto tiene mucho que ver con la adicción, repito, pero echas de menos esos sabores tan intensos, tan artificiales. En semanas o días, de verdad que esto se va y empiezas a crear vamos a decirlo así, como un nuevo paladar, ¿no? Un diferente sistema también de adaptación a estos nuevos sabores, que son maravillosos. Es que luego te sabe buenísimo todo. Y de hecho, si un día, por lo que sea, pruebas algo artificial, te sabe excesivamente fuerte, porque ya tu paladar ha dejado lo artificial, se ha acostumbrado a lo natural, que no quita que podamos condimentar con especias o un poquito de algo salado, ¿no? Con moderación, pues con todos los consejos que estáis dando, se pueden hacer grandes recetas y bueno, utilizando siempre las mejores herramientas que nos da la naturaleza.
Así mismo, comprobado, comprobado. Y aquí tengo el mito número 5. Si soy deportista o estoy embarazada o soy una persona adulto mayor o un niño, esta forma de alimentarse va a cubrir mis necesidades nutricionales. O sea, ¿puedo tener este tipo de alimentación si estoy en esas etapas de la
Sí.
vida?
Bueno, para esto la respuesta es muy clara y no lo digo yo. No hay todavía ninguna entidad, asociación o ministerio de ningún lugar del mundo que prohíba la alimentación basada en plantas. En este caso se refiere muchas veces a una alimentación vegana, pero bueno, aquí nos centramos en lo que es no la filosofía vegana, sino la alimentación basada en plantas. Pero no hay ninguna que no recomiende en ninguna etapa de la vida este tipo de alimentación. Ni en el embarazo, ni en la niñez, ni en la tercera edad. O sea, no hay ningún momento de la vida donde se desaconseje esta alimentación. Ojo, lo único que sí advierten que esté bien planificada, que eso es lo que estamos haciendo aquí, ¿no? Planificar o enseñar, mostrar, aconsejar, recomendar y sugerir a las personas que lo hagan de la mejor manera. Y no porque sea difícil o porque haya que estudiar un máster, no. El problema es que nos han educado de una manera que es, vamos a decirlo así, bastante diferente a lo que proponemos y a lo que mejor nos sienta, y por eso tenemos que desaprender, que esto es lo difícil, para poner en práctica hábitos que son luego súper sencillos, ¿vale? Si esto nos lo enseñaran desde niños, creo que no existirían las carreras de nutrición ni nada de esto. Sería mucho más sencillo.
Eso es cierto, eso es cierto. Y perdón, cuando tú dices planificada, ¿cómo se vería un plato planificado?
Bueno, aquí hay varias variantes. No sé si alguien ha explicado ya esto, si ha venido algún... Entonces, tampoco quiero ser intrusivo. Pero un plato planificado, para mí, lo esencial, y precisamente va en contra de lo que se suele recomendar, es poner, ya no voy a decir en un plato, sino en mi día, los suficientes carbohidratos. O sea, dejemos de tener miedo a esto, nadie enferma por consumir carbohidratos de buena calidad. De hecho, los carbohidratos de mala calidad realmente, si lo pensamos, no existen. Realmente son sustancias químicas que el ser humano ha creado y, bueno, carbohidratos para mí son los que vienen de las plantas. De origen son solo estos. Todo lo demás se ha creado en un laboratorio, en una fábrica y son sustancias. Entonces, yo me centraría ahí. Luego ya, pues, por supuesto, proteínas y grasas en baja cantidad o en la cantidad que realmente la naturaleza sabe y no nos lo da con tanta abundancia como sí los carbohidratos. Y bueno, pues yo creo que con eso, más o menos, y con todo lo que habéis explicado, supongo que alguien ha pasado por aquí. Tampoco quiero, no solo que alguien ha contado acerca de las cantidades o las recomendaciones, pero que una persona tenga claro que esta dieta funciona y a lo que te referías, cifra de bien planificada, es cuando ponemos a los carbohidratos en primer lugar, ¿vale? Donde tenemos los cereales integrales, las frutas, las hojas verdes también se componen de esa glucosa, ¿no? Y nos ofrecen también, aparte de proteínas, y bueno, realmente los alimentos tienen de todo, en diferentes niveles, pero estamos completos simplemente con esa vitamina B12, teniendo en cuenta la B12, con los carbohidratos y con todas las plantas, ¿no?
Sí, yo creo que Stephanie tiene algo como que va en relación con eso, porque...
Sí, y bueno, hay ya el mito número 6, que es que en esta forma de alimentarse se comen muchos carbohidratos, como estabas diciendo, a lo cual me va a engordar y me va a dar diabetes.
Qué bueno. Bueno, pues aquí sí que digo que tengo algo de experiencia, no solo por lo que he aprendido de grandes maestros, sino por lo que he podido poner en práctica, porque está muy bien cuando te enseñan algo, lo pones en práctica en ti, ves que funciona, pero cuando empiezas a ponerlo en práctica en muchas personas, en cientos de personas, y te das cuenta que funciona en el 100% de los casos, a mayor o menor nivel, pues esto te hace poder hablar con claridad de este tema. Y es que los carbohidratos no son causantes de nada, de ninguna enfermedad. Recuerdo que hablamos de carbohidratos de origen vegetal, de lo que viene de la naturaleza, lo que la naturaleza nos ofrece, y no enferma a nadie. No vamos a ver a una persona en un hospital por consumir abundantes frutas. Esto no existe. Otra cosa es poner dentro de la alimentación tradicional 1 o 2 piezas de fruta después de comer un plato de pollo con arroz, patatas fritas y una copa de vino. Y poner después una pieza de fruta y decir que estamos comiendo fruta, ¿no? Y luego culpamos a esa fruta de los carbohidratos y todo esto. Bueno, cosas así me han llegado a decir. Realmente, si tenemos que tener en cuenta y señalar como responsable a alguien o a algo, a una sustancia de crear estos problemas a los que se le culpan los carbohidratos, deberían de ser las grasas, sobre todo aceites. En general, las grasas procedentes de las proteínas, ¿vale? Cuando hablamos de grasas y proteínas, para mí es casi lo mismo, porque contienen bastantes cantidades de ambos, ¿no? Proteínas de origen animal, que son una estructura bastante compleja para nosotros, que saturan nuestros riñones, a nuestro hígado, cargadas de mucha grasa, que saturan todos nuestros órganos y a nivel celular también. Entonces, cuando saturamos nuestras células, ¿vale? Que forman también todos nuestros órganos, estamos compuestos de células y de muchas bacterias, pero cuando saturamos de grasa todas nuestras células, lo que hace es que impedimos que la glucosa entre a la célula. Por lo tanto, la glucosa siempre se queda circulando por la sangre y nosotros culpamos a la glucosa. Cuando el problema es que no podemos entrar, que esa glucosa no puede entrar a su casa, a su hogar. Entonces, estamos siempre señalando a un culpable que no corresponde.
Que no es, así mismito. Entonces, sí, como tú acabas de decir, estás trabajando, tienes muchos clientes o pacientes con diabetes tipo 2. Entonces, ¿cómo ha sido tu trabajo con la diabetes tipo 2 y otras enfermedades? Porque sabemos que este tipo de alimentación no solamente trata, previene y revierte diabetes, sino otros tipos de enfermedades. ¿Cuál ha sido tu experiencia? ¿Algún testimonio?
Bueno, voy a dejar claro antes de decir nada que cualquier persona puede verlo por su propia cuenta, puede ver todo lo que estoy hablando en mi canal de Instagram o en el canal de YouTube. Dejo siempre en cada vídeo, en el perfil de Instagram, en la biografía tenéis una lista de testimonios para que podáis comprobar todo lo que digo. Y vais a alucinar porque yo sigo sorprendiéndome de hasta dónde puede llegar el cuerpo si le damos la posibilidad. Tenemos que pensar que el cuerpo es el que se regenera y el que se repara solo, pero tenemos que estimularlo y darle el combustible adecuado. Y su combustible son las plantas. Muchas frutas, muchos vegetales, abundancia de estos alimentos, muchos crudos, ¿vale? Frutas y verduras crudas y muchos alimentos cocinados procedentes de las plantas. Y podéis ver cómo personas con diabetes tipo 2 no solo han mejorado o han reducido la medicación, no, han revertido esta condición. Ya no se medican, ya no son etiquetados como diabéticos. Han nivelado sus propios niveles a condiciones normales cuando su médico le dijo que iba a ser crónico, que iba a estar así toda la vida. No hay un caso, ni dos, ni tres, son muchos. Los tenéis ahí en el canal y tengo que decir que son muy pocos porque la mayoría no quiere prestarse a dar el testimonio, si no serían el triple o 4 veces más. Pero me da mucha pena que la mayoría de personas pues no se quieren exponer porque al final yo los testimonios los grabo en directo para que sea real, para que la gente cuente lo bueno y lo no tan bueno, porque en el periodo de adaptación pues hay gente que tiene ansiedad por la alimentación que echa de menos. Bueno, tenemos que pensar que la alimentación de la que venimos crea adicción y es como una droga. Y no vamos a mentir, puede que haya un par de días o 3 donde uno eche de menos todos esos alimentos, pero bueno, que esto se pasa. La felicidad que viene después y la alegría que nos dan los colores de las plantas, para mí no tiene precio y es vida. Lo prometo. Y ahí tenéis los testimonios en mi canal, prometo que es vida lo que estamos consiguiendo cuando ponemos colores en nuestros platos. De verdad, es no solo vivir más, sino vivir con alegría. Y esto me lo dicen las personas que grabo los testimonios, lo podéis ver que expresan esto mismo. Es la alegría con la que afrontan la vida, la calma mental también, esa agresividad que te dan muchos productos, no solo por contaminar tu cuerpo de acidez y tóxicos, sino porque estamos metiendo hormonas de los propios animales en nuestro cuerpo. Estas proteínas están cargadas de hormonas. Esas hormonas no salen gratis que estén en nuestro cuerpo. No es gratuito que estén ahí. De hecho, contaminan aún más el cuerpo. Sí.
Sorry, no, que quería decir, no sé si puedo poner en los comments, si tú lo puedes poner, Stephanie, el nombre de Ramzi para que busquen su canal de Instagram y de YouTube para que la gente lo tenga pendiente por ahí si quiere más información y pueda ver los testimonios y pueda también seguir a Ramzi para que conozca más del trabajo que él está haciendo. Y como ya estamos, tú sabes, 15 minutos, quería hablar contigo de tu libro. Yo me recuerdo cuando sacaste tu libro, Salud Integral, y para mí fue como para mí fue súper bueno porque cuando yo empecé mi proceso de transición a una alimentación a base de plantas, yo no conseguía libros en español que me explicaran. Todo era en inglés, toda la información estaba en inglés. No tenía esa comunidad en español tampoco. Entonces, cuando tú sacaste el libro y me dijiste, oh, tengo un libro, para mí fue súper importante y súper bien explicado. ¿Tú entiendes? Fue como fácil de digerir, fue una lectura que yo dije, esto es fácil, esto la gente lo va a entender. Háblame del proceso, qué tal va y nada, ¿cómo anda tu libro?
Bueno, pues muy bien. Muchas gracias, Aifra, por esas palabras, porque escribir un libro, la verdad que es muy bonito, es muy emocionante. Y mira, si te digo la verdad, escribí el libro o sea, como si se lo explicara a mi madre. Y mi madre es cierto que no tiene conocimiento en cuanto a la nutrición y a la salud, ¿no? Pues ella sabe lo que la educación le ha dado. Entonces, yo lo escribí para mi madre y para todas aquellas personas, pues, de ese estilo de personas, ¿no? Que no han conocido demasiado sobre la nutrición, que no están viendo todos los días vídeos de YouTube para enterarse de si las hormonas, las enzimas, el sistema digestivo hace esto y lo otro. Alguien que no sabe de alimentación y que tiene que creerme por qué esta es la mejor alimentación. Entonces, se lo tengo que explicar de una manera muy sencilla. Además, yo entiendo las cosas de una manera muy fácil y para mí esta era la mejor forma de hacerlo.
Perfecto, no, a mí me encantó. Y bueno, compartí ahí tu información para que las personas la tengan. Y por último, la última pregunta que tengo aquí, y si alguien tiene algún comentario, lo quiere dejar en los comments o alguna pregunta, también pónganla que vamos a estar chequeando. La dieta keto. Eso no se queda, porque te digo la verdad, la mayoría de mis amigos, la mayoría de personas que conozco están muy enfocadas en bajar de peso, que no se concentran en la salud, vamos a decir, porque quizás tú con la dieta keto puedes lograr bajar peso más rápido, pero a largo plazo no es saludable. Entonces, ¿qué tú opinas de esa dieta?
Claro.
¿Por qué tú crees que es tan popular? Tú sabes, dame tu opinión como coach y si te has trabajado con personas keto que vienen con una mentalidad de que los carbohidratos son lo peor. Entonces, en estos últimos minutos.
Muy, muy fácil. Mira, el problema es como la vida. Cada vez la atención es más inmediata y más corta y al final en los hábitos y en la vida pasa igual. Todos los resultados los queremos muy rápido, vivimos en el mundo del cortoplacismo y a veces las personas, y esto me pasó a mí también, queremos resolver nuestra salud a pesar de poder perjudicar a largo plazo. Quiero decir, una dieta cetogénica, una dieta keto, puede conseguir hacerte perder peso de una manera más rápida, pero a coste de tu salud a largo plazo. Quizá no lo veas ahora, pero sí lo vas a ver dentro de unos años. Y vamos a perder calidad de vida si las personas seguimos haciendo o siguen haciendo este tipo de alimentación que satura nuestros órganos a niveles bastante considerables. Yo me alejaría de estas dietas, trabajaría más, tendría más paciencia, que es lo que nos hace falta en el mundo de ahora, más paciencia, y si en lugar de perder esos kilos en 3 meses, los pierdo en 9 meses, no pasa nada. En esos 9 meses no solo habré perdido el peso, sino que habré adquirido una formación que me sirve para toda la vida y no necesitaré de nadie que me tenga que guiar en un plan nutricional. Seré responsable y es lo que tenemos que hacer.
Perfecto. No sé si Stephanie tiene otra pregunta, si podemos ver en los comments. Ahí ya se acabaron los mitos. No sé si tú tienes algún otro que es lo que recolectamos.
Tengo que decir que estoy siendo breve porque tú, Aifra, sabes que yo me puedo liar aquí a hablar muchísimo, entonces estoy con el nervio de a ver si no me paso del tiempo o bueno, quiero ser...
No, podemos seguir hablando, tenemos hasta las 4.
Ok. Yo, fíjate que no he querido mencionar tampoco, bueno, el libro es Salud Integral, está disponible en Amazon, pero doy una noticia que nadie sabe y es que estoy renovando un poco todo, no solo este libro, que sigue siendo el mismo, sino que estoy creando una trilogía para que una persona pues tenga, digamos, que sea un recorrido más largo y haya más formación e información dentro de estos tres libros que estoy creando, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, eso viene para el año que viene y es un secreto. O sea que...
Qué bueno tener como la primicia.
Sí, lo acabo de contar y no lo voy a contar en los directos que hago en Instagram ni nada, no lo voy a contar hasta que no esté todo creado. De hecho, me falta por escribir o por terminar el último libro. En ese proceso estoy y es bastante duro porque paso bastantes horas y es difícil, pero es muy bonito, es muy bonito.
Y una pregunta, ¿vienen recetas? Porque yo todavía tengo aquí la receta de tahini con dátiles, que me encanta.
Sí.
¿Vienen recetas?
Sí, claro, por supuesto, sí. Viene bastante completo porque mi idea es no dejarme nada y, bueno, vosotras sabéis que al final este es un conocimiento bastante extenso y cada vez aprendemos cosas nuevas. De hecho, creo que no voy a dejar de aprender durante toda mi vida, pero bueno, a día de hoy toda la información que tengo, pues creo que le puede servir, igual que me ha servido a mí, porque yo recuerdo, si alguien no lo sabe, pues yo tuve muchos problemas, tuve migrañas, hígado graso, el colesterol, triglicéridos por las nubes, estreñimiento crónico, que me decían que era genético, hereditario y todo esto porque mi padre y mi hermano lo tuvieron, lo que simplemente era genético era la alimentación, que comíamos todos igual. Bueno, pues todo eso lo pude resolver y olvidarme de ello desde hace 10 años y por eso quiero crear esto para ayudar a otras personas que puedan plasmarlo también en su rutina diaria y en su vida.
Oh, Dios mío, nice. Déjame ver si tengo algo aquí en los comentarios, alguna pregunta. No veo nada. Pero sí, Mare,
eso quiere decir que me he explicado bien.
Sí, te has portado bien.
Será una señal, ¿no?
Bueno, entonces ya creo que para cerrar, ya tú contaste parte de tu historia, lo que viene, tenemos ya tu información, la pusimos en los comentarios. Tú sabes, algo que añadir de un mensaje que dar a las personas que nos ven, a las personas nuevas que quizás primera vez que oyen sobre este tipo de alimentación, ¿qué le podemos decir?
Vale, yo tengo un mensaje que lo digo aquí y lo suelo decir en mi canal también, y es que si alguien es la primera vez que conoce, escucha sobre este tipo de alimentación, quizá, como me pasó a mí, le puede generar algún tipo de rechazo, porque fíjate, son 30, 40 o 50 años con un sistema de creencias distinto, con una educación totalmente opuesta y además con un sistema nutricional que también te vende pues toda esa alimentación de la que venimos. Por lo tanto, puede haber conflictos. Y yo siempre digo, no hace falta que creas, simplemente ponlo en práctica, pruébalo durante una semana, un mes, si es un mes mejor, porque en la naturaleza todo va más lento, los resultados son más a largo plazo. Entonces yo diría, pruébalo, no hace falta que me creas, compruébalo, mira los testimonios, mira toda la información que estáis dando, todos los profesionales que han pasado por aquí, que también tienen su historia, sus testimonios, y cuando uno ve toda esa información, es imposible no ir por este camino. Y aún así, dentro de este camino, habrá momentos donde lo hagas mejor, donde lo hagas peor, no pasa nada. Piensa a largo plazo, piensa dónde te quieres ver los próximos 10 años. No pienses dónde quiero estar los próximos 3 meses, porque los próximos 3 meses seguirás trabajando, seguirás aprendiendo en tu salud, que es lo más bonito que hay. De verdad, nosotros cuidamos nuestra casa, la limpiamos todos los días, cada semana hacemos una limpieza profunda, cambiamos los muebles, lo decoramos, todo lo hacemos y no nos cuesta nada, nos alegra la vida decorar nuestra casa. En cambio, nuestro primer hogar no procesamos el que haya que limpiarlo o que haya que ayudar a estimular esa limpieza, ¿vale? El cuerpo se limpia solo, pero tenemos que estimularlo con alimentos que promuevan esa limpieza y, sobre todo, que no sigan intoxicando de más ácidos al cuerpo y al organismo, porque vamos debilitando nuestros órganos y con el tiempo van apareciendo todas esas etiquetas, todas esas enfermedades y todos esos diagnósticos. Entonces, de verdad, con paciencia, a largo plazo, pensando siempre en cómo me voy a ver dentro de unos años, cómo quiero estar con mis hijos, con mis hermanos, con mis padres, cómo quiero incentivar y motivar a las personas de mi alrededor para que se metan también en esto, que me acompañen. Quizá al principio no crean en esto, pero vamos a demostrarles a nuestra familia que esta alimentación, poniéndolo en práctica y confiando cuando una vez hayamos demostrado, ¿no?, que se puede, pues que oye, mira, que esto es lo mejor, no solo para mí, sino que también lo puedes poner en práctica, porque así empecé yo, probándolo conmigo, y una vez ya confié en esto, empecé a formarme y a consumir excesiva información y dársela a los demás. Porque es que digo, si esto me ha ayudado a mí, va a ayudar a cualquier persona. Entonces, mucha fe, paciencia y compromiso con uno mismo, quererse mucho.
Gracias, Ramzi. Mira que me salió una pregunta ahora en el chat, no sé si tú la ves, Stephanie. Creo que, déjame ver, Isaac.
Las porciones.
Ajá, dice, en este tipo de alimentación, ¿cuáles son las porciones correctas? O sea, ¿cómo uno come?
Buena pregunta y me lo pones difícil porque así seguro, Aifra, tú eres más experta porque mi caso, voy a ser sincero, y es que yo como, y esto es lo difícil, ¿vale? Yo como por saciedad. Al principio, la saciedad va a engañar. ¿Por qué? Porque somos adictos. Somos adictos a comer en exceso, a comer con el estómago lleno. Es cierto que con la alimentación basada en plantas y cuando pones muchas frutas y muchos vegetales crudos en tu dieta, no vas a comer de más. Esto solo pasa con los procesados. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando no hay nutrición a nivel celular, tu cuerpo, tus células siguen pidiendo comida, a pesar de tú estar lleno. Cuando tú pones un buen plato de, pues, bueno, vamos a poner algo estándar, ¿no? Las legumbres o una ensalada donde pongas legumbres, te vas a saciar mucho más rápido, vas a saciarte antes. Entonces esto a mí me permitió no estar, yo vengo de la dieta tradicional. Recuerdo que me he formado como entrenador personal y a mí me enseñaron a comer pollo, atún, pasta, arroz todos los días. Y los huevos, por supuesto. Entonces, salir de eso para mí fue difícil. Y pasé de contar calorías y pesar todos los alimentos a saber, bueno, pues tengo que comer todos los días legumbres, tengo que comer abundantes frutas, abundantes vegetales, verduras crudas. Luego acompañar estos platos cocinados, como pueden ser las legumbres o los cereales integrales, con verduras al vapor, pueden ser, bueno, pues voy jugando un poco con todo esto. Si tengo que ser sincero con toda la información que he dado, no soy un experto en contar calorías y, por decir algo, esto a la gente le suele gustar, porque cuando tú pasas a esta alimentación y puedes comer tranquilamente, pues esto te da una calma mental que no ocurre así en la mayoría de dietas, porque yo he hecho muchas dietas y en todas las dietas antiguas que hacía tenía que estar contando los alimentos e incluso me compré una báscula para pesar los alimentos. Y yo no quiero saber nada de esto, la verdad. Esto es algo, bueno, esto va conmigo, algo personal, ¿vale?
No, perfecto, perfecto. Y la verdad, como dice Aizad, realmente cuando yo empecé este tipo de alimentación, yo lo único que me enfocaba era en comer la variedad y cantidad, según como yo me sentía. O sea, si me sentía con hambre, comía mucho, si no estaba, tú sabes, según me sentía saciada o no. Entonces, es simplemente comer variedad y la cantidad es ilimitada, porque imagínate, comiendo frutas, vegetales, las calorías no son tan altas como cuando comemos carnes y grasas. Entonces, como dice Ramzi, todo depende de lo que tu cuerpo te diga cuando tiene hambre.
Esta alimentación es maravillosa porque te permite comer, vamos a decirlo así, comer un poco más y sin miedo, porque como has dicho tú, Aifra, es más baja en calorías, por lo tanto, y a nivel nutricional mucho más densa. O sea, imagínate, como más y me nutro más. Yo creo que lo que todo el mundo quiere escuchar, ¿no? Por eso es muy fácil hacerle a las personas pasar a esta alimentación. Es muy sencillo, por eso mismo.
Perfecto. Sí, y bueno, y ahí vi a Brian, que es voluntario para nosotros, diciendo que sea creativo. Tú sabes, eso es importante, ser creativo, sí, porque uno está experimentando cosas nuevas, entonces, y tenerse compasión y todo, tú sabes, a su tiempo. Uno está en un journey cuando uno empieza ese tipo de alimentación. Y como tú dices, desprogramarse para programar, para encontrar esta verdad ahora.
Exactamente, así es, así es.
Entonces, Isaac dice que muchas gracias. Y Stephanie, no sé si tú quieres agregar algo.
No, solo muchas gracias por estar acá y por compartir todo tu conocimiento. Y ya nos diste toda la información para cómo contactarte, cómo seguirse en redes sociales. Y sí, un placer tenerte acá.
Nada, el placer.
Perdón. Dime, Ramzi.
El placer ha sido mío, me ha encantado compartir este espacio. Podría estar hablando horas de esto, así que viene bien que tenga un tiempo, ¿no?, para seguir, porque si no aquí podría estar las 8 horas yo solo, tranquilamente hablando. Así que muchísimas gracias de corazón y un verdadero placer.
Muchas gracias, Ramzi. Tú sabes que tú eres parte de mi vida. Y nada, siempre es bueno tenerte, escucharte, escuchar tus consejos, escuchar de cómo tú te desenvuelves con las personas que trabajas, ver tu Instagram, ver tus canales, tu canal de YouTube y ver la pasión que tú tienes y también cómo tú transformas la vida de las personas. Así que, como siempre, te deseamos muchas cosas buenas. Esperamos verte pronto y gracias por formar parte también de la familia Plant Power, porque te hemos tenido en muchas ocasiones. Y nada, a todos ustedes, gracias por sintonizar esta programación de 2 horas en español. Y nada, esperamos verlos pronto, ya sea en nuestro Jumpstart o en nuestra programación 2 veces a la semana, 2 veces al mes, que hacemos a través de Zoom, donde traemos personas así como Ramzi, como el doctor Murillo y como Mariel a traerles mucha información buena, de calidad y mucha comida súper buena y súper saludable. Así que, señores, gracias por sintonizar. Nos estaremos viendo pronto. No se olviden de donar. Por ahí va a pasar el cintillo diciéndote la información y esperamos que toda esta información le haya sido útil a todos ustedes. Bye.
Hi everyone, my name's Hugo Ortega. I am a primary care doctor that works in Glen Oaks. I first learned about Plant-Powered Metro New York back in, I think it was like December of 2020, when I was speaking with my nutritionist about how to go whole food plant-based. I was in my residency in my second year during training, and I wanted to start working on losing weight because I was at probably my highest at like 489 pounds. I did not want to hit 500 and I wanted to do something to stop it. I heard about going whole food plant-based through the Forks Over Knives documentary and wanted to see if it would work for me. So throughout 2020, I started to slowly transition over, but I didn't do a full commitment until I joined Plant-Powered Metro New York in January of 2021. With the program itself, what was extremely useful about it was not only the fact that they gave us education throughout most of the days and taught us about like how good it is for the planet and how good it is for weight loss and how good it is for your health and preventing cancer and all these things. But it was also that I was paired with a mentor. I would say that's probably the most important thing. Having that accountability and having someone to talk to and troubleshoot issues really gave me the motivation to keep going. And, you know, even since then, I've still been chatting with my mentor and he's been wonderful. He'll recommend restaurants when I go to some random location and I'm like, I don't know where to eat good here that's healthy. And so that's always been really good for me. And so after I did that program, I actually found out about an American College of Lifestyle Medicine when I asked a question about how do I teach this to my patients. One of the websites they gave me was for the American College. And since then, you know, I've started getting trained in lifestyle medicine, teaching people how to go whole food plant-based, and I've become a member of that. And honestly, it's nice to see it loop back around. I've seen that the program continues to run jump starts every once in a while. The YouTube channel has like Spanish cooking videos and English cooking videos, which has been really useful for my Spanish-speaking patients to just kind of hand it out and give it to them. And what I like most about it is that it's like approachable, right? It's a 2-week jumpstart, right? Most people can do things for 2 weeks, right? A lot of people crash diet for 2 weeks. So why not go whole food plant-based for 2 weeks? And if you want, you can get, you know, blood work and stuff before and after to really see how different it was. So for example, for me, I used to be pre-diabetic. I was very close to diabetes at one point. And since then I've been normal, right? I recently checked my A1C. It was like 5.6. Maybe like a month ago. And that was thanks to this, right? I've also lost a bunch of weight. You know, I went from 489 at my highest to 394 at my lowest, which is huge. I wasn't that way since like maybe high school. And, you know, it was all thanks to this. I feel good, you know, my urticaria and my eczema and stuff all improved while I'm plant-based. And really a lot of things are wonderful. I owe a lot to the program, and you know, I'm happy to recommend it to anyone and everyone. Yeah, and I would like to say that, you know, the going whole food plant-based helps for almost everything, right? Almost any chronic disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, things like heart disease, right, can all be improved with a whole food plant-based diet. I've started working with my patients closely to do that, and I actually have a few patients who have come off their insulin since I started. Actually, one I believe is very likely going into remission, which is what we call the fancy way of saying that he's cured. And so probably when I see him next month, I'll probably take him off all of his medicines. And so I just want to say that, you know, these sort of things you believe you have to live with for all your life, but you don't. If you really do commit to a whole food plant-based diet and to exercise and to sleeping regularly, you really can make a huge difference. And doesn't matter how old you are, doesn't matter how long you've had these chronic diseases, this will help no matter what. And, you know, for a lot of people, it's kind of scary, right, to switch to this kind of diet. It seems like it's a huge change. But what I like to tell a lot of my patients, and what works for me really, was to just think of the things you make regularly, whatever you cook, and think of how can I make it healthier, right? What can I replace in the diet that in this meal that will let it still taste the same but be way better? So for me, for example, with chili, instead of using ground meat, we use sweet potatoes and black beans. A very simple change, but I still get the same flavor, the same taste, and the same satisfaction of eating chili, just with no, you know, negative effects.
Amazing, absolutely amazing story.
Yeah, I remember Dr. Hugo at the time. I think he wasn't quite a doctor then, but or maybe he was a resident, and just like totally all in. Really, what I love most is seeing how committed people are to their own health. So just seeing where he's gone since then has been tremendous.
You know, once you get that positive feedback of getting healthier, it's hard to go any other direction, right?
Absolutely. And I'm really excited by the incredible leadership that we have in the local Latino community, from Ifra and Stephanie, and so many of our volunteers, to Dr. Ortega, Dr. Barrias, who's helped with our Spanish jumpstarts. There's something here, and I love that it's cross-cultural.
And it's been a wonderful 2-hour programming that Ifra and the team put together. So kudos to Ifra, Stephanie, and the entire team for doing that. It was fantastic.
That's right. And if you're just joining us this hour, welcome. I'm Leanna Levine-Reisner, the Network Director of Plant Powered Metro New York. This is Plantathon. It's our Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of the Plant Powered Health Movement, presented by Plant Powered Metro New York. We are many voices with one mission, promoting health for all. Our live interviews and videos feature community and health leaders from the grassroots to the treetops, illustrating the power of plant-based nutrition and lifestyle. Please respond with your questions and reflections in the comments so we can interact with you throughout the day.
As you participate in Plantathon, please make a donation to support Plant Powered Metro New York. You can give by text, and that would be 44321. PPMNY is what you're texting, through our Plantathon campaign site or at our website. Please be generous, as all year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $50,000 through the end of the year. Everyone who donates today or who already made a gift starting last Tuesday at any level will be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. And you can learn more about those and check out our official rules for information. It's linked in the comments. If you don't have the means to give a donation, don't worry. You can still enter to win. Just follow the same link to find out how. We'll draw winners throughout the course of the day, as we have, and some afterwards, which we will announce on Thursday. Leanna, so answer a question for me. How much have we raised so far?
Well, Jim, we've raised almost $12,000 from 88 different people, which is so amazing. Thank you for your generosity.
Oh my gosh, and we're not even halfway done, so let's just keep asking people to. I know it's tough, I know this time of the year, I know it's been a weird few years, but we want to just keep doing all the great stuff that we do here. You know, from the great doctors and the stories that we're hearing. You know, this is just a safe space. As Dr. Barnard said early on, it's a community that allows us all to really connect with each other and connect with the ideology of healthy eating and healthy lifestyle.
That's right. That's right. And now, you know, peppered throughout our show are messages and tips from our volunteer network. We have loved to feature the voices of real people in our communities who have made this lifestyle work for them. Here is Esther Grieman, who's one of our peer lifestyle mentors.
Hi everyone, I'm Esther Greenman from Exemplary Lifestyle on Instagram. I'm just going to give a little bit of tips when you go shopping, grocery shopping. So let's say you want some juice, I would say the first thing to do is just make sure that it's 100% juice. That way you're not getting all that extra sugar, you're just getting the sugar that's already naturally in the fruit, and you get to have more of the benefits of the fruit itself. So this is tart cherry, organic tart cherry. So where I would look for it, 100% fruit juice, but don't just look there. Look on the back at the top of the nutrition facts, and it should say contains 100% juice. Show you another example. So this is a 100%. It's a lychee juice blend, so it's not all lychee, but it is still 100% juice. So that's important. I like to make sure I look for that. And then another tip is when you're buying vegetables, either frozen in a can or like in these boxes, make sure that they have no salt. And also try to find ones that just have what you're looking for, like just the vegetable, no extra preservatives or anything. So right now this is frozen root vegetable hash browns. So in the ingredients, there are 3 things. Organic Yukon Gold potatoes, organic carrots, and then organic sweet potatoes. That's it. There's nothing added. There's no salt. There's no nothing. And then say you get beans, either canned or in the box. Make sure you look for the no salt added, because you're going to add salt. You'll add a lot less salt if you do it yourself, as opposed to if the beans have been sitting in salt, you know? So yeah, those are my tips for today. Hope that was helpful for somebody. I know like lifestyle changes can be like pretty overwhelming and, you know, intense, but just do one thing at a time. Look for 100% juice and no salt, beans or vegetables, whatever it is. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Esther. So we also, as we mentioned, have a number of sponsors for today. We're going to share now with you how Plantathon is sponsored in part by California Balsamic, which offers a unique line of specialty balsamic vinegars inspired by flavors from around the world. Their products feature the finest fresh ingredients and their namesake 25-star balsamic from Modena, Italy, a custom balsamic made with an exceptionally high-quality grape must that enhances flavor and texture. All the sugars found in balsamic vinegar are a natural sugar from the grapes, nothing added. You can find them at californiabalsamic.com. We are so grateful that California Balsamic is a returning Plantathon sponsor this year. And here's a bit more about the company.
I'd like to introduce you to our company, California Balsamic. My name's Thomas. My wife Ethel and I own the business together, and we've been in Ukiah, California in this facility 37 years. Now, we import balsamic vinegar that's thick, rich, and sweet from Modena, Italy, and we flavor it with a wide variety of flavors, and we make them in 4.5-gallon small batches to make sure the quality stays as high as possible. Now, our best-selling flavor is 7-Herb Italian, a blend of 7 herbs and 4 spices designed for vegetables and salads. Crisp Cucumber, made with fresh cucumbers. Ruby Red Onion, a blend of red onions, onion powder, and onion granules, just a little beet powder in there to make it a beautiful color. And Gilroy Garlic, from the garlic capital of the world, Gilroy, California. My favorite, Sweet Heat, fresh garlic with serranos and habanero peppers, but it's designed for flavor, not to be hot. I am a certified spice wimp. We have several sizes of our flavors. The large ones, 12 ounces, 8 ounces, 5-ounce gift bottles, some of our favorite 3-ounce carry-on luggage approved, TSA friendly, and finally, the little 1.6-ounce sample bottles. These are designed to have for samples, and every time you place an order with us, we include 2 complimentary samples, and we want you to tell us what you want for your samples in the order notes box at the bottom of the checkout page at californiabalsamic.com. Call us at 707-367-0155.
Fiber, FODMAPs, and fermentation, oh my. Now, Dr. Yami earlier today said that fiber was her favorite F word. Not sure which one our guest would choose, but if you're curious about gut health, and maybe we'll even find out which one is his favorite, Our next guest is for you, Dr. Will Bolsewicz. Known as Dr. B, Dr. Bolsewicz is a board-certified, award-winning gastroenterologist and New York Times bestselling author of Fiber Fueled and the Fiber Fueled Cookbook, both New York Times bestseller. Dr. B is a graduate of Georgetown University School of Medicine and was chief medical resident at Northwestern Memorial Hospital and chief gastroenterologist fellow at the University of North Carolina Hospitals. He has authored more than 20 articles in the top American gastroenterology journals, has been featured in Shape, Women's Health, Men's Health, on HuffPost, lives in Charleston, South Carolina with his wife and 3 children. You can find him online at theplantfedgut.com or follow him on Instagram at theguthealthmd. Dr. B, it is such a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Jim. It's great to be here. Happy Giving Tuesday, everyone. And by the way, I just want to add California balsamics. Their stuff's awesome. And the sweet heat is actually my favorite too. And one of my favorite things to do is I'll get a slice of sourdough and I'll toast it up. And I put a drizzle. This is one of the secrets of avocado toast. Put a drizzle of the balsamic on top and then mash the avocado. And to me, that's like perfection.
They have a fig one too that's really exceptional. So we thank them for their participation. They supported us last year, so it's great that they're back again. Let's get into your story now. I'm assuming most people know who you are, but I don't want to make any assumptions. So start us off with a backstory as to how you got into plant-based nutrition and why it's so important to you.
Well, Jim, I don't know how this happened. I mean, this is serendipity. Life came at me and the story is I wasn't raised to eat this way. I wasn't raised with any consciousness towards or bias towards plant-based eating. If anything, I was quite the opposite. My favorite food as a kid was a hot dog, and ate a very poor diet as I went through my residency and my medical education, and it caught up to me. And I was in my early 30s. I was having a lot of health problems. I was 50 pounds overweight. And I knew that things needed to change in my life, but I didn't really know how to fix my own problems, even though I was a fully trained, board-certified doctor. And really, my life changed when I met my wife, which is, again, serendipity. But this person comes into my life, and we're quite simply on a date, and she's eating differently than anyone I'd ever seen before. She was eating only plants. And it was enough to open my mind to the possibility that maybe the hot dogs, maybe the food that I was raised on and that actually I loved was actually the problem. Maybe that was holding me back. And so I ended up changing my diet, and it completely transformed my life. And as a medical doctor, when you discover something so intensely powerful from a health perspective, you really want to bring that to your patients. And so I started to bring this into my gastroenterology practice. This was like roughly 2013, 2014. And I was witnessing them and my patients in their own unique way, having health transformations of their own. And it sort of led me to a place where I really felt a calling, like I need to share this story. People deserve to hear this. This can't just be something that's happening, sort of on an anonymous basis behind the walls of my clinic. And that's what ultimately led me to first sharing it on social media and ultimately writing my first book, Fiber Fueled. And now here we are.
Now you have a master's in clinical investigation as well. So does that give you additional focus and additional lens through which you can really understand nutrition science? And how has that influenced your practice?
Well, I think that one of the things for me is that I think context is very important. That's one of the things that I've learned through the years. And, my personal context, part of it is that I attack problems from a clinical perspective. I see sort of a problem or something that needs to be fixed, and I try to identify ways that we can go about fixing those problems. But at the same time, my background is with the Masters of Clinical Investigation and as a researcher. And so I was trained to be an academic and to be someone who was, applying for grants and things of that variety. So I feel like it sort of gives me a unique perspective because I can see things through the eyes of what my patients experience in the clinic, but I can also sort of go deeper and really understand where the research is coming from. But, I would also add, Jim, that I think that just as important as those two things, my education, I feel that that experience that I had on an individual basis that really opened my eyes to the power of plant-based nutrition, that's just as important, I think, because in those moments, I was unwell. I was suffering. I was the one who needed a fix. And it allowed me to really relate to and understand my patients, because when you're in that place where you just want to feel better, you're willing to do whatever it takes. And so I think that's really something that helped me in my career, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I had issue, that stroke and all that stuff. And, I understand that motivation, but what I'm told by doctors is it doesn't really come naturally to a lot of patients, that, you can tell them what to do. And even after a horrible event, they don't do it. Why is that? Any thoughts about, how we can motivate people, or is that just something endemic to themselves?
Well, I think that we have to think about these types of issues from a human perspective and understand, first of all, that people come in many different varieties. And so when we think about how are we going to approach these people and get through to them, we have to understand there are many different ways in which, they may respond. There's many different voices to which they may respond. I, for one, embrace and accept the fact that there are people who see it a little bit differently than I do. And I don't think that they're wrong. And sort of the way that I sort of see that is that they're resonating with certain people. I resonate with certain people. And ultimately what I'd want is I just want people to kind of come on board and start eating more plants. One of the things that I found, Jim, in my experience is that you have to meet people where they are. And it's really tough because we have a broken healthcare system, and doctors are expected to get work done in 15 minutes. And that includes writing the note. And so it unfortunately has led to a strain where, just to kind of call it what it is, I don't think doctors like the way that our healthcare system is. I think that, they're quite upset about it, and they would change it if they could. But because they don't control the rules, they're sort of forced into this situation where it's like, 4 patients an hour.
Yeah.
And
Doing the best,
you
doing the best they
can't,
can, right?
yeah, and you can't talk to a patient about nutrition in that period of time and have a meaningful conversation. Ultimately, Jim, the answer to your question is this: we have to connect with people. We have to connect with people, and when we connect with people and they feel that trust and they really are listening, then they're more likely to jump on board. But if we're not connecting with them, we can't just throw something out there flippantly and expect them to respond to that.
Yeah, got to connect where they are, not where we want them to be.
Yeah.
It's a huge difference. So Dr. Yami talked about one of the big F's, fiber. Tell us the role of fiber in healthy digestion. What's supposed to happen in our gut, and what does fiber do to make that happen?
Well, I think the story of fiber is incredibly exciting, and it involves, sort of, it's undergoing a renaissance, because we have known for a very long time that fiber is good for human health. This is not news, but we sort of dismissed fiber as this boring thing, and we sort of conjured up this image of fiber that goes in the mouth and it passes out the other end unchanged. And that's really, we're not doing ourselves any favors by looking at fiber that way. Fiber is exciting. Fiber to me is honestly like the science. I find it to be sexy. I think it's really cool, because what happens really with fiber is that it goes in our mouth, and we, as humans, we don't have the ability with our digestive enzymes to process and digest fiber. But our gut microbes that live inside of us, the 38 trillion microbes that are mostly concentrated inside of our large intestine, our colon, they do have those enzymes. A single cellular bacteria, it's one cell, could have hundreds of enzymes, and I have none as a big, 205-pound guy. So it's quite fascinating to consider. So the fiber comes into contact with the microbes, and then the microbes basically process it, unpack it, and then release the most anti-inflammatory compounds that I've come across in my 20 years of study in medicine, which are the short-chain fatty acids.
Butyrate and stuff like that, which gets created from there. So what's the microbiome? I want to go real simple, and for people who don't know, we all hear about it. Everyone said the microbiome is, where our defenses are. It's where everything is that's helping us live, but we still, it seems to be shrouded in mystery still, or a lot of research being done right now.
Yeah, well, we're coming along. Imagine this, that if you went back 16 years ago, we knew next to nothing on this topic. And then it was a laboratory breakthrough that for the first time allowed us to study and understand this community of microorganisms that are a part of our body. So that is what the microbiome is, Jim. It is the community of microorganisms that are a part of your body, and they cover your body, all external surfaces. So that means that your skin, your mouth, your nose, believe it or not, on your eyeball, there's a microbiome. There are microbes right now, like floating across. You just, unfortunately, you're not able to see them. But the main location of these microbes, the vast majority of them, they are inside our intestines. And now it may sound like, well, Dr. B, you said that they were external to our body. So it turns out that this is sort of a crazy thing. You have to take a moment to consider this. But the inside of our intestines actually is outside of our body, because our intestines are a hollow tube that start at our mouth and end at our bottom. That tube is unbroken. And so basically, as it goes in your mouth and it passes through that tube, it continues to remain outside your body, even though it's the depths of your bowels. So these microbes, Jim, they're mostly bacteria. They may include some fungi or yeasts, and some other types of organisms. And they're connected to, the really important part here is, yes, they're connected to digestion, but they're also connected to our immune system, as you're alluding to, our metabolism, our hormones, our mood, our brain health, our cognition, our energy levels. I mean, really, this becomes, when you start to think about this is very central to human health.
So more important than the brain almost, or a second brain?
Well, you're throwing me a bit of an alley-oop there, Jim. So yes, the gut is referred to as the second brain. And when we say the gut, we're not actually referring to the microbes or the microorganisms, but instead we're referring to the digestive apparatus, the digestive system. And the reason why we call it a second brain is because actually the gut will function and do its job and do it perfectly well without any input from your brain at all. So your brain is not required to send signals to your gut. But, in terms of what's more important, your gut microbiome or your brain, it's really hard to answer that, to be honest with you. And the reason why is because they're quite intertwined. And what we see is that the gut affects your brain and your brain function. The brain affects your gut and your gut function. And so to disentangle them and sort of say what is superior, I think they're both important.
Sort of like Dr. Campbell talking about whole, that everything should be considered as a whole body instead of all these little components of it. Let's get back to fiber for a second. In your book, in Fiber Fuel, you spoke of a golden rule. You said the single greatest predictor of a healthy microbiome is the diversity of plants in one's diet. How do you recommend, especially people coming to a clinic with issues, how do you recommend that they start on that journey?
Well, I think the exciting thing about this is that this is not intimidating, and this is not something that is restricted to a limited few who follow a certain diet. This is wide open. Anyone can do this. You can start doing it today. And all you have to do is think about this simple rule: diversity of plants. You can do this when you're in the supermarket, when you're in the kitchen and you're cooking a meal, when you're sitting down at the table and you're putting things and arranging your dish that you're about to consume. If you think about it in these moments, then what you're going to do is you're going to add more plants, more varieties of plants to your plate. And when you do this, when you add more varieties of plants, what you end up doing is you're basically providing your body a diverse variety of forms of fiber, of polyphenols, which are the antioxidant compounds that give the plants their colors, of phytochemicals. And you also get the things like the protein, the amino acids, the healthy fats, the vitamins, the minerals. So variety on the plate is a nutritionally strong concept at baseline. But going beyond just this sort of concept or idea or making it sound like, hey, Dr. B had this sort of, gimmick or something. This is actually scientifically validated in the American Gut Project, which is the largest study to date, allowing us to connect the health of our microbiome to our diet and lifestyle factors. What they discovered is that the people who had the healthiest guts were the people who were eating the widest varieties of plants. So I say, no matter who you are, no matter how you eat, I invite you today to make this a central part of how you approach the plate, how you approach your diet, which is to just eat more varieties of plants.
Okay, we get to the second F word, F acronym in this case, FODMAP. And some people with digestive issues have been told this may be the issue. They might be FODMAP sensitive. So demystify for us. What does the acronym mean, and what does it really mean to the individual person who's having these sensitivities?
Yeah, well, if I haven't been nerdy enough already, we're about to get even nerdier. So FODMAPs is an acronym. It stands for, don't worry, you don't have to memorize this, anyone. I'll explain it in a moment, but it stands for fermentable oligosaccharides, disaccharides, monosaccharides, and polyols. And basically what we're talking about is different forms of carbohydrate or sugar-based foods. And it includes things like, one example is lactose from dairy products, or fructose that you'll find in a lot of fruits, or galacto-oligosaccharides, which you find in legumes, or fructans, which you'll find in wheat, barley, and rye, as well as garlic and onions. So this sort of category of foods, the issue with them is that for many of them, we rely on our gut microbes to help us to process and digest these specific components of the food. So for a person who has a damaged gut, such as the person who has irritable bowel syndrome, they may struggle with these particular types of foods. Again, I'm talking about dairy products and legumes and wheat, barley, and rye, which are the gluten-containing foods. And by the way, as a quick aside, I just want to comment that I'm not actually advocating for the consumption of dairy products at any point here, but it's within the scope of this conversation, so I do include it. So anyway, for those people, these foods, they can actually cause digestive symptoms. And what's important for them to understand is that these same components that we could quite easily vilify and say how bad they are for us are actually good for us. These same components that can cause symptoms are actually what we would describe as prebiotic, meaning that they are the food, they are the fuel for your gut microbiome. And when you eliminate these foods, which has been the conventional recommendation through the last 15 years or so, maybe 20, when you eliminate these foods, you actually are withdrawing from food that is good for your gut microbiome, and you are in a way starving them. So what we want is, we don't want to suffer. I want you to feel well. I'm a doctor. I care that people feel better. But we also want to go about this in a way where we can actually heal our gut and get ourselves to a better place where we're capable of consuming these foods and consuming them without restriction. And the way that we do that is, rather than completely eliminating these foods, Jim, what we do is we reduce them, we moderate them, we start low, and then we go slow. And by starting low and going slow, much like we would do with exercise, we are actually enhancing our ability to process and digest these foods. And then you can ultimately get to a place where you are able to consume them without restriction and without symptoms.
Friends of mine have said, I can't eat soy, I can't eat this, I can't eat beans. But what you're saying is that their gut's not ready for it right now, but given enough training, it will be. And so, is it possible that inflammation from eating things that aren't good for the gut might be causing that sensitivity?
Well, I think that the modern lifestyle has not been friendly to the gut microbiome. It's been a radical change. This goes beyond just what we put into our mouth. There are many different factors which are contributory. But if you think about what we put into our mouth, the average American's diet is about 60% ultra-processed foods, which basically the idea there, even if they are plant-based, with those ultra-processed foods, they are extracting many of the healthful nutrients, such as fiber, and then they're adding in additives that in many cases have proven to be unfriendly to the gut microbiome. So that's 60% of the American diet. 30% of the American diet is animal products. It's meat, dairy, and eggs. I can tell you the collective fiber content of the meat, dairy, and eggs, it's zero. There's no fiber in there. And what's left over is just, sadly, 10%. That 10% is the amount that the average American is actually whole food plant-based. And sadly, in that 10%, the number one plant is potatoes because they're eating French fries.
Would ketchup then be second?
Ketchup is probably second. So, you know, from my perspective, we could look at this as the weight of ultra processed foods with the additives, with the refined sugars. We could look at this as the weight of the saturated fat that exists within the animal products. But I also think that part of the story here is the complete absence of fiber.
Hmm.
And so it's about substitutions, Jim. Nutrition is always about substitutions. What are you replacing with what? You know, years ago, there was a study where they said, look, butter is back, but butter is healthy. Well, yeah, that's because you're comparing it to Crisco, right? Like, it's not healthy. And so,
compared to what?
Exactly, compared to what? But the point is that I have yet to see a study that suggests that people are less healthy because they're consuming more plant-based foods in their diet.
Clearly, we're not going to see one of those studies that are going to come out to say that probably ever, but you never know. So fiber, FODMAPs, fermentation. Third F might be your favorite. I understand you making mean sauerkraut. Is that true?
I do. You know, you can tell from my last name where my family is originally from. So I do love sauerkraut. And, you know, it's interesting. When I wrote Fiber Fueled, I was writing it mostly, like I started working on it in 2018. And I spent the entire year of 2019 writing. It came out in 2020. And at that time, from my perspective, like the research hadn't yet caught up, but I sincerely believed that fermented foods were a part of a healthful plant-based diet for better gut health. And part of that is that fermented foods, it contains healthy microbes, contains, when it's coming from plants, it contains prebiotics, contains polyphenols. And so there are these elements that come from the transformation. Fermentation really is about transformation. And that transformation process unlocks the food, releases new parts of it, and gives us access to that as humans. And so when I wrote Fiber Fueled, I really believed, you know, this is part of a healthy, gut healthy diet. And it's interesting because then in the summer of 2021, a paper was published out of Stanford in the journal Cell, which is one of the top 4 or 5 journals on the planet. And in that study, which, by the way, was done by a few friends of mine, Justin Sonnenberg and Christopher Gardner from Stanford, what they did is they took people who were not eating fermented food, which, by the way, is pretty much all Americans, and they asked them to ramp up their fermented food consumption for 10 weeks. And at the end of those 10 weeks, they had a more diverse, healthier microbiome and lower measures of inflammation. And so I think, to me, the message is clear that if we want a healthier gut, we should eat for more variety, and we should also add fermented food to our diet.
Now, Dr. Greger shared research about the issues with pickled foods, especially salted ones, in various cancers. So fermented versus pickles, need we be so concerned in a fermented food about the salt content? How do we balance all that?
Well, I think the balance is the critical word. So if you take a person who's eating the standard American diet and you increase their salt consumption is already high at baseline. And that, to me, is not a move that we want to be making. But on the flip side, if you take a person who's transitioning to a whole food plant-based diet, they're reducing their salt consumption as a part of moving towards a more healthful diet. What you're doing is you're creating a tremendous amount of room where consuming a small amount of fermented food on a routine basis is not going to have the type of impact where you have to worry about that type of risk. I think that one of the important things for people to understand is that in these countries where we see these associations, first of all, there is complexity to it. It's not a one-to-one epidemiology association. There's other factors that are involved, such as the presence of a bacteria called H. pylori that quite simply does not really exist in the United States. But the second part of this is that the amount of, for example, kimchi that is consumed in Korea, no one in the United States would ever get close to eating that amount of fermented food. I mean, they're consuming it like every single meal.
Got a question that just came in. I think it's interesting. And my dad actually had Parkinson's. So is there any data about Parkinson's, the gut microbiome, and a plant-based diet? Anything that's out there?
So there is data. I think that, when we start to talk about this, it comes with the caveat that we're looking at the early data, many times preclinical data, where it's an animal model, for example. And I'll be the first to say, because I would say this if a carnivore is trying to make a claim based upon an animal model, that we have to get human data to really support these findings. So sometimes we're not quite there in terms of the human-based research. So that's what we need to do. When it comes to Parkinson's disease, the suggestion from the animal model data is that because fiber comes into contact with the gut microbes, and those gut microbes release short-chain fatty acids, those short-chain fatty acids actually travel up to the brain, and there is the suggestion that you can reduce the risk of developing Parkinson's disease as the result of short-chain fatty acids. So we do believe that there's a potential connection there.
Wow. We're going to have Dean and Aisha Sherzai on later. I think I want to ask them that question as well and see, if they're doing some research on that. We're running short of time. I wanted to make sure that we talked about your new e-course on food sensitivities. Is it running now? Is it about to start?
So what I did, Jim, is I ran a series of courses. It was 3 courses in a row that were about food intolerances. The first one was about diagnosing them. The second one was about FODMAPs, and the third one was about histamines. And they could be done in sequence, all 3, or they could be done a la carte, meaning whatever one you think is most applicable to you, you could do. And now those courses are available in a digital format where people can take the course on their own time, self-paced, like you could do it whenever you feel like doing it, and are readily available in that sort of format. So those courses that previously were done live are now available in that self-paced format.
And that's accessible through Plant Fed Gut website?
That's right. You can just click on the button that says courses, and you'll see there's a number of options that are available.
Time for one more question. Is what we're asking everybody today. What is one thing you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's world?
I think you lean into social connections. You lean into the people that you love. And one of the things that my wife and I have been focusing on, that if you follow me closely on social media, you would have seen me talking about this over the weekend. We're making time to put down our devices. So even though part of what I do, like professionally, is to have conversations on social media and to, by the way, there's a picture of my daughter, have conversations on social media or produce, courses or things of this variety. Even though that's what I do with my time, it's still important for me to sort of step away from that and focus on my family. And so what we've made our goal is that all of us as a family collectively, we're each going to take 1 hour per day away from devices. That's our dinner time. And we're going to take 1 day a week away from devices entirely. That's Saturday. And we're going to take 1 week a year away from devices entirely. And that's going to be vacation with the family. And so we're trying to make this time so that it's like focus on one another, lean into those relationships, and sort of cultivate goodwill with one another, other humans.
Amazing. Dr. B, I so appreciate your time. I know the entire Plant Powered community does as well. Thank you so much for being here today and answering our questions.
My pleasure, Jim. Thanks for having me. Thank you, everyone, and happy Giving Tuesday. Hope everyone supports the Plant Powered Metro New York.
That was Dr. B, and what I'm going to do now is add my partner in crime, Leanna. I'm always going to say, can we top that interview? But we know that we have so many amazing people coming up, but this was just fantastic.
That's right. I always love learning with Dr. B.
Yeah,
Thank you. And guess what, Jim? It's time for another giveaway.
Oh, wow. What a surprise.
I know, right? If you made a donation to Plant Powered Metro New York sometime in the last week between November 22nd and 28th, or if you entered through a form without a donation, then you were entered to win one of 8 prizes that we're giving away on the show to 11 lucky winners. Right now, we are giving away 1 spot in our 21-day Plant Powered Jumpstart, which begins in early January. You'll receive free access to our live virtual learning sessions and peer-to-peer mentorship so you can learn the ropes of whole food plant-based nutrition. With a full month of programming and resources, our Jumpstart is designed to support you and adopting and sustaining a lifestyle that will promote your health now and for many years to come. And our winner is...
Drum roll.
Congratulations, Hillary Agan, one of our board members. You've won a seat in our Jumpstart. If not for you, then for a friend, colleague, or family member. And we'll be in touch with you tomorrow so you can claim your prize.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Hillary. And if you're wondering how to be entered and to win prizes yourself, here's what to do. If you make an online donation to Plant Powered Metro or complete the form without a donation anytime today or tomorrow, you'll be entered to win one of 9 prizes for 15 lucky winners. A few of them we've been giving out throughout the day, including some more spots in our 21-day Jumpstart. Check out the giveaway rules we're posting in the comments for more information. Among other prizes, you could win free tuition to the Main Street Vegan Academy, the premier training program for vegan coaches, educators, and entrepreneurs, offering the respective vegan lifestyle coach and educator certification. And Leanna, if my memory is correct, you are indeed one of those, correct?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. It's a great program.
Amazing program. I was lucky enough to be able to teach at it a few years ago. It is phenomenal. Known for its elite faculty and unparalleled follow-up support, MSVA is live via Zoom with all classes recorded. The next academy will take place in fall 2023. We really hope you'll generously support us as we get to our goal of 50,000. I didn't mean to put you on alone. I meant to put on that way. But I'm going to turn it over to you right now because you have the next great interview coming up.
That's right. That's right. And it's time to welcome plant-based nutrition advocate and philanthropist Dan Purjes, a native New Yorker. Dan's background is in computer science and in business. He built several businesses from startup to profitability before selling them to larger corporations in finance, digital printing, software, and solar energy. And Dan and his wife, Edna, now run Purjes Foundation, providing funds for worthwhile causes, particularly those involving health. He takes an active role in those causes, serving on the boards of numerous national and local charities. So, Dan, for people who don't know your story, can you tell us about your awakening to plant-based nutrition? What happened to you?
About 10 years ago, I had a heart attack, and I was at NYU Medical Center. They inserted a stent and held me overnight for observation. While I was in the ICU, I was watching CNN, and I saw Bill Clinton being interviewed by Dr. Sanjay Gupta, the quote-unquote house physician on CNN. And Clinton had lost about 30 pounds. And Dr. Gupta asked him what was happening, what was behind that weight loss. And Clinton said that after he had left the White House, he had had quadruple bypass surgery. And for a while, everything was fine. But then he started getting chest pains again. And he went back to the cardiologist at Columbia Presbyterian that had operated on him. And they basically told him that there was not much they could do for him. The nature of his situation and previous procedures that had been done on his graft vessels left him in a situation where there was pretty much no option. And he asked his staff to research what else was out there. And they came across that famous book by Dr. Esselstyn, Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease. And he talked about this book, how amazing it was, the pictures that were in there that were unbelievable, arteries opening up, blood flow being reinstated, sometimes in as little as 3 weeks. And here I am in the hospital having just had a heart attack. Wow. And a stent insertion. So this couldn't have been more timely. Now, for most of my life, I had been a vegetarian. From age 18 on, I had been a vegetarian. I was 62 at the time of this heart attack. So it's quite a few years as a vegetarian. But I still had a heart attack. And the food at that time at the hospital had the menu, they had no vegetarian items all the food on the menu was perfectly designed to put you into the hospital and prevent you from getting out. My wife went out on First Avenue looking for a place where she could buy some vegetarian food while I'm listening to this interview of Clinton. And Clinton talked about how this was a plant-based diet. He had lost 30 pounds in 90 days. He said he hadn't felt this good since he was a teenager. And I called my wife on her cell phone and I said, forget the food, get the book. And she went to Barnes and Nobles and picked up the book, came back to the hospital. And when I read Dr. Esselstyn's presentation, I immediately understood that what had done me in was all the cheese and dairy products and eggs and processed oils and processed foods, all of that. And I immediately, that morning, I was 100% plant-based. And
That's amazing.
My wife as well.
What
That's
timing.
how it began. Right.
What timing.
Thank you. Yeah.
So fast forward to last week. What did you eat for Thanksgiving? What was on your table?
What did I eat for Thanksgiving? So quinoa, peppers stuffed with rice, tofu, and other foods, plant-based. Right?
Amazing. That's great. Who does the cooking? Do you help out or?
I help a little bit, mostly my wife. She's a
Okay.
phenomenal cook. She's amazing.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. So since this moment of awakening for you, when you really dove right in, the theme that runs through all of your work is about disease reversal. I know we spoke about this a little on the phone when we chatted earlier. And many of the doctors that we work with prefer to be somewhat conservative about using the R word, reversal, instead using a different R word, remission, but they also don't want to overpromise that all diseases can be reversed. I think there's something important, though, about the bold statement that we use when we talk about disease reversal. What draws you to making that kind of a bold statement in how you've,
That's a very good question. Okay. Because you'll find a certain theme in my activities, and that theme is disease reversal. Because when I saw the book by Dr. Esselstyn, Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease, prevent is pretty trite. A lot of people, a lot of talk, a lot of books, programs, and so forth, focusing on disease prevention. But disease reversal is almost a shocker. Who ever heard of reversing heart disease, reversing cancer, reversing rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, lupus, on and on? And most doctors refuse to entertain the thought that disease, chronic disease, can be reversed. But the fact is that it is reversible. As far as I'm concerned, if you have certain biomarkers for a disease, and those biomarkers go in the opposite direction, you reverse them. And if those biomarkers for the disease disappear completely, as often happens, you've reversed the disease. There's no disease indication in the body anymore.
That's right. Right. So tell our viewers about some of the projects that you have been a part of launching in service to the idea of disease reversal.
Well, after I had that awakening at the NYU Medical Center, when my wife bought the book back, the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease, I immediately became plant-based, whole food plant-based. Within 60 days, I lost 20 pounds, 25 pounds. My biomarkers did a flip-flop. So my cholesterol went from 215 to 145. My LDL, the so-called bad cholesterol, went from 140 to 89. My C-reactive protein, which is the marker for inflammation, went from 3.4, which is considered the red zone, to 0.6, which is considered the green zone. All of this within 60 days. I went back to NYU for a follow-up checkup. And when the physicians there saw my data, they couldn't believe it. There are no medicines that will produce that kind of a turnaround in biomarkers. And they asked me what I was doing, and I told them. And I showed them Dr. Esselstyn's book. I said, don't you people know about this? And they said, no, we never heard of it. So I bought a copy of the book for each and every one of them. And I also bought them a copy of the film Forks Over Knives, which I thought was a fabulous film. And then I asked them, what clinical studies have been done between a whole food plant-based diet and some kind of controlled diet for cardiovascular disease patients? And they came back and they said, basically none. So I said, I'm prepared to fund a study. Let's talk about it. And we eventually got to a point where we designed, not me, the physicians, but I added some thoughts. And we designed a study that measured C-reactive protein. And on the one hand, the patients would be in a plant-based diet for 8 weeks. And the other control group would be on the American Heart Association diet that is recommended for cardiovascular disease patients. Now, it was only an 8-week study, but people in the plant-based group had 4 times the reduction of C-reactive protein than the people in the American Heart Association diet group. Anytime you put people on a diet, if it's discipline, you're going to see some improvement. So people on the AHA diet saw a slight reduction in their CRP, but people on the plant-based diet saw 4 times the reduction in an 8-week period. The research was published in the Journal of the American Heart Association and was also written up by the Wall Street Journal. Got quite a bit of attention.
Fantastic. Kudos to you for finding a hole and filling it. And you've done this in so many other ways too. And I'm curious if you could share, your vision for the future of the field of whole food plant-based nutrition. What do you want to see happen? What are you doing personally to activate this vision?
Well, I'd like to see as many people as possible on the planet become whole food plant-based, because that is the healthy way to live. It's healthy for individuals. It's healthy for the planet. As you probably know, the industrial farming of animals produces a great deal of greenhouse gases, more than the entire transportation sector, is what I understand. So it's good for the planet, it's good for the human beings, and it's good for the animals. It's a win-win all the way. So I very much would like to see more and more people become plant-based.
That's great. And you've been working closely with, I know, Dr. Stoll at the Plantrition Project and with the International Journal of Disease Reversal. Any other projects that you want to share about that you've been working on? Your film, your book?
Yeah, the book. So Dr. Stoll and I co-authored a book that we think is really needed. Everybody needs inspiration and encouragement. It's not easy to convert to a whole plant food lifestyle if you've grown up eating meat and animal products and processed foods. So we put together a book that contains 36 stories. The book's title is Disease Reversal Hope: Real People, Real Stories. So these are stories, 36 of them, that were contributed by people that had a variety of chronic diseases: cancer, heart disease, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, multiple sclerosis, asthma, obesity, depression, on and on. And they tell their story. They tell the story of how they had a horrible disease, all sorts of medications and treatments that did not work, But when they converted to a whole plant food lifestyle, their ailments went away. They reversed the disease. The book, it's selling well. We decided to do a movie. So we have a movie called Disease Reversal Hope, the film, and it contains interviews of some of these story contributors, and they're quite gripping, very emotional, very gripping. I would urge your constituents to see the movie. You can find the book, the movie on Amazon, on Apple iTunes, and other outlets, and it's quite gripping.
That's wonderful. And our book group has read your book and really enjoyed the diversity of the stories in there. Yeah. So I want to wrap up our conversation, Dan, by asking you the question we're asking all of our speakers. What's one thing that you're doing to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's challenging world?
I'm reading my book. It's not my story. It's 35 other stories. My story is in there also, but there's 35 very inspirational stories by people who were at the bottom of the barrel. They had lost all hope. Some of them attempted suicide. They were that desperate. And they found a way to revive hope, to turn their life around. Right at the bottom, they began climbing up. And it's extremely inspirational.
Wonderful. Thank you, Dan. You bring us hope in your actions and in your leadership. We thank you for everything that you've done and look forward to really achieving this vision of disease reversal for so many more people. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nicole Chalet, and I am an October 2021 graduate of the Jumpstart program hosted by Plant Powered Metro New York. And over the last year, my life has completely changed thanks to Plant Powered Metro New York, just in every aspect. I really joined the Jumpstart sort of on a whim. My primary goal was to lose weight, and I never could have imagined a year later just how much an impact that program would have had on my life. I had watched documentaries and been interested in eating plant-based, but I really feel the Jumpstart program took everything to a whole new level. And going into it, I thought, well, sounds very intimidating to cook without oil. I was really dragging my feet about that. I thought there's just no way. But I thought, you know, for 3 weeks, I can commit to that. And I think what's so powerful about what Plant Powered Metro New York does through their Jumpstart programs is that it really gives your body an opportunity to fully detox and experience the effects of what eating whole food plant-based can do. And it just was miraculous, truly. It made it so that I just never wanted to go back. I always wanted to keep feeling that good, and I just couldn't believe that in such a short time that I could experience such a change in my body. At the time that I joined the program, I was at my highest weight. I had been suffering from very severe long COVID for over a year and a half, so I'd spent so much time bedridden, unable to really move a lot, sleeping a lot, lots of pain throughout my body all the time, numbness in my limbs, shooting nerve pains, just really a whole host of effects that kept going from when I had first contracted COVID. And I never expected that eating whole food plant-based could help alleviate and lower so many of those symptoms. Within a few months after my initial program, the inflammation markers in my body were a fourth of what they were. I had lost so much weight. So many of the symptoms were less severe, to the point where I just felt like I had regained my life. I felt like I could be more active. I felt like I could, have less recovery time between when I would do something physical, even as simple as walking. It had been such a struggle for me prior. And really what's so amazing about the program is that I came away feeling fully supported and fully empowered. And it's exactly what the name is, plant powered, and I felt empowered. I just loved. I thought it was a great time commitment. I loved working with my mentor and getting hands-on, in-the-moment feedback to help me adjust things or get my questions answered. And I just felt so supported, both on the group level and then on the individual level. I am just so amazed at how incredible the Jumpstart program was in terms of really explaining nutrition to me for the first time in my life, where I felt like I could understand it. It was backed by science. It made common sense as well. And I was able to internalize it. I was able to understand it, and I was able to enact upon it in my life. Having that support and that background for the science component and the nutrition component was then also bolstered by how can we make this realistic and practicable? How can we actually eat this way, knowing that this is the best thing for our bodies? And so I also loved in the Jumpstart program how many resources I got. The plant-powered Metro New York app had the recipe app had so many recipes that I enjoyed trying. But then also, with all of my energy restraints, I also found quick and easy recipes, things that, kept me satiated, kept me going, but didn't require a lot of effort. So I just loved that I was able to find such a balance there.
Hi, I'm Mayan, Leanna's daughter. I'm making banana strawberry ice cream today. Okay, so first I have frozen strawberries. You don't want to use regular strawberries because it'll be smoothie if you do that. You can use frozen banana, but I like to use a fresh banana because it's creamier. Okay, so first I like to just eyeball it, but I'd say maybe half a cup of strawberries. I fill it to maybe halfway. I'm using Magic Bullet. I like to put half a banana, but it depends on, you can put the whole banana if you want it to be sweeter, or even less if you want it to be even less sweet. So I also add more if I don't like the taste of it. So after I've added those, I have soy milk and vanilla almond milk, 365, and West soy. I usually use the soy milk because we don't usually have the almond milk at home. But when we do, I like to use almond milk because it adds vanilla, and I like vanilla. Really, you can use any sort of plant-based milk. This I also just eyeball, but maybe 3/4 of a cup. No. Half a cup. No, 1/4 of a cup. But you can keep adding it as you go if it needs more wetness. Okay. So now, you can add chia at any point here. I sometimes add chia, sometimes I don't. But I'll add it right now, just for the sake of explaining things. So, you could do maybe just a tablespoon or so. But this bag is running low, so I'll just pour the rest of it. Just add some more water for the chia, or milk. Got that blending smooth. Time for taste testing. Okay. It turned out good. I like to make this ice cream usually I make it for dinner, which is weird, but usually for dinner, I'm just so tired and I don't want to do anything, and this is just so quick and easy. I can just throw it all together, and it takes 5 minutes, and just eat it. And usually my brother also wants some, which is good because he's very picky. And he'll even eat it with chia, which is good because we need omega-3s.
So did she make enough for the entire green room?
Oh, I wish. She always makes a single serving, but that's my daughter. She just takes charge of what she needs in the kitchen, and she knows that I ask her to add chia because they need their omega-3s. So there you go. Pass it along.
She's listening to her mom's lessons. That's a beautiful thing.
That's right. That's right. So thank you, Jim, and thank you all. If you're just joining us this hour, welcome to Plantathon, our Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of the plant-powered health movement presented by Plant-Powered Metro New York. We are many voices with one mission, promoting health for all. Our live interviews and videos feature community and health leaders from the grassroots to the treetops, illustrating the power of plant-based nutrition and lifestyle. We encourage you to interact with us in the comments, share your reflections, your questions, so we can talk to you throughout the day.
And as you participate in the Plantathon, please make a donation to support Plant-Powered Metro New York. You can give by text through our Plantathon campaign site or at our website, and we have instructions and links in the comments. You'll see it there. And please, please, please be generous, as all year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $50,000. And that's going to be through the end of the year. So everyone who donates today or who already made a gift starting last Tuesday at any level will be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. You can learn more about the prizes. Check out our official rules for more information. Again, linked in the comments. You've seen them on the screen throughout the day. And if you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win. Just follow that same link to find out how. We're going to draw winners throughout the course of this live stream. We've already done a bunch of them, and some afterwards that we have and we will announce on Thursday. Plantathon also has some great sponsored, and in part it is sponsored by the Ethos Farm Project, which was founded by Dr. Ron Weiss in Long Valley, New Jersey, to address the interconnected nature of how agriculture affects human health, planetary health, and our relationship with nature. Through regenerative organic farming and a farm-based healthcare system, the Ethos Farm Project produces truly nourishing food to feed the community and restore the land, all while cultivating and empowering a new generation of farmers, doctors, and nurses through hands-on educational programming. So let's take a look at the video.
Some people might say I had a midlife crisis, but to tell you the truth, I had it up to here. I was fed up with the American healthcare system. I was fed up with our corrupted food system. But I think the breaking point, most of all, was I had 2 small children. I'd recently become married in my 40s. And being an environmentalist, I looked at these small children and I imagined that by the time they reached my age, the planet would be a very difficult place on which to live. So I decided to chuck it all. I sold my practice, I sold all of my assets, I took all the money, and I bought a broken down old farm. And today, I practice medicine on this farm the way I think it should be practiced. I practice in an old wooden farmhand's house in the center of the growing field, where we grow the foods that restore people's health. And we don't just grow them in any old way. We grow them with methods that help to restore the health of our planet. And I think every day as I leave my practice, I really get the sense that not only myself, but everyone who works here, we feel good that we've done our small part to repair the world.
Thank you, Dr. Weiss. Thank you, Ethos Farm Project, for supporting us and being our partners in the field. Literally in the fields, you win that prize, Dr. Weiss. It is our pleasure to be a part of this journey with you. And now I'm so excited that we will be entering the kitchen of the Esselstyn family, Joining us next from Cleveland, Ohio, are the talented mother-daughter duo Ann and Jane Esselstyn, who are here to share some of their favorite holiday dishes. As you just heard Dan Purjes talk about, his entree into plant-based nutrition was through Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn Jr., his book, Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease. And these women are really taking his legacy and trumpeting it out far and wide through the Esselstyn Foundation. Here's a little bit about who you're going to meet today. Ann Esselstyn is a relentlessly energetic and creative advocate for a whole food, plant-based lifestyle. She has devoted herself to inventing recipes to prevent and reverse heart disease in support of the research of her husband, Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn Jr. Ann is the author of the recipe section of Dr. Esselstyn's best-selling book, Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease, and co-author of the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease cookbook with her daughter, Jane. She holds a master's in education from Wheelock College. Jane Esselstyn is a registered nurse and an avid and inventive designer of plant-based recipes. In addition to co-authoring the Prevent and Reverse Heart Disease cookbook with her mother, she created the recipe section of Plant Strong and the Engine 2 7-Day Rescue by her brother, Rip Esselstyn. And Jane presents her work, her own research, and recipes across the country. And I know that they are supported today by Jane's husband, Brian. Thank you so much, Brian, for being behind the camera.
That's a split screen now. They can see it.
And, okay, are we on?
You're on.
Okay, well, and we want to say that we're most excited about our newest cookbook, which is Be a Plant-Based Woman Warrior. Live fierce, stay bold, eat delicious. And we're going to be working out of this book tonight. We're going to make dinner with you guys and dessert. Hopefully we have time to do both. And the dinner we're going to do is called Forbidden Bowl, because we use forbidden rice in the big bowl. Speaking of big bowl, we're not doing like a single serving size like you guys mentioned earlier with some people who cook. We're making dinner for all of us. So the scale at which we're cooking tonight is going to be larger than the recipe in our book. But it's including a couple recipes in the book to make this bowl. That's why we chose it. And we love it.
And actually, I think you can adjust the sizes of what you like and what you want.
Yeah, it's kind of it's really something we like to say at the Esselstyn Foundation is we like to cook with strategies and not really recipes. And this is kind of a strategic recipe. So this big bowl is what we're going to fill eventually. But first we're going to make not the chop up all the vegetables components. We kind of did the chopping of some of these things ahead of time for you guys. We're going to do there's a tempeh recipe that goes in this bowl. So this is tempeh. We just cubed up into little cubes. And this is what tempeh looks like. If you don't know, some people probably, actually, most of you probably do.
A lot of people don't really know much about tempeh.
Tempeh actually is really great in when you want to cook something fast. We like to bake tofu with a marinade or a sauce on it. And
you know, one thing we talk about liking to eat whole food, and the first would be the soybean, but sort of next in line is tempeh.
When it comes to soy, like soybean, edamame, tempeh. Tofu.
Somebody's asking, what is tempeh?
Tempeh is
soybeans.
You could say something like cow's milk is to the fermented solid cheese as soybeans are to the fermented solid tempeh. But there's some magic in here. It's a soybean product, but it's not.
And you can kind of see the soybeans in
there a little bit. So we're going to make our teriyaki tempeh tonight, and it starts with tamari, which is like a soy sauce, but it's lower in sodium, kind of gluten free. Can you stir it while I throw things in? And teriyaki means sort of baked with luster or cooked with luster. So then there's some maple syrup because it gives it that luster. Some terisakis use sugar. We try to just not use straight up sugar, but we know this is sweet. After that, you can add either tomato paste out of a tube. You know how they do like the toothpaste tube of tomato paste? I'm out of that now, but you can also use ketchup if you don't have that. I might have that actually. Hold on. We do. I was looking the wrong part of the fridge. So a tomato paste tube.
Toothpaste is the third ingredient.
Ew.
I love eating toothpaste.
Minty teriyaki. Spearmint flavored teriyaki. Okay, there we go. So here we're going to put in about 3 tablespoons of this. And this is a 1/4 cup, and 3 tablespoons is just shy of filling that up. So, goodness, I might need to use some ketchup if I don't have enough. But what's so great about these toothpaste tubes of
is that it lasts. You know, you don't get suddenly.
If you get a little can, you get a tiny can. How big are those cans? Like 6
or 7 ounces. And if you don't use it all,
then it kind of goes crazy bad in your fridge. That's probably 3 tablespoons. All right, stir that in, please. Oop, sorry, did I splash you? No. Next time. All right, and then after that's all stirred in, I'm glad we didn't have to use the ketchup. You add in ginger. So this is minced up ginger. We knew it would take a while, so I already minced it all up.
Fresh ginger, finely chopped. And hey, you can always peel ginger, but I never do ginger.
But why bother?
So, I mean, really, more of the outside of things, the skin is, as Jane says, hide.
Eat the hide. And then you add some sesame seeds, about 2-3 tablespoons. I'm going to eyeball that because it doesn't really matter. And then in we go. Here goes the tempeh. So that.
And tempeh, like tofu, adopts the flavor of everything you put on it.
Yeah.
And really, because it's so good to eat fermented foods, tempeh is really something that is really wonderful.
All right, so we're gonna
in your diet.
We're gonna hustle on to the next step, and that is cooking this in a frying pan over medium-high heat. So, Ann, I'm gonna have you with this trusty spatula. If you could heat it up, because I'm gonna make the sauce here in the front of the kitchen here. If you could just go back and here, I have this. All right, so this is medium-high heat.
It's sizzling away.
Okay, you get all the sauce out of there.
What I love about my job right now is tasting these little delicious bits of tempeh.
Okay, so what is here's this if you need it. What's great about this is that the teriyaki just bakes onto the tempeh and beautifully clings to it. All right, this is the sauce we're gonna make, and we're gonna use a food processor. And this is tonight we're making a sesame ginger sauce from Be a Plant-Based Woman Warrior. And I haven't made this one for a few weeks, so I have to have the recipe with me here. But it takes about 2/3 cup of sesame seeds, and you have to just pan toast them at home, get them so they're fragrant. And I did this earlier today, and so they're fragrant. And look what my daughter did with it. She made the shape of a heart out of this, all the baked sesame. I'm holding it so she gets a picture of it, but she's not getting a picture of it. And so these have been toasted a little bit in the pan at home. You can buy toasted sesame seeds in a jar.
They're never as good.
But they're never as good. They're kind of dry. This is kind of beautifully moist. So all these are going to go into the Cuisinart or into the whatever you have.
And that's 2/3 of a cup.
Yeah, and in it goes.
It looks like so much more in that.
Doesn't it? I know. I thought so too. Especially when I saw the heart. And you're going to these need to be ground up. Oh no, my Cuisinart isn't working. No, I don't have any power. I'm going to ask for my support team to get a extension cord while I do this. I'm sorry, we usually have it set up. I didn't do it. My bad. So what we're going to add to this tonight is some ginger, because this is a sesame ginger sauce. I have everything tucked under here. I pre-cut the ginger ahead. We're also going to add some tamari or soy sauce, whatever you have at home. Tamari is, again, just the low sodium, and it's gluten-free. And we're also going to add water and some maple syrup. So it's going to make a nice amount, but what we have to start with are these sesame seeds. Again, they've been browned nicely so that they've kind of been loosened and tender and fragrant. And we're going to have power.
Good taste.
How's it doing over there, Ann?
It's coming along.
So we're gonna grind these up. They're nice and quiet, and oh, they're so fragrant, so fragrant. So we're gonna put these in the blender, and they start to break open, and then stick to the sides a little bit. So, not quite yet. And then we're gonna add in all of these things. So. Now they're breaking open nicely. All right, so we're going to add in the tamari. Can you watch those?
I am.
Those are about to be done, I think. And
I'm watching.
You need to watch it.
I'm watching.
You want to pour? Okay. I just those all of the marinade clings all of a sudden, and then it burns. So that's what I'm scared. I think we're done actually. I think that's why I'm getting nervous over there. Show it off. Show it off. Woo! Isn't that gorgeous? It's just so yummy. So yummy. And so we have the maple syrup and the tamari and lots of minced ginger. We've had a lot of the same components go into these. And then here, mix all this together. And then we're going to add water. Can you hear me over the piece of art? Can you hear me over the what?
I can't tell.
And then we're going to add water until we get to the texture and the consistency that we desire. And I want it to be kind of not as loose as a dressing, but like a horrible sauce. So we're going to.
Speaking of texture and consistency and taste, this tempeh is awesome.
This smells so yummy. Smell that. Smell that. Isn't that great? Okay. Oh, I forgot. A little bit of hot sauce. Hot sauce doesn't add heat. It kind of just something to the flavor. So we're going to add just like 2 shakes of it. All right, that's mixed in well enough. So now we're going to build the bowl. And so the bowl has all these different components, and they can vary. How's the tempeh, Mama? Right. You should test driving it. All right, let's move things over. And we're going to start with the most important thing, which is greens. Greens, greens, greens. And greens can be in any form, whatever you'd like. We have a love affair with arugula going on around here. Is that what your favorite?
I love arugula.
Why do you think you love it so much?
I love it so much because I like it because it tastes good, but I also like it because it's so powerful for your endothelium, for your whole
It helps you release nitric oxide. In Europe, they call it rocket, or the UK, they call it rocket. Love that name.
Look at that.
Right? These are also greens. Our beanstalk and Brussels sprouts. Greens, whatever way you can get them in your life, great. So this is just the foundation, and we're going to have different components. We're going to put in some brown rice right now. Sorry, not brown, black rice. This is why it's called Forbidden Bowl, because this is forbidden rice. And forbidden rice comes from China, from the Forbidden City. It's so healthy, this forbidden rice.
And the more that you can eat, the better.
Yeah, the more phytochemicals, exactly. That's why this was like the
this
rice that was only for the emperor in the Forbidden City. So we're going to pour this into one section of this.
Ooh.
Yum, yum.
I can hardly wait to put in the tempeh.
Yes.
But then go next.
Now we're going to add in purple cabbage because it's so.
Yeah, that's
speaking
the
of
color.
good
Look at that
colors,
color.
This is gorgeous. And then we're going to add in sweet potatoes.
Jane, you just bake those in the oven?
Just bake them in the oven. A little bit of both, actually. Had some in the oven, some. And then we have Napa cabbage because we love as many greens as we can. This is a green. This is a green. Sweet potatoes are probably a green too. And this is edamame. We're getting a lot of good soy in here tonight. So edamame right there.
And when you're buying it, make sure you get the shelled edamame so you don't have to
shell them all yourself. Unless you want to. It's a nice basket to up for it. And now I'm going to put in our tempeh and any extra saucy sauce. So what we can also, what is supposed to be on here is a mango. But the mango I got in the store felt soft, but I was deceived because the inside was brown. It felt like it was a perfect yellow one, and it wasn't. Now, if you have heart disease, I want you to steer clear of having avocado necessarily into your bowl, but we're going to add avocado. We like to cut it in half and then go around it like a tennis racket and score it vertically and score it horizontally. And then squeeze it right in to whatever. If you don't want to use avocado, if you have heart disease, if you're dealing with type 2 diabetes, or you're trying to
if you have a tovolo,
control your weight.
Tovolo, it's wonderful. You're doing just half the avocado?
No, I'm going to get the other half out. Sorry for my reaching all over the kitchen, but I want to get the pit out. And you can get that one on.
Well, could I? This just goes and clears everything out. So you get every last bit.
If you're using it. Okay. So we're kind of plopping this in sort of in an organized fashion and sort of haphazardly. But it's nice to look at everything and see all the gorgeous nutrition you're getting. And I think we're ready to put this. No, the sprouts on at the end. So what we're going to do is take this yummy sauce. Actually, let's taste the sauce. Here, take a little bit. Let's taste the sauce. Those toasted sesame seeds make it. All right, on it goes. On it goes. And then we're going to pour in as much as we'd like. As much as we need, and then mix it all together. Ooh. This is so yummy, so fun. So if you're doing this for your own bowl, you just use your fork and you eat it how you like. But this way, I love doing this because
you can do it for 50 people in a huge bowl in just little sections.
50. That would work for 5 of us. We eat so much. No, but she's absolutely right. What I love about it is that then everybody with whom you're eating is having an equal serving of purple cabbage, even if they don't like it.
Or they think they don't. Because that's the exciting thing about eating this way, that you find you think you really like things that you just didn't think you liked, or your taste changes so much that purple cabbage is your favorite thing.
Okay. Now we need to determine whether or not we need to add more sauce before we top it off for dinner. Brian, will you come get it? Will you come be our judge?
Yeah.
It's hard to even know what. Here, tell us if you can get his. Ann, what do you think?
Brian has got perfect taste.
Here, what do you think?
It's good. I need more.
Brian, don't you think all it needs is some sprouts?
Just some sprouts.
Freshly.
It just needs sprouts.
Sprouted sprouts.
Bring on the sprouts. Oh, thank you. So you grew these at home?
Yeah. In our kitchen.
Lovely.
It's so fun. Just put them in a jar, rinse them once a day or so.
And they grow?
They grow.
All right. Well, so this is our big forbidden bowl, minus the mango that was forbidden to eat because it was not very appealing. All right. So the next thing we want to do from our Be a Plant-Based Woman Warrior book is a dessert of my mom. She is famous for this one, indeed. And I want to get the proper name. What do you remember the proper name of it, Ann? Give it a go. What do you think it is? I can't remember either. It's gingered minty melon balls in orange juice.
Those are all the things.
Yeah, the gingered minty got us thrown off. So
But the thing is that it may sound not exciting, but wait, because there are so many delicious things. And the first delicious, of course, first of all, you take the seeds out of the center. Secondly, if you put something into little round balls, it makes such a difference. Jane, would you chiffonade that mint?
Yeah, I'm going to do that in a second. I'm just going to get rid of this.
So I am
store the extra stuff.
I am just going to put these little melon balls over here, and somehow doing this is so much fun. I don't know. Maybe it's got a meditative quality to it.
Yeah, it's like folding laundry. Like before you know it, you've made more progress than you realize. Or painting a chair that has a million. What's the name of the lines in the back of a chair? Spindles?
Yes.
That sounds like a stairway.
Right, I think that's right.
Spindles. You make progress before you know it. Just stick with it.
So I am going to do this, and then as soon as I have got this all melon balled, I am going to put fresh squeezed orange juice. Now you can do your own. I really like to buy at a store the freshly squeezed orange juice because it's so good. But if you have oranges, you can put them in. But there is something about the orange juice that is so amazingly delicious.
Oh, orange juice makes this dish.
It just meant, it partially made. Jane, you're not working.
I know. I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm going to chiffonade this.
Yeah. And you can just go around and you get down to the bottom, and then you've got all these little sort of crags here, little cliffs that you could go and eat yourself. But you see, I've got a nice, believe it or not, that's probably enough to give 4 people a little bit. And you could go back at these places in between, but I don't want to hold you up. So here we have lovely melon balls. Now,
All right.
next,
I don't get high marks on the mint, but it's chopped.
Well,
will that do?
Wait.
No, will it do? Does that do it okay?
Yeah. Now I'm going to put in about a teaspoon of fresh ginger that we finely minced. Just sprinkle that on, and you can kind of mix it in a little so everybody gets a little tiny bit of ginger.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of ginger. We've had this should be called the ginger dinner because we've had ginger in almost every recipe.
But you should get ginger every day as much as you can because it's just it makes you thrive.
Did you shake it up?
And here I shook it. Okay. And here is the fresh orange juice. Now I like to put in enough orange juice so that they're swimming in it. It comes right up. And then I will get Jane.
Gingered, minty, melon balls in orange juice. How can we forget it? Every single component of the recipe is in the title.
We've only kind of. I need a spoon.
Okay. Here's a big spoon.
Oh, well, okay. Now,
a big one or a little one?
The next step, which, I think one of the things that I like to do is the top of mint. There's always the little top that has the beautiful little thing. So I am going to serve some of this.
Oh, my mouth is watering. I know how good this is.
Into this dish. But I am going to put a little piece of mint on top. But wait, does anybody have any idea what I'm going to do next? I'm going to put on dark chocolate balsamic vinegar.
No way.
Yes.
No way.
That on top. And you have got a crazy, delicious feast here. If you don't want to have a drizzle of chocolate balsamic, then don't put it. But this gives it a really special dessert. And one of the things we recommend in our book is this dessert with, Jane, what are the little cookies that are good with it? The little cookies. There's some little vanilla wafers.
Oh,
vanilla wafers.
Vanilla wafers. That was really good, Mom. you want a bite?
I have a little spoon.
It's funny how there's some magic that happens
Those
with
tastes
the
combined.
mint and the left-handed. I feel like a barbarian with my right hand. So it's great like this. It's great like that. Okay. We're done a few minutes early.
We're never early.
We're never early.
That was amazing. And I don't think I've ever had ginger and cantaloupe together, let alone chocolate. That's amazing.
And mint and orange juice.
Yeah. That looks
Oh,
so
this is
good.
really good. And
Thank
you know
you.
what's so exciting is that it makes you feel like you're having something really delicious that is kind of really good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So tell us, being a woman warrior, you both are obviously, and you've been out talking to women for a while now. What are you hoping to achieve through this cookbook? What's the hook? What's the message for women everywhere?
That could be an hour long, but to say it quickly, it is basically for everybody. But we just are speaking squarely to women. I am, because it's a tip of the hat to my mom and all that she's done in the whole food plant-based movement since the 80s, when there was no Whole Foods, there was no internet, there was no health food store in Cleveland, Ohio, and she had 4 kids and a full-time job and a husband who worked and a dog. She did it like out of thin air. I don't know how she made it happen, but we're still doing it. And we're finding tastier and tastier and tastier ways forward, and we can't stop inventing recipes. So it's a tip of the hat to her, and I want to be like her. I want to be a plant-based woman warrior like her, an Energizer bunny. and also,
we hope that this is just a call out for people to go plant-based. Just do it, because it makes such a difference for your health, for the planet,
for your pocketbooks,
everything.
And not to mention the compassion to animals, who, like, how many animals have to die for you to have breakfast, you know? So the other reason for this for this plant-based woman warrior book is that the majority of people out there doing the mental labor. Yeah, our dog is happy that we were talking about compassion with animals, apparently.
That's right.
But our the majority of people out there are certainly men, are non-binary people are doing all kinds of amazing stuff with food also. But the majority of humans on the earth who do the mental labor, the cooking, the planning, the preparing, the planting, the harvesting, shopping, whatever you want to call it, to know and figure out what to feed themselves and their families and their communities, it's women. And in America, at least, we have made choices in the name of love and you know, assistance or taking care of others that have taken turn into lifestyle related diseases. So we are really asking women to be bold, or anybody who's with food, be bold and make decisions with more plants, more grains, more greens, more fiber, more fruit, more of all that good stuff that comes directly from the earth. And so you can make a sort of a turn to the healthier turn, and without lifestyle related diseases.
And people in your community, please, if you haven't jumped into plant-based eating, know that you may think, oh, I could never eat this or that. Your taste totally changes. It's absolutely unbelievable how your taste changes.
And since we have a moment, and the third reason why is that plants powerfully support women and their bodies. We have not always been the center of research, the center of, or the focus, I should say, of research and physiology and how our bodies work and how we respond. But from head to toe, top to bottom, and everything in between, like we can do a whole different presentation about all that stuff. But we have a big section in the book about how plants powerfully support women, these regions and the nether regions, if you will. So it's great stuff. And we don't need to put up with anything but being able to take care of ourselves and have ways forward that are not full of procedures and surgeries, but ways that, you know, we can do it ourselves.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. And what are you most excited about for 2023? What's on the horizon for you?
Woohoo! We are so excited about the new year. We have
all kinds of stuff we do with the Esselstyn Foundation all the time with organizations and groups who can, if they can fill the room or the Zoom, we will show up. So we have all kinds of stuff. I mean, a variety pack of that. But every March, and this March 11th, we have an event called Be a Plant-Based Woman Warrior. And this year, it's all about just kind of what I was saying, how plants powerfully support women. We have a mental health specialist speaking. We have Chrissy Funk, who's a breast, the owner's manual. She's the best one out there with breast implants right now. Breast and plants, not breast implants. Oh my gosh. Breast health and prevention with plant-based eating. And Robin Schutkin about the microbiome in the gut, and her new book, The Antiviral Gut, is amazing. She's speaking. And another speaker is an OBGYN who's plant-based. So everything down below. And of course, my father's always speaking at our events. So from head to below, we're going to talk about that. And then we have CEUs for RNs and nurse practitioners and dietitians. So we're really excited about that. That's our biggest event every year. And every summer we have a camp for plant-based women warriors. And we'd love to see New York represented there.
That's right. We totally should be. So the March 11th event is in person. Is it in Cleveland or virtual?
It's virtual. March in Cleveland, getting here on the numerous planes in the middle of flu season.
Yes, I'm from Erie. I remember those days.
Yeah. It's so hard to get here, so hard to get out. It's complicated. So, but we like to stick with the date because it's right around the International Day of the Woman, which I think is always March 8th. I could be wrong. So we try to have it near that date every year if possible. And this is our 8th year in a row of doing it.
That's fantastic.
And for every speaker we have, we cook the food that she or he, my dad, the honorary woman that day, is talking about. So like, here's what and here's how. Here's what and here's how.
Fantastic. Right. And we have one capstone question that we're asking everybody today, and we want to pose it to you. If you could each answer it individually, what is one thing that you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's challenging world?
That's a great question because we do so many things. You have to choose one. Like,
did you say one positive thing you do?
One thing you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in the face of the challenges of our world today.
I mean, there's macro and micro answers. Like I love doing the YouTube channel with my mom. It's fun. It feels purposeful. It's free. It's accessible to everybody. Or everyone has free access to it. Sorry. But individually, I'd say I love running with my dog and meditating with my husband.
Beautiful. How about you, Ann?
Well, I feel positive about the fact that we started eating plant-based when nobody else was doing it. And now I look around and see it everywhere. We can go to a restaurant, we can go, and people we meet. It is so exciting and it's so positive. And I feel every day that is sort of my dream. And I'm always creating ideas for food that will get out there and get people interested.
Wonderful. Thank you both for being with us, for your entertaining way of being together in the kitchen, and for showing us. I wish there were always multiple hands working on good food together, and you both are modeling it beautifully. Thank you. Thank you.
My favorite thing in the whole world is to be in the kitchen and have everybody. I mean, if we have grandchildren, our children, whatever, everybody is cooking. Everybody does some part of the meal. It is so much fun. I love it.
Has that ever happened?
All the time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Maybe right now, Jane does a lot of the cooking.
No, we all do. We all do. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I'll get it right, Brian. We said so many plant-based words and implants. I can't get it right. Plant-powered Metro New York. Best of luck with your fundraiser. Thank you for including us again on this special day.
And I think
Tuesday.
you are doing something enormous for the world. That is so exciting. So
Thank you.
Now-
We're in common cause. We're so grateful. Happy holidays. Take care. Hey, Jim, welcome back.
Wow. So many things to unpack there. She did mention the Antiviral Gut, which I'm reading right now, and that is a phenomenal book. So it was just an amazing. I want to make both those recipes right now. I just got to put on my light so you can see me. There we go.
I know. I always love how beautiful the bowls look, and I want to try that dressing.
It was so great. So before we get to what we want to talk about, a quick programming note. If you're watching on Facebook, glad you're watching on Facebook, but at 8 o'clock, this feed's going to end. Why? Go ask Facebook. They have a limit in terms of live stream time. However, don't go anywhere. Another live feed will take its place for the final hour, which will include our interview with the Shirzais. And it's also going to include some of our staff and team members who are going to be there. And hopefully we get a sort of a second conversation going within that chat. So if you want to jump over to YouTube, cool. If you want to stay on Facebook, just once 8 o'clock hits, look for the next feed, the live feed that'll be there. We're doing a workaround and we can't say what we're doing, otherwise we'll get in trouble. But it is going to work, we hope, and you'll get to see the entire 9 hours, both on Facebook and on YouTube. So, Leanna, got the giveaway? Time for that? You think so?
Oh, let's do it.
If you made a donation to Plant Powered Metro New York between the 22nd and 28th of November, or you entered through our form without a donation, then you've been entered to win one of 8 prizes we're giving away to 11 lucky winners. So this hour's giveaway, and let's make sure that we get this up here properly so you can see it, is from River Valley Community Grains, one of our Plantathon sponsors, and we're giving away some whole grain products. They are a New Jersey-based company which grows nutrient-dense grains and provides local flour, real bread, and healthy cereals to our region. They use a collaborative approach to grain production, encouraging farmers to use regenerative agricultural methods that restore the soils, waters, and health of our community. It sounds like Ethos Farm, actually. And our winner for this hour, for this prize, is Sabina Rosenblum. Sabina, thank you so much. Our team will contact you tomorrow, and we have more prizes to give away later, but I'm going to give it over to, there you are, Leanna. Hi.
That's right. Hi. If you're wondering how to be entered to win prizes yourself, here's what you have to do. You can make an online donation to Plant Powered Metro, or you can fill out a form without a donation anytime, today or tomorrow, and you'll be entered to win one of 9 prizes for 15 lucky winners. Check out the giveaway rules that we're posting and follow the instructions that are in the ticker across the screen to make a donation. And among other prizes, you could win a women's hormonal health book bundle, speaking of women warriors, which includes a copy of Your Body in Balance by Dr. Neil Barnard, signed by the author, and a copy of Living PCOS Free by Dr. Neetu Bajekal with her daughter, Rohini Bajekal, who we just hosted in New York City earlier this month. So we hope you'll generously support us and get involved in the giveaway, and all of your donations are matched up to $50,000.
Can you believe we're over halfway done?
I guess so, Jim. This is going right along, right?
It's been absolutely incredible. You know what I can't wait to do is tomorrow is to watch the rerun.
Are you going to spend 9 more hours doing this, Jim? Really?
It depends what my wife has to say about that. Probably not, but I'm going to probably cut to a couple of the interviews that just had so much great information that I wanted to make sure that I could really absorb it. Because when we're doing what we're doing here, you're listening and you're responding, but it's really not penetrating that well. I'd love to hear from people what their favorite moment of the day has been so far. And just put it in the comments, share with us. We see the chat is healthy in the comment area. What's your favorite part so far? And I know it's like your favorite kid question, so I know if you don't want to answer it, that's fine.
Well, I can say seeing my daughter's debut on Plantathon was definitely a highlight, but I have loved all the demos that have been on, have been so creative and interesting. And we just get to learn so much about who people are by what they do in the kitchen. So I'm really looking forward to seeing more as the show goes along.
It's such an amazing community that we have. It's one of the things that I don't want to say it's underrated, because Dr. Barnard mentioned at the beginning of the show, but it's so important to know that you have people who are supporting how you're living, the way you're eating, who don't ask all those questions that we always get asked, you get your protein, calcium, and this and that, but get it. And if we can just make sure we can extend that to as wide a net as possible, I mean, that's my goal for this show, just to get people who've never tried this before to go, you know, I think it might be worth a try to get rid of and just open up the laundry list of issues that people are trying to live without.
Absolutely. Jim, I wanted to ask you, Thanksgiving, you and your wife host a big meal each year. Can you tell us a little bit about what you made with Marge this year?
Oh, absolutely. Now, the interesting part is, other than one other person, nobody who's coming over is plant-based yet. It is an entirely plant-based menu. And they finally realized that I am a Food for Life instructor, but my wife's the one who really knows how to cook well, that we make great food. So we were going back and forth. I think last year we did a millet loaf with a mushroom gravy as the non-side, and it's obviously all about the sides. But this year we did something that I've been doing for years, but how to rework it, and that's gumbo. And in fact, we did two of them. One of them was, make sure I get this right, mushroom and tempeh. And so when I saw the Esselstyns cook using the tempeh, I go, it's so delicious. And the other one, which I didn't think would be my favorite, but was cauliflower and jackfruit. That was phenomenal. Now, the trick is the roux, because the roux is flour and an oil or butter, however you want to make it. And it took a couple years to figure out that what you really need to do, first of all, switch from white to whole wheat flour. And yeah, we're using some whole wheat flour. I got it, but it was a small amount for 2 huge pots. And then you go, just don't put in the butter. Don't put in the oil. So I took the flour, I put it in a hot pan. I toasted it for about 25 to 30 minutes. I mean, as long as it would take to cook a roux, we made sure that we just didn't burn it, but gave it that nutty taste and the smell that was there. And then once that happened, I threw the okra and the veggies in. And by the way, there's no such thing as gumbo without okra, just so we're clear on that.
Of course, I figured.
Yeah. And then there's the laundry list of sides that were there, from something that we daringly call a Winnebago, which is a rutabaga with apples. And there were a couple that I know she's probably here listening right now, but a couple of Chef Carol specialties that were on the menu again, and we'll be seeing from Chef Carol later on, including the sesame tahini cookies that she had made on her Chef Carol show a few months ago. What else we do? Sweet potatoes baked, and a string beans and a lemon sauce, and the broccoli salad, actually, that I learned about from the Food for Life course that I was teaching at Lincoln Hospital earlier this year. So, oh my gosh, and with still leftovers. So that's my sort of 9 o'clock peering in the fridge and trying to figure out which one am I going to have tonight. I know it's late. I know it's eating late, but I'm going to be hungry at 9. Let's face it.
That's delicious. And I actually had the pleasure of recreating one of Chef Brandy's recipes that she demoed just before Thanksgiving. She doesn't know I did this, but I made her Brussels sprouts and apple salad with a little twist because I didn't have all of her ingredients. But I love it. I just love all the recipes and ideas that we get from our peers here. And they make magic in the kitchen.
And let's not forget to promote our own Plant Powered in Your Kitchen app with over 400 recipes in English and Spanish. That's completely free of charge, and we'll get the link up there. But you don't have to download it. It's an access of a website that fits perfectly in your mobile device. And I mean, all of our culinary contributors have added incredible recipes to that.
That's right. So next, before we finish this hour, we want to share with you another story from a medical student in our local community. You already met 2 downstate medical students earlier today, Laura and Gabby, who are on the path to becoming plant-powered physicians grounded in lifestyle medicine. Now we're going to meet NYU medical student Sara Zaid.
Hi everyone, my name is Sara Zaid and I am a 3rd-year medical student at NYU School of Medicine. But before I started medical school, I worked at Ethos Primary Care under Dr. Ron Weiss in New Jersey, where we practice lifestyle medicine. And I got to see firsthand just how powerful whole food plant-based nutrition is. Patients sent their diabetes into remission, their hypertension into remission, other chronic diseases into remission. They collectively lost hundreds of pounds and they just felt better, more energetic, more productive, more aware, more present. For me, this solidified why I wanted to go into medicine and what is so specifically powerful about whole food plant-based nutrition and lifestyle change in general. Going into medicine for me is about healing. we have a lot of band-aid solutions, but few things approach the sheer power of lifestyle change, and I think good nutrition is the cornerstone. So currently right now in my medical training, I am in clerkship year. And if you don't know what that is, clerkship year is essentially a year of different rotations in the hospital where you rotate through different specialties, you work with doctors and residents, and kind of learn about the day-to-day of what that specialty entails. And something stood out to me as someone who's interested in whole food plant-based nutrition and lifestyle medicine. A lot of patients ask their doctor, should I change how I eat, specifically after they got a concerning diagnosis? And most of the time, the answer they received from their doctor was no, it won't make a difference, it doesn't matter, there's nothing you can do, don't worry about it. And it's not because these doctors didn't care, and it's not because they weren't trying to provide good care. It's just that they didn't know, because nutrition isn't taught in medical school, and it's taught very rarely in medical training. And so my goal is twofold. Number one, I want to go into primary care because primary care doctors are first line. They meet with their patients, they manage their patients' care. And my hope is to work very closely with patients, particularly when it comes to implementing lifestyle changes and making dietary changes. My second goal, however, is to work on educating this and the next generation of physicians on the power of a whole food plant-based diet. So this semester at NYU, we actually launched culinary medicine after years of dedicated effort, not just me, but physicians, dietitians, in collaboration with the School of Medicine and NYU Food Studies downtown. And we came together to provide a course centered on plant-based nutrition. Students in the classroom, dietetics interns and medical students together learned about preventing and treating chronic diseases like obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and cancer. They also got the opportunity to go into a professional kitchen and, under the tutelage of a professional chef, learn how to prepare plant-based meals. And the reason this is so powerful is that you have to walk the walk as someone who's going to be providing care to your patients. And so I think it was really special that you got to learn about the evidence base, the strong and robust evidence base supporting plant-based nutrition in the literature, and then go on to learn how to practically apply it so that you could counsel patients in the future. We're really, really proud of this effort, and all of the medical students who participated said that they would recommend the course to their colleagues. And I just want you to pause and think about the fact that just one of those students will go on to educate hundreds of thousands of patients in their lifetimes. And I think every patient, every person whose life is changed by lifestyle medicine will go on to change someone else's life. And if you're listening and have experienced the impact in your own life, you probably know of one or two people who have heard about it from you and started to make changes in their own lives simply because of the experience that they witnessed that you had. And so I personally know from my own experience that patients who feel well go on to be more productive, more present with their families, and more engaged with their lives. So it's my belief that planting a seed in the examination room with patients can go on to change the world. And if you're listening, you're part of that effort. So I just want to say thank you. So overall, I think whole food plant-based nutrition is extremely powerful. I think it has a very, very important place in medicine, in the examination room, between patient and physician. And I think we'll go on to see the immense, immeasurable ripple effect that it has throughout our country. And I congratulate you on being part of that. Thank you.
My name is Crystal Matthews. I am a registered nurse and I live in East New York. I participated in the 21-day Jumpstart program back in October of 2021. And I will admit, at first, the seed was planted because based on the program I did then, I still dabbled with having meat, but I found that I didn't really want it after everything I learned from the Jumpstart program. So as time went on, I found myself removing meat from my diet. And I am pretty much been plant-based for the last 6 months. I am down 30 pounds. I feel amazing. And I'm looking forward to continuing on this journey and learning how to make some of my favorite things differently. And I realize now it's not as hard as I thought it was going to be. I think I overthought the process, but having a chance to talk to people at Plant Powered Metro and being a part of the groups and just really seeing what that looked like for other people who were ahead of me and did it, I was like, okay, this is actually doable. So I feel really good, and I've been actually showing other people, telling them, okay, start with removing meat 1 day a week. And before you know it, you'll end up like me. So I will admit it's been a great experience, and I'm glad that I had an opportunity to do it.
Welcome, and indeed, it is the top of the hour. If you didn't remember or haven't heard, I'm Jim Spellos. That's Leanna somewhere over there. I think she's on the other side. And welcome to this hour of the Plantathon, a Giving Tuesday live stream celebration of the plant-powered health movement presented by Plant Powered Metro New York. We are many voices with one mission, promoting health for all. Our live interviews and videos feature community and health leaders from the grassroots to the treetops, illustrating the power of plant-based nutrition and lifestyle. And please keep talking in the chat room, put your questions, your comments in there so we can interact with you throughout the day.
Thanks, Jim. And as you participate in Plantathon, please, we invite you to make a donation to support Plant Powered Metro New York. You can give by text through our Plantathon campaign site and at our website. Please be generous, as all of our year-end donations will be matched dollar for dollar by an anonymous donor up to $50,000 through the end of the year. And everyone who donates today or who already made a gift starting last Tuesday at any level is going to be entered to win one of our giveaway prizes. You can learn more about the prizes and check out our official rules for more information, which we'll link in the comments. If you don't have the means to make a donation, you can still enter to win. Just follow that same link to find out how, and we'll be drawing winners throughout the course of the evening and some afterwards, which we'll be announcing later in the week.
Here at Plant Powered Metro, we think chefs are in a so unique position to offer healthy and satisfying plant-based options in the many venues where they work. Restaurants, catering, teaching kitchens, community spaces, and their families too. They bring ingredients and flavors to life, demystifying what healthy food tastes and looks like, and provides transitional recipes and meals for anyone willing to give them a try. That's exactly what our wonderful culinary educators do here at Plant Powered Metro, alongside many other plant-powered chefs around the country.
Next up, we are so excited to welcome live to Plantathon 3 of our culinary educators, familiar names to many of you, Brandy Cochran, Rebecca Johnson, and Carol Levy. We have shared Brandy and Rebecca's healthy holiday demos on the show already, with Carol's wrapping them up later this hour. And these creative women are joined by our moderator, Chef Anthony Spino, who has been a friend of Plant Powered Metro since our early days. Chef Anthony grew up in a traditional Italian family in the Midwest, and he learned to cook in his family's Italian restaurant, moved to New York in his 30s, changed his traditional lifestyle along the way, and ended up refining his family's recipes for health. He's worked in the kitchens of some of the best vegan and vegetarian chefs in the country, and now he's the executive chef at Bells, a high-end plant-based restaurant, bar, and brewery that just opened earlier this year in the Bowery. Anthony, Carol, Brandy, and Rebecca, welcome.
Hello, hello.
I'm gonna hand it over to you now, Anthony.
All right, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be surrounded and be a part of this great panel with you chefs. I just want to tell you, everyone, first how I was drawn to whole food plant-based nutrition. It was through Leanna a few years ago. There was a monthly meetup that I found on Facebook, and it was also a potluck with different guest speakers that would show up each month. And that's when I learned about whole food plant-based. Before I was a vegan and vegetarian and had no idea what whole food plant-based cooking was all about. So thank you to Plant Power Metro New York for that, and glad to be here. So with that all being said, I would love to introduce our chefs and invite the audience members to please post questions in the comments. We've got some questions here that we're going to go over, but if you have any other ones, we would love to bring them up if we have time later on in the interview. So ladies, we'll start with Chef Brandy Cochran, who helps people take the guesswork out of eating simple, nutritious, and delicious food. When she's not leading a demo for Plant Powered Metro, she leads a small business called Entrepreneur Meal Plan, providing a space for leaders to connect. share resources, and have real talk about what it means to be well-rounded business people. Chef Brandy, welcome.
Thank you.
We also have Chef Rebecca Johnson, who is the new partnerships manager for Plant Powered Metro after a previous career training chefs for wellness in the schools in the NYC Department of Education. She has worked as a plant-based health supportive chef and a nutrition and culinary education manager. Chef Rebecca, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And Chef Carol Levy, who I've had a great opportunity to work with in the past with Plant Powered Metro New York, and I've used a lot of your recipes and learned so much through you. So such an honor to be able to introduce you. In your past, you were a plant-based nutrition through Plant Powered Metro's Jumpstart program in 2019. You have worked for top chefs in restaurants and bakeries, and you ran a cafe and a culinary job training program. You hope to inspire people to take chances in the kitchen, cooking without fear, and embracing more nutrient-dense foods. Chef Carol, welcome.
Thank you so much, and nice to see all of you.
So we've got a couple questions that we've come up with. I'll start with Chef Carol, if you'd like to begin, and then we'll go through the other chefs. Okay. The first question is a two-part question. It's what foods did you eat and love growing up, and how have your taste and preferences changed since you've taken on a healthy plant-based lifestyle?
Wow, that's a loaded wow. Well, when I was growing up, I think I was a very fussy eater. I don't even think I liked my vegetables when I was a kid. I was raised by a grandmother and a mother, and my grandmother was an excellent cook, and she taught me how to cook. She taught me how to bake and cook. I was raised in a Jewish home, so we had a lot of traditional. We ate a lot of meat. But growing up, in my early or late 20s, I became a vegetarian, and I was a vegetarian for 25 years. And it wasn't until just a very few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, that I became a vegan. I never thought I could do it, honestly. I never, ever thought I could do it. And as you mentioned in the introduction, I worked in kitchens, and we used a lot of oil and we used a lot of salt. And I'm a baker, a trained baker, and I never thought that I could even make a dessert without butter. So things have really super changed for me. I'm also a Food for Life instructor, and I really feel good about where I'm at with my eating and my lifestyle now, and really try not to, I don't know, what would I say? Try not to knock people over the head with it. I just continue to cook and try to serve good food. And I don't preface it, oh, we're not having any sugar, salt, or oil. I just say, here's the food.
That's it. That's it.
That's
cooking
it.
Good food with good ingredients. That's kind of what I'm.
That's the best. And you know, the biggest thing for me, Anthony, is everyone says, oh, what do you eat? You know, people say, what do you eat? And I'm like, I eat everything under the sun practically. I feel like I eat more now than I ever did. And when I went from being a vegetarian to a vegan, I felt like I ate so much more vegetables and so many more grains and legumes, and it just really changed. I didn't realize how much I leaned on dairy when I was a vegetarian.
Of course.
So, yeah. And I don't know if I got your second part. What was the second part of your question?
The second part, you kind of said that have your taste and preferences changed, and I think the dairy and moving out of vegetarian.
Yeah, you know, now when I'm hungry, Anthony, I mean, literally, when I am hungry, I want a salad. Like, I like the things that I crave are like healthy cravings. And that's what's so weird. Like, I still scratch my head about that. I think, why am I craving and I just want a plate of vegetables, or like, that's what I crave. So it has really changed, you know, that has definitely changed.
Yeah, it's interesting what your body needs now compared to what it did before with the cheese.
Correct.
Thank you, Chef. Chef Rebecca, again, I'll repeat that question. What foods did you eat and love growing up, and how have your taste and preference changed since you've taken on a healthy plant-based lifestyle?
Yeah, I'd say pretty much whatever my parents put on the table. But luckily, my dad was a cook. So he knew how to make food tasty. My mom, on the other hand, she loved us. We had to eat, so she made food. But it was really what they were putting on the table. And I remember a couple situations like being at school and wanting to get the cheesesteak across the street from the school because I'm from Philly. But I had to go home for lunch. And then I remember another situation where I went to the mall and had a hot dog. And when I came home, my dad wanted me to eat hot dogs and beans. And so there were several situations where we fought over food, which definitely is something that we were talking about earlier, not to do with your kids. You know, a lot of my work in the last 10 years has been with children in schools, and you learn a lot about children related to food, even plant-based food. But growing up in my culture, we had a lot of vegetables. Unfortunately, like I said, in my mom's case, they were boiled, so they were kind of tasteless. And then other things, it was just too much added salt, sugar, and fat. So I like to continue eating the foods I grew up with without the added sugar, salt, and fat.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to do the same thing, trying to cook the ingredients that I grew up on and learning ways to sweeten them and have that savory without the salt and the sugar. So
yeah, I want you to do it with pasta, Anthony. Okay? Because that's the thing that I always feel is hard for me to get when I go to restaurants. I want an amazing pasta dish that is plant-based, you know, doesn't have egg in the pasta. Is that even possible? I'll just leave that out there.
no, it definitely is. I'm gonna name that after you if we come up with one.
Okay, I'll be there to get it.
Chef Brandy, what foods did you eat? Have your taste and preference changed since you've taken on a healthy plant-based lifestyle?
Growing up, I ate a lot of the same foods that I eat now. I've just kind of changed how we eat them. So I actually grew up in a family that ate a bunch of vegetables. My grandparents always grew things, and even though we followed the standard American diet, even on takeout days, my mom would force us to eat vegetables. It was weird to have like Popeye's chicken, French fries, and then my mom would make like string beans. So it was just this very interesting kind of focus on having some form of vegetable on the table. I will say that now I don't use the same things to season them. So like maybe those string beans were seasoned with like like smoked turkey neck, and like today they're seasoned with like smoked Chinese tea, which is like you still get the same flavor profile, but you're eliminating the meat. And the changes in the, I don't know if they've changed. Maybe they have changed from the process of expansion, because I like to just really find the stuff that I love to eat growing up and figure out how can we make it plant-based. So that's probably the way to answer that question.
Yeah, no, I think we all probably share that same style of cooking, of just trying to make it normal, you know, and cooking great recipes with great ingredients, you know. All right, well, thank you. So the second question, I'm going to start with Chef Rebecca this time. So we each have different cultural traditions that we lean on when we're creating healthy plant-based dishes. Can you give me one aspect of your culture or cultures that inspire you when you cook or develop recipes?
Well, flavor. You know, I grew up on soul food, and soul food is just rich with flavor. So one of the things that I do is I try to layer the flavors by using a lot of herbs. And I even kind of don't want to say spicy, because when you say that, people think you mean hot, but it's not hot. But I definitely use a plethora of spices from many different cultures because I am layering those flavors. I try to use fresh herbs, but many times it's totally okay to use dried herbs. Sometimes people think you have to use fresh, but you don't. Dried is totally fine. And then there are some things, because I tend to lean towards savory and not sweet. I'm not a real sweet or pastry person. So, you know, where I really try to shine is in the savory area. So I'll use things like nama shoyu And so that is, a more pure soy sauce. It, hasn't been as processed, and that really is the main thing. And so I'll add that to it. But the main thing that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get pleasure out of my food, because my introduction to food was with my dad at 6 years old in the kitchen cooking. And he was a man who worked 2 jobs. So he wasn't home much. But when he was in that kitchen, and there was so much joy that is what I derive from cooking. And that's what I give to people. So no matter what I'm doing, it's layering those flavors, trying to chase that soul food in whatever way I can, and getting that pleasure and joy out of it.
That's beautiful. One follow-up question. I was wondering, if the home cook was thinking, if a recipe called for fresh herbs and all you had was dry herbs, how do you change that up into the recipe? Yeah.
Well, we know that the dry herbs are going to be stronger.
Yeah.
So you're going to use less than you would if they were fresh.
Gotcha. Good. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see. Second, let's go with Chef Carol. We have different cultural traditions that we lean on when we're creating healthy plant-based dishes. What's one aspect of your culture or cultures that inspires you when you cook or develop recipes?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I am Jewish by nature, and that is really my background. And I have really tried to reinvent a lot of our Jewish food, whether it's cooking latkes in the oven opposed to frying them in oil, eating challah that is not made with eggs and oil and sugar. Our traditions are heavy in eggs and sugar and oil. That is classic Judaism, Jewish food. It really is. I am a little bit Latin in my background, and I have to tell you, I really love Mexican food. That is really the food that is what I love the most. I also love Indian food. And why do I love these 2 foods the most? Is because of the spices and the kind of experimental things that you can do with, whether it's dried chilies and fresh chilies, or whether it's dried herbs and all the different kinds. And also I lean a lot on Middle Eastern food. That is my nature of cooking, is with a lot of fresh herbs. I've always cooked with a lot of fresh herbs, and so that all the taste is frontal in your mouth. So that's my answer.
Very good. Yeah, I love the spice also. My wife, when she cooks, adds a little spice to everything, and it's one of my favorite parts. So another thing we all share. Okay, Chef Brandy, we're going to go to the second question with you, and then we'll let you be the first one on the third and final question. Then we're going to have a quick lightning round, and we'll move on to the next piece. So, Chef Brandy, we have different culture traditions that we lean on when we're creating healthy plant-based dishes. What's one aspect of your culture that inspires you when you cook or develop recipes?
Yeah, I think when I think about my culture, I think about we're a culture of people that make the best out of whatever we're given. I mean, even we think about the history of like soul food and how we were given the things that were left over to create like these really delicious dishes, not necessarily healthful, but definitely delicious. And so that really always is kind of in the back of my mind when I'm creating, like really thinking about creating dishes that even with like the simplest of ingredients, I love potatoes. So like the simplest of ingredients, what can we do with say 1 or 2 ingredients, and definitely exploring spice and exploring herbs to kind of just take this one ingredient and do a lot with it so that food doesn't seem like so much work. So that's definitely like when I think of what motivates me from a cultural perspective, it's really making the most out of all of the little bits. And I mean, another thing that I'm really big on is like not wasting things. So all of the things that we do consume, like we figure out different ways that we can give it back. We can turn like leftover pieces into broth. We can take leftover scraps of food and turn it into compost. So that's definitely one of my motivators when I'm pulling from culture to create food.
Nice. Okay. So we'll finish up with the third question. Chef Brandy, what is a common myth or objection you hear about cooking with whole plant foods, and how do you respond?
Yeah, okay. So one of the biggest things is that you're gonna eat and you're not gonna be full. And it's hard to pick one. I have to say it's gonna be hard to pick one, but I'm gonna cover collection and time altogether. So you're gonna eat and you're not gonna get full. And I guess so too. And it's not gonna have any flavor. Like that's the one thing that people are very, very concerned about. And the one thing that I always tell them is, at the end of the day, okay, whatever the dish is, if it's meat, if it's pasta, if it's vegetables, the food itself doesn't have the flavor. It's up to the person preparing it to add the flavor to it, right? So if you take a whole chicken and dump it in a bowl of water, like boil it in a pot of water with no seasoning and pull it out and expect it to be delicious, you're going to be, sadly disappointed. And it's going to be the same thing with like vegetables. If you take them and put them into a pot of just boiling water, they're not going to be that tasty. So that's one thing that I always like to remind people: season your vegetables the same way that you would season your meat, because if it tastes good to you when you season your meat, it's going to taste good to you when you season your vegetables the same way. And the full thing, I don't know how people, maybe the myth is we've gotten over it, but like there's so much food that is filling. I mean, we're talking about beans, we're talking about potatoes, we're talking about different pastas and rices. And in addition to that, just the vegetables themselves, they're so full of so much water and fiber that just eating those in themselves is going to fill you up. So that's definitely something that I get hit with a lot, and actually love rebutting it.
Yeah, no, it's a change of your thought process, because before I found whole food plant-based, I was a vegan, and I was always hungry because I didn't know what to eat. And because of doctors like Dr. Greger and the Daily Dozen, I found out a new way of eating because the food pyramid no longer served me. So yeah, you definitely can get full if you know what you're doing. Chef Rebecca, I'm sure you never had this come up, but what's a common myth or objection you hear about cooking with whole plant foods, and how do you respond?
Yeah, it's the same as Chef Brandy. My answer is usually like, do I look like somebody who's starving? And the answer is no. Okay, so that is my answer. And then definitely, the other is that I share my story, like I just shared with everybody, about growing up with a dad who grew up on a farm, who was eating soul food. That was my introduction to food. And now that I'm plant-based, I can't really get away from that. So I have to bring that to the food that I'm making. I think that raw food is really important, because when I tell my story about how I became plant-based, which was I had a pre-cancer diagnosis and I went raw vegan and everything changed. I lost weight, just everything. I can't even tell you, like skin, hair, whatever. People were stopping me on the streets. So that's important. But when it comes to cooking food, right? So you're making warm food or hot food, I really like to focus on what I was saying before, removing the salt, sugar, fat that we find in the standard American diet. And so I know that when I tell people my story, first, I add a little humor to it, like I just did. But when I tell them my story about knowing food, because a lot of times when you think about eating this way, it kind of goes back to, and no one should take offense, my sister was one, I'm a little younger than her, but like that hippie era where you were just eating like grains and greens and there was nothing really being done to it, right? It was being steamed, and they had names for that, and people used to make fun of me. My family used to make fun of me. Oh, you're eating like a rabbit, and so now when they see the food that I bring to like family events, sometimes they're eating my food and their food because of, how it looks and tastes. So, I try to just tell my story because I think that really helps.
Yeah, it's pretty convincing. Chef Carol, Chef Carol,
I'm thinking still about what Rebecca says because I go to restaurants sometimes and I'm the only one at the table that orders the vegetables, right? And then I have to convince the waiter that I just want a plate full of vegetables from the kitchen. And then they come out and everybody wants my vegetables. The whole table wants my vegetables. And I'm like, those are mine. So to your question, Anthony, there are two things that come to mind the most. People always ask me, but where do you get your protein? Where's that coming from? And again, back to the restaurant, I have to always laugh when it says, add a side of protein, add a side of protein. Well, if you're eating the vegetables and you're eating the beans and the grains and you're eating your nuts and your seeds, you know how much protein is in hemp seeds and chia seeds and flax, so much protein, do you know? So the protein, and how much protein, no one ever says, oh my God, you're deficient on protein. Nobody. Maybe if you live in some remote country, you're deficient on a little bit of protein, but it's never something that anyone ever says. You're missing your protein.
Yeah.
And then my second prong is that, as I said, I'm a baker by nature. I've been it since I was a child, literally. There's pictures of me cooking cakes when I was a little kid with my grandmother. And the fact that I can bake something and something actually comes out looking beautiful and delicious, and it doesn't have butter, and it doesn't have sugar, and it doesn't have salt, is still an amazing, a wonderment, and still a discovery for me each and every time. Even if I've made a recipe 5 times, the same thing, I'm still like, oh my God, this is amazing. Yeah. So, and I grew up on cornbread. I love cornbread so much that I grew up on the Jiffy mix. I swear I grew up on the Jiffy mix, but I love cornbread, and I love making it so much without the butter, the sugar, and the oil. It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
So,
Chef, could I just say something a little serious here about what Chef Carol said about the protein? And I think we need a physician or a dietitian, but most Americans, based on how the food pyramid was, and we know what's behind it, are getting more protein than they ever would need. And it's actually negatively impacting health. And so that's not for this conversation, but that's something people should research and look into. So,
yeah, I know. Like you said, yeah, it's music to my ears. I also believe that, and a doctor can tell us more about that. But all right, I think we went over, but I think we have time for this lightning round, and we got some fun 5 or 6 fun questions. I think the quickest way to do it is if I start with one chef and have just go down the line of the 5 questions and let you just come up with your 1 or 2 answer, and we'll go to the next chef and finish off. And let's see, who haven't we start with? Let's start with Chef Carol. Chef, real quick, a single word or a phrase. Here we go. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Your favorite kitchen tool?
Microplane.
Oh, nice. Your go-to seasonal ingredient?
Go-to seasonal. Seasonal?
Yep.
Ingredient?
Yeah.
I just got Romanesco. That's one of my favorite. I don't know if it's an ingredient. It's a vegetable, but it is my favorite.
It's an ingredient. How about your Thanksgiving entree last week?
Well, I just cooked on Chef AJ, and I made cabbage steaks with dukkha. So that's on my mind.
Wow, that's really good. All right. A dish or meal someone can make that doesn't require a chef's expertise?
Hummus.
All right, now we're going to get deep. What is one thing you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's challenging world?
I just try to be positive. I try to be as positive as possible and try to be happy.
That's all we can do. Thanks, Chef. All right, let's go to Chef Brandy. Ready?
Ready.
All right, here we go. Your favorite kitchen tool?
Oh, Chef Carol, you took the microplane away from me, so I'm gonna follow. That's my favorite kitchen tool. But I literally love a spoon. Like I love the spoon. It has so many purposes.
Wow. All
Yep.
right. All
You
right.
can stir and peel with it. I know it seems like a weird answer, but you can stir and peel with a spoon.
Yeah, you definitely put some ginger with a spoon.
Yep.
All right, your go-to seasonal ingredient.
Go-to, it has to be the squashes, maybe Delaware squash.
Yeah, another great thing about Mother Nature giving you the squash in the winter months, huh?
Yeah.
Your Thanksgiving entree last week.
Candied yams, but roasted potatoes with date caramel instead of your traditional brown sugar.
Wow, sounds amazing. A dish or meal someone can make that doesn't require a chef's expertise.
I want to say like stovetop bread. So just like flour, water, let it sit, smash it, and then cook it on an open flame. Like I do it all the time. I encourage people to do it, and there's no real recipe. You just feel it out, and it always comes out yummy.
Wow, that's amazing. I'm gonna have to get that
Yeah.
tutorial from you. Well, what is one thing you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's challenging world?
I think staying curious and allowing people to be who they are. So meeting people where they are and staying curious is definitely my positivity, I guess, recipe.
Staying curious. I hear that. All right, you ready to finish this off, Chef Rebecca?
Let's go.
All right. Your favorite kitchen tool?
Favorite is not something I use a lot, but I'd have to say the mandolin. But my favorite that I do use a lot is a garlic press.
We don't use any garlic in my kitchen.
Garlic 24/7.
My dad eats it like an apple. Your go-to seasonal ingredient?
I have to go with summer season because I love berries, every kind, and stone fruit.
Yeah, amen to that. How about your Thanksgiving entree last week?
Okay, so I made a lentil loaf with mushroom gravy, stuffing in an acorn squash, and cranberry sauce.
Wow.
Yeah.
I actually saw a picture of that today. It looked amazing. I bet yours was delicious.
We eat it every day since Thursday.
Yeah, nice. I actually ate some leftovers today from our Thanksgiving. A dish or meal someone can make that doesn't require a chef's expertise.
Yeah, I feel like right now we're going through like this culinary transition in America, which is actually very positive because we tend to eat a lot of junk food. But there's this thing about a bowl right now. Everything's a bowl, right? And so whether it's a salad bowl or a warm bowl or a rice bowl or a noodle bowl, and I think that is something so easy to replicate at home because it's like a kitchen sink. Just get yourself some rice, put it on the bottom or grain or some noodles and throw some stuff on top and you're good.
Yeah, amen to that. And it could be any kind of cuisine from Asian to Italian to you just soy sauce, garlic. I mean, yeah. All right, here we go. Let's get deep one more time. What is one thing you do to keep a sense of positivity and purpose in today's challenging world?
Oh, this is actually an easy one. Work on my mindset. And so that is something that I put a lot of work in. Sometimes I can wake up in the morning and just have to just tell myself, today is going to be a great day, and when the world we live in now, we have to talk about it with all this stuff hitting us. Really for me, it's just keeping my mind right.
Keep your mind right, be curious, and stay positive. I love it. This was such a pleasure to be surrounded by you wonderful, beautiful chefs, and I look forward to hopefully working and with you again or just following.
Aren't you having a dinner tomorrow?
Yes. At the Bells?
Yes.
Yes, there's like 100 people coming. It's going to be a huge.
I know. So I will come. I told my friend about it. I actually signed up on the vegetarian and vegan meetup.
Yeah, it's gonna it's man, what a great meetup. They started like 5 months ago with us, and it's grown from like 30 people to 60 people now to 100. It's amazing.
Can't
We
wait
have
to
the
try
space to
your
have
food.
you all.
Can't wait to try your food.
Excited to see you tomorrow night. Thank you. Thanks, Leanna, for this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Pam. I'm a proud graduate of Plant-Powered Metro New York's first ever